Good morning. 97.1. I'm Jim Costa with John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass on a Thursday, which means Thursday touchdown in 30 minutes. It means 2 Grand Slam, a chance to win $2,000. I feel like this is the day.
Oh, you think so?
I do. I'm calling my shot. I think this is the day.
All right.
I hope you're right.
I'm
looking at some of this, and I'm not going to give anything away, but hey, if you're a big sports fan, I'm calling on you today. Come get this. $2,000.
All right.
$725.
It's right there.
Go get it. John, how are you?
I'm good. I'm excited for a Thursday. I don't know what it is. I know, Heather, you think this is the worst day of the week.
I hate Thursdays.
Maybe I'm trying to talk my way through it. I have come to agree with you on most weeks.
Yes.
But this week it's really not Thursday for us.
That's what I was just going to say. It's because it's like
it's kind of like Wednesday. Yeah.
Speak for yourself. Some of us work Monday.
Yeah. Well,
it'll all come out in the wash by the end of the year. You're fine.
Yes. But I don't know. Odd week, right? With those that had Monday off for Veterans Day. And I kept reminding myself, and I actually put reminders in my phone as to which day trash day was, when leaf pickup was, because leaf pickup this time of year is vitally important. I had a record number of leaf bags out front of the house this week, and Teddy and I watched them pick them up yesterday. It was very gratifying.
You just reminded me, we put our trash out last night, but it's going to be a day delayed, so we did it a day early.
So, no, it's not.
What do you mean it's not?
I know normal holidays,
pushes
yes,
it back a day, yeah.
But for at least for our trash service, it didn't move. No, while federal employees and here we took a day off. It's not everybody takes the Veterans Day off.
I can never keep up with it. I'd rather put it out the day early than be the day late, and then you're sitting there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, then you're sitting there with 2 weeks worth of trash.
Yeah, like, this guy over here. Exactly. Last night, Pistons, Red Wings, both played, both nearly won. The Red Wings in overtime get it done. Simon Edvinsson, nice little move.
Yep.
Called game, hit the big shot. Ron Holland did not hit either of the big shots at the free throw line at the end of the fourth quarter. The Pistons lose a game where probably should have won.
Young buck. I mean, that is, and he's such a good free throw shooter too. You could kind of see the moment got to him, and it's
when he missed the first one short. I go,
yeah. After that, it's things got a little tight. The pucker factor was high.
Sphincters.
Yes. So that's a little visual for you.
Who did that?
Why was there a slurp sound effect?
Who made that effect?
John.
No, it's
yeah. No.
John,
things tightening up.
In a world where both teams won, we were going to come in and say, which team is going to deliver more for their fan base? And we could still ask the question, which is going to deliver more for their fan base? What is your answer?
Well, I think we're much more acceptable for the Detroit Pistons from what we've seen so far. At this point, have 5 wins, right? They didn't get 5 wins until nearly February last year. So we kind of feel like we're seeing the beginning of what's to come. And I have no idea how many of these players or even a part of what that looks like or what that is. But it feels like they are making progress. For the Wings, even though they I know points are what matters in hockey, but they got back to 500 yesterday. It still feels like they are on a treadmill going nowhere.
I think asking it in the way that which team delivers more for its fans does kind of grade on a curve, right? It levels the playing field. You're right, because for a Pistons fan, this team delivering for you is not making the playoffs. I mean, it'd be great if they did, but they don't have to.
We talked about it yesterday. 35 on the high end, the high expectations, 40 wins, pushing for possibly being 500. That sounds like it's ridiculous.
Like, I think the Red Wings will win more games than the Pistons. That's not a bold stance. But for the Wings to deliver for their fans, they have to be playing hockey when the regular season's over.
Right.
And right now, 500 hockey where you're outshot in the majority of your games, including last night's win, that's concerning.
It was interesting, the exercise that we went through for the past half hour.
Yeah.
How many times have the Wings been outshot?
It was, not to bore people, I'll do this in abbreviated fashion. I went through every single game, box score. The Wings have been outshot in 11 of the 15 games this season. The 4 games where they outshot the opponent, they're 0-4. How does that make any sense?
Hey, Well, you call up Newsy and let him know that you figured out the recipe for winning. It's not shots on goal. It's not taking maximum opportunities. This is where it's quality versus quantity. Right?
Yeah, listen,
that's the recipe.
They've won more games being outshot by 20 than outshooting the opponent this season. I don't know what to say. Now, again, I like that Raymond's pacing for a point per game. DeBrincat's putting the puck in the net. Larkin's scoring goals early. They are not as deep a hockey team as I would hope them to be at this point in the season, especially now that they've gone Seider and Edvinsson together. They've said we've got one super defensive pairing, and then the rest of the game is talk about pucker. I mean, this defense is no good. Thank you for that. I think
Is that Cookie Monster?
No, that was Mike Valletti. Want to play that again?
Was it really? I thought it was one of the Muppets.
From the magical year of 2006.
Oh, wow. Wow, going deep.
How would you answer the question? Pistons, Red Wings, which one delivers more for their fans? And we can take some ticket texts early in the show. We got a lot to do today.
Well,
we're gonna get into. Go ahead.
The easy answer is Pistons because the expectations are so low. So if they outkick their coverage, or even if they come close to what you expect them to be, I think it's just easier for the Pistons to be more satisfying to watch. Even though it's going to be painful, you're going to have losses like you had, against Charlotte. You're going to have losses like you had last night. Well, not just 1 point, but a tip in at the buzzer.
Yeah.
Like that was painful. And then you have losses last night where you've got somebody at the line you could win and beat a team that you should. They're 4-8, right? Milwaukee Bucks. Mm-hmm. But Giannis goes for 59 points, and you see you're watching something special on one side, and you have a chance to beat them. That's where it's frustrating, but you're so much more competitive this year than you were last year.
I feel with the Red Wings, we know their ceiling. I don't know how they get better this year than what they've shown or be better than last year. Honestly, Jim, you're the hockey guy on the show more than anybody.
Yeah.
I ask you, how are they better than last year? Make the case where they get better than last year. The 5-on-5 is atrocious.
Yeah, I mean, they're one of the worst 5-on-5 teams.
They beat a terrible team last night. The Penguins have allowed the most goals in the league. They have the worst goal differential, okay? And it took a 3-2 grinder. There was nothing – like last night was an opportunity with some time off to come out and just have a convincing 4-1 win, And they just don't have – I think they're worse than last year, but because of the nature of the sport and puck luck and all that stuff, like they got 91 points last year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how they get beyond 95. I really don't.
Yeah, I think a couple things you'd point to would be Cam Talbot's played well early in the season, especially the last 3 or 4 starts. He's looked good. He was good last night. Last year's goalie situation was a problem. If you're looking for where is that next gear for this team, stable goaltending play, because I don't think they're deep enough defensively with the bottom 2 pairings. Does Yzerman address it at the trade deadline if they can stay afloat until then? I mean, that's you're also going to need to see the young players that he's drafted grow up a little more. So Simon Edvinsson hits the game winner last night.
Just don't make sure you don't block them. If you trade at the deadline, don't block any of those.
Don't block them.
I find them to be a very, very, very stale watch.
Yeah.
I just am like, where's this going?
Yeah. So what's the range? You said, how do they, if they were at 91 last year, how do they get to 95? What is it, 85 to 95 is kind of the range?
Yeah, I really think so. I don't know how they actually would get out of that window, and it's going to depend. It's the nature of the sport and puck luck, really. I mean, because that's hockey. You find wins sometimes you don't deserve. Yeah, you had the stat about them 0-4 in the 4 games they've outshot opponents. I mean, they just
Well, some of that will level off, right? They're going to lose some of the games where they've been outshot and got away with, and they're going to win some of the games like they had this weekend where they outshot both Toronto and the Rangers, and the scoreboard didn't show it. Like, some of that comes out in the wash. I think this team will hover around that playoff bubble for most of the season. Mm-hmm. For the Pistons, I don't know. I mean, this is kind of uncharted territory for them, right? They're in these games. They're winning some of these games. I think it may be refreshing would be a word we would use to describe them. While they're certainly not polished, while I certainly don't think they're going to be in the playoff picture, they are refreshing in the sense that they're in these games. And it's not always pretty, right? They had a ton of turnovers 2 nights ago at the very end. Last night, your rookie's missing free throws to win you the game. It's not always pretty, but this is a much more competitive product than it's been.
I think it's a great word, refreshing, because it is. It's new, and I use the word stale for the Wings. I know exactly what the Red Wings are. I'm not quite sure what the Pistons are. The Pistons will probably end up with a worse record than the Red Wings. I think it's almost a no-brainer because they're already 5-8. But you know what? With the play-in and winning 35, 36 games might get you in the play-in in the East because the East is horrendous.
See,
so
I think that's too many wins.
So that's a little bit
it
could be
fake, in some ways, like fake contending we use with the Tigers.
Yeah.
But Jim, you said beyond Talbot. Where is it?
No, it's got to be Casper.
So
it's got to be Edvinson. It's got to be a deadline. It's got to be, Kane. It's got to be guys that you didn't have for a full season last year.
So is he going to start 60-plus games, Talbot?
No, and that's the problem.
That's the thing.
And that's the issue I had when they added him is I think he is more suited to be a backup. Like, he's not someone you should start 55 to 60 games. And at the end last year for LA, when they did lean on him, he started to show some cracks. Not that different than Alex Lyon, who the Wings had leaned on a lot last season. No, this is not me trying to sell you the Red Wings. That's not what I'm doing here. But you asked me where are they going to get a couple extra wins if Talbot's better in the first half than they got out of goalie play last year and they make a move at the deadline. They could absolutely be in the mix. I don't see the mix for the Pistons. I still have some concerns with the Pistons. Kate Cunningham's handle is atrocious. The turnovers, even late in that game.
Yeah, another 6 yesterday.
I know. Anyway, you guys want to weigh in? We'll take some ticket texts, some phone calls, 248-539-9797. We've got the Thursday touchdown coming up at 6:35 and the update on Javi Baez next, 97.1. And Ken Cal on the call. We've asked you guys, which team will deliver more for its fans, Red Wings or Pistons? Few ticket texts, 248-539-9797. Texter says, last night was SOP. Same old Pistons, finding ways to lose, just venting. Some frustrating moments, right? Stewart gets ejected. Ron Holland misses the free throws to win the game late. Turnovers, even from Cade, especially from Cade. Our point was, I think they've won 4 of the last 7. And even their losses in that stretch have come down to a final possession. They may deliver for their fans in the sense that the bar is so low, whereas the Wings, it's playoffs or bust.
Right. Yeah, I think they do deliver for their fans because coming off of the worst record, worst season in franchise history, I mean, it doesn't take much to jump over that bar.
Pistons winning enough games for Cade to be an all-star this year would be good by me. The Wings making the playoffs would be the equivalent, Glenn in Macomb. The Wings' issue is they can't score 5-on-5. John, that's like a football team that can't run the ball. Tough to win consistently that way.
Yeah, tell me about it.
That's a good point. This one says, Don in Shelby Township, when does Yzerman go on the hot seat? He can't continue to get a pass every year, can he? I think if they miss the playoffs, the seat gets hot.
Oh, yeah. Certainly, even through the end of the season, if it's clear that they're not going to make it, the seat gets hot.
And Greg played the pucker drop.
Yeah.
Texter says, you've never heard that from Valenti's rant?
No.
This is like back on the AM radio.
No,
days.
I was busy in 06.
Were you? You were playing professional football at the time?
I wasn't living here.
Okay, you weren't. Make plays! Yeah. You've never heard this. Okay. We want to get to Javi Baez briefly here. We'll spend more time on it later in the show. Scott Harris is quoted in the Detroit Free Press when asked about the idea of platooning Trey Sweeney and Javi Baez. Quote, it makes sense on a whiteboard. We'll see how they perform and how they respond. First, we have to get Javi healthy for that to even be a possibility. I feel better about the shortstop position now than I did as recently as 5 months ago. John, will fans revolt if Javi Baez is on the roster?
Yes. I don't think there's any question. I mean, the most overpaid athlete in Detroit sports history. The maybe the worst contract in Detroit sports history. And you keep going down that same path. You keep allowing it to happen. But I also think in that quote, he gave himself the ultimate out.
Yep.
And it's not just, okay, on a whiteboard. Like, that to me is, why even mention that? That's stupid. It's bring out the Venn diagram. Oh, we've got this highlighted color means this highlighted color means this. Look at how the research we're doing. Like that, just stop with the whiteboard crap. But he says, first we got to get Javi healthy.
Yep.
That's his out, because what does that even mean? It's very vague, and it's definitely going to mean something different for Javi Baez versus the club. And the club can always say, we don't think you're back to where you were prior to the injury, prior to the surgery. I appreciate you going through it. It just didn't work. You're not there. That's their out.
Yeah. I think Scott Harris is a smart baseball guy. I really do. I don't know if I say that enough on the air. I think he's really smart. I don't think he's
good.
good.
The first time you've said that.
I don't think he's good at communicating to the public. I think he always comes across as like he's insulting the intelligence of fans, because fans would look at this and say Javi Baez can't platoon because Javi Baez can't hit righties, obviously, and hasn't hit lefties the last 2 seasons. Trey Sweeney was better against lefties as a lefty last season. And Scott, I would ask, why are you going to block Trey Sweeney? You know, I don't know if he comes across the right way to this fan base. And I want to be fair. I will judge by the actions. Right. If Javi is on the roster this year, in other words, he's healthy enough, they can't find an injury settlement, and they will not buy him out, mandated or otherwise, that's insulting to this fan base. People should be upset. This is a playoff team who is a game away from the ALCS. You are not serious if you are playing Javi Baez any number of baseball games next season. If you're going to play him consistently next season, that's a slap in the face to this fan base.
I think a great question to ask, and I don't know if they can even answer it, but we've heard this in football where a quarterback signs a monster contract. There's also a corresponding insurance policy that the franchise takes out on that contract. So if he's hurt and you're not set,
it's not their money. It's insurance money.
It's
that pays
insurance
them.
money. Yeah,
yes.
You still have to deal with the dead cap. You have to deal with all that stuff, but you're not the one paying them. So I'm curious as to, is this possibly being set up for, we're going to cash in on the insurance policy so we aren't paying it?
I would have no issue if they're exploring that option first.
Yeah.
But if that does not work, they are comfortable spending their money to make him go away because they're going to ask fans to spend their money to go to the ballpark, and I think that's only fair. If you can't explore all the options, John, but if they cannot get an injury settlement, if insurance won't pay out the majority of his buyout or any of his buyout, they have to step up to the big boy table and make the big boy decisions. 248-539-9797. We've got the Thursday touchdown coming up bottom of the hour. We're going to have some fun with hunting later in the show.
Oh, yeah. Always fun with hunting.
And we've got the 2 Grand Slam. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, after 12 years of leading the city of Detroit, Mayor Mike Duggan says he is not seeking re-election in 2025. So he made the big announcement on Wednesday, but he didn't specify what his plans were moving forward. There has been some speculation that he could run for governor in 2026, but he said he's going to discuss his future in the upcoming months. So he'll share more as, the year goes on. Now, during his announcement, he did say that it's been an honor of a lifetime to serve as mayor, that he's worked hard to build a Detroit that's welcoming to everyone. And of course, he had a lot of people to thank, city council, his family, the people of Detroit, those who work in Detroit. And then he also discussed his main goal during his time in office.
He's done a tremendous job.
Yeah.
And, I think the draft is one of, obviously, maybe the highlight of, but there's so many other things that are going on. And there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but he's done a tremendous job.
The draft is when you can show off a little bit. The work is done all the other days to lead up to that.
It was a great flex. And I know he and his office listen quite a bit, so thank you for listening, and keep doing a great job.
Yes. You guys, an older man is recovering after he was randomly attacked while he was out for a walk in Sterling Heights. So this guy, 76 years old, he went out for his morning walk, like I'm guessing he does daily. This was Tuesday morning near the Clinton River Trail when out of nowhere, the suspect approached him and began making some really odd remarks. And then the man was attacked. He was punched and attacked with a knife, right? The victim was trying to keep the guy off him, the suspect away from him. Thankfully, somebody saw this all go down, called 911. When the officer showed up, the suspect tried to run, but he was chased down and arrested. The victim was treated at a hospital for injuries, but they say is expected to be okay. Now, as for a motive, it's believed that the suspect was suffering from a mental health episode. You don't say, right? Sounds like it for sure. Obviously, an investigation is ongoing. Well, it's another day, and I have another lottery winner. But this one I think could be the best yet. So a 36-year-old Oakland County man just won $6 million on a scratch-off lottery ticket.
Not bad.
I want this to happen to me, and then I realized, okay, I read the article. He spent $50 on the ticket, and I know that I
probably would not make that
be doing
investment.
that because I also like to hold on to the money I have in my pocket.
So what do you buy? Like the
I'll do $5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much my limit, I think. When I hear $10 for a chance of winning, I'm like, I'd rather keep the $10 and get a sandwich or something. I don't know.
Sometimes when the whether it's the Mega Millions or the Powerball gets to record numbers or above 300 million, right, where you feel like, okay, now the investment requires it, right? It's so stupid. I'll put $20 and get 10 plays.
Sure, we do that too.
Sure.
You have to. I mean, you feel like you have to, but yes, for sure. So congrats to him. He's going to buy a house and start a business.
Good for him.
Young man won a ton of money. Finally, I'll end with this one. I don't know if you saw this, but the National Toy Hall of Fame has announced its 3 newest inductees, and they're all classic toys from the 80s.
Oh.
So, My Little Pony,
Sure.
produced 1982. Transformers came out in
Oh, yeah.
1984, and the card game Phase 10 was created in 1982.
Phase 10.
Never played Phase.
I don't know the Phase 10 either, but I definitely had My Little Ponies, and I've given them all to Emily, and she plays with them now.
Well done.
Yeah.
If it's Hall of Fame, shouldn't the game be famous? Shouldn't we know what Phase 10 is if it's going in?
Do you know it, Greg?
Yeah, it's not on the level of Uno.
I'm not sure what Phase 10 is. I was just going to say that Megatron's already in the Hall of Fame.
Hey, there it is. That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Thursday touchdown. And before the hour ends, we've been focusing on the wrong MVP for the Detroit Lions. It's 97-1. One step closer to the weekend, it's time for the Thursday touchdown.
All right, guys, I'm going to put the Michigan and Michigan State fans out of their misery. State didn't play last week. Michigan looked the same they looked all year. A little bit better defensively, maybe, but there's no local college in this week. Yep. Instead, we're going to turn to one of the bigger stories in college football this year, and it's Indiana. They go to Columbus a week from Saturday. If Indiana loses by 2+ touchdowns in Columbus, should they be in the playoff? Where's their big win?
So you're not going to be able to find a big win. But what you're going to be able to do is look at the games where they're supposed to win and win by a lot, and they have. And it's, yes, I do believe, I don't think that they lose by 2+ touchdowns. Some of that's Indiana. Some of it's a little bit of a lack of belief in Ohio State and how explosive offensively they may or may not be. But I think if they lose to Ohio State, it's probably single digits. And I think they're in. I think they belong to be in. I think they're coming out of the Big Ten. And I know, Jim, you're going to say, what? Like you just asked, where's their big win?
Yeah.
They don't have a marquee big win, but it's not their fault that they're 10-0. It's not their fault that their schedule that they played, yes, for the first 3 games, it is their fault. That's their own scheduling. The Big Ten gave them the rest of the games, and they have mastered them.
Who have they beaten? Look, it's a good point. I would say Nebraska is maybe their biggest win. I think it's their only win against a Big Ten team with a winning record. They for the record, beat them by 50 points.
The point here is that their resume is no different than a lot of teams sitting in the weeds in lesser conferences.
And if they lose a game and they're no longer undefeated, I think they will be scrutinized more because other teams like Tennessee beat Bama, Bama beat Georgia, Georgia beat Texas. There are other teams in that pod who won't win their conference that do have marquee wins.
All right, Oregon clearly deserves to be number 1 right now. But I was looking up yesterday, and Ohio State is currently the betting favorite to win the national championship. It surprised me a little bit. John picked Georgia to win it all in the preseason, while Jim picked Oregon. Are either of you pivoting from your preseason pick?
Why would I? I got the number 1 team in the country who's undefeated.
Oh, yeah,
Smarmy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me flex. Puff out my chest a little bit.
That's right.
Yeah. So I'll answer it. Yes, I am. I don't even know if Georgia makes the college football playoffs. And I am going to jump on Jim's train of Oregon. And we obviously had a chance to see Texas. And I think Texas could win the national championship. Ohio State could win the national championship. I don't know that anybody outside of those 3, including Oregon, really can win the national championship. But of those, I think Oregon is the best team. And I look at how they've played those games and what I'm seeing. I think it's really hard to defend Oregon's offense. Running the ball, short passing game, explosive down the field, their defense up front. I just don't know that any of those teams can match up with the well-rounded team that Oregon is.
Yeah, I think a conversation with Oregon might be, will it be healthy for them to maybe lose a very tight Big Ten championship game? Now, I know that could cost them, and they'd have to play an extra playoff game potentially. Because they
would have to play an extra playoff game, but they'd be the 5 seed, which means
they host.
Yeah.
And then they get the worst conference champion in a 5-4.
Running the table is going to be a real test for these teams. They run out of gas versus if you lose a game, you get a healthy reset with an easy home game in front of your crowd, kind of rally up the troops. So there's a little bit different dynamic to the playoff thing this year. All right, in the last 14 NFL seasons, only 1 defensive back has won Defensive Player of the Year. Brian Branch is by far the highest-rated safety according to PFF. Should Branch be under consideration for NFL Defensive Player of the Year?
Definitely in consideration. I don't think he ultimately wins it. I think he's going to have to show more than just 1 year. It's kind of one of those show it, repeat, and then we'll let you into the club. But I look at the guys that have, and I'm going to go back further than just the 14 seasons, but Bob Sanders is the last one. Troy Polamalu. I think he is very Troy Polamalu-esque. That's the one that I look at. Ed Reed, he's got some of those qualities as well. Deion Sanders, obviously just a corner. Rod Woodson. But I think the thing that makes Brian Branch so valuable in the secondary is he's not just a safety, free safety or strong safety. He's not just a nickel. He could play any of the positions in the secondary and play them at an extremely high level. Now, if he plays corner, is he Sauce Gardner? No. but he has that versatility that they can use him anywhere on the field. He supports the run, gets after the quarterback, and is a ball hawk in the secondary.
I think he's the most valuable player on the Lions. I really do.
Oh, yeah.
And John, they have the number one passer rating defense, and he's the biggest reason why.
Yep.
A safety that can man up in the slot, take the ball away, tackle in space. He's an all-pro and should absolutely be considered.
And he's dwarfs everybody in terms of safeties when it comes to stopping the run.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just so versatile. And I do think this is the type of season where the sack leader right now is Hendrickson, but they're under 500. I still think TJ Watt's probably the front runner, and I think he's the betting favorite, is what Jim said yesterday.
Yeah.
But statistically, it's a little down. Like, the window could be open, but you're right, John. It's just for him to go all the way to get that award this year when people might not even be able to name him in the preseason.
Well, and he's new at his main position.
Yes.
Right.
But I would say there's a stat out there. You want to talk numbers? It's called Havoc, and it builds on sacks, but it also
I like the name of this stat.
pass breakups, interceptions, fumbles.
Captain Havoc.
All
Would
of
we just give him a new nickname?
Yes. But
Just
all of
Havoc.
it. You just measure all the things you do to create turnovers and
Havoc.
Yes, Havoc.
David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs each have exactly 122 carries, which is astonishing that it's exact. Knuckles is averaging 4.3 yards per carry, while Sonic is averaging 6 yards per carry. Should Gibbs become the starting/lead running back for the Lions moving forward?
I want to answer the question. I
do.
love how they're balancing it, though, because my initial answer is just split the carries. It keeps them fresh. But if you ask me who should the lead back be, even if it's 51% of the carries, it should be Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay, lead back, sure. But the other part of this is starting. No. This is working, and part of why it's working is you start with the hammer, and Montgomery is a tone setter. Sets the tone for the offensive line, for the receiver. It's like sets the tone for the entire team. And then all of a sudden, hey, here comes Jahmyr Gibbs. The fact that they're a 1-2 punch, and I don't really care who's one and who's two or who's two and who's one. It's working right now. It's working very effectively. So I wouldn't juggle it. I wouldn't mess with it.
I don't have a problem with Montgomery being the tone setter still and the tech quote starter. That's why I use both terms here, lead running back. I think Gibbs has to get more carries going forward.
Or touches even.
Yeah,
I
his
think
explosiveness is just starting to show. He's starting to house runs that he didn't last year. So you got to when you have an explosive player, he's got to get the ball more. All right, the Jets have crashed and burned. The Bears are currently engulfed in flames. What is the biggest S show in the NFL this season?
No, to me, it's Cleveland. And as long as Deshaun Watson is on the roster, it's always going to be Cleveland. It's ownership, it's general manager. And I feel bad for Kevin Stefanski, although he is a part of it. I'm sure he's not blameless in decision-making, but Cleveland is the biggest disaster, especially when you watch Baker Mayfield do. I know Tampa doesn't have a winning record, but it's not because of Baker Mayfield. That kid's a baller.
So for Chicago, you can fire a coach and turn this around next season. If you're the Jets, you can remove Aaron Rodgers from the situation, hire a new coach, and get better. The only team that can't flip it in one offseason is the Cleveland Browns because of Deshaun Watson's dead weight. His contract makes a turnaround impossible from one year to the next. That's why it's the biggest, bleakest
I think the
show.
Giants are a close two.
Right. The great thing, the Jets and the Bears are so bad situations, and there's other options that are better.
Still worse. Yeah.
All right, last season the Rams were 3-6, finished 10-7, were a tough out in the playoffs. The 2022 Lions were 1-6, finished 8-8, and barely missed the playoffs. It seems like a team comes out of nowhere every season. Could the Dolphins be that team this year?
They could be. They won on Monday night. Tua's back. They were within a few points of both their losses. I think 4 total points separated their losses. But you want to challenge us to come up with someone different. I think the Bengals are too obvious, so I will give you the New York Jets.
Oh, he's still not giving up on them.
I have to pick from the most radioactive teams in football. At least they have a defense. I mean, who are you going to name? Which 2-win team are you going to hype up?
It doesn't have to be a 2-win team.
Could be a 3-win team. My point is, we're all picking from the lousy teams. Give me a team that at least has
one of these teams has
Devontae
come up
Adams
lately.
and a defense and some of that. What do you got, John?
All right, so it's not the Cowboys, it's not the Saints,
Right.
not the Panthers, not the Giants. It's, I mean, I think the clear answer is Miami.
Yes, it is. They were a playoff team last year who might be getting right.
Right, and just healthy. It's got. You could say
You
If
hate
you're-
stuff
if
like this
you're-
because you don't want to, John. We're not going to hold you to this. This is throwing a dart
If you're
at
throwing
garbage
darts
teams.
and you're allowing a 4-win team, I would say it would be the Rams again.
A 4-5 team doesn't count. This is somebody that came from the cellar. That was the rules. We talked about this before the show. Stop breaking the rules.
Yeah, so I just said Miami.
He said Miami.
Dork.
The Chiefs play at Buffalo this Sunday. It might be the game of the year. If the Chiefs win, is running the table on the table.
Until they lose, it's always on the table. So the easy answer is yes, it's on the table. But their final 3 games, they do play the Chargers at home. Their final 3 games are home against the Texans, at Pittsburgh, at Denver. I think they pick up a loss at some point in those 4 games, but especially the final 3.
They're losing this week. But if they don't, they are absolutely running the table.
Oh, wow. Little Patrick Mahomes can't lose.
I don't know how to explain it at this point.
So the Super Bowl, Lions, new up-and-coming team, 15-2,
Yeah.
16-1, 14-3, whatever they end up being, and they play the Chiefs, who are undefeated, going for a three-peat.
Who has the helmet catch?
And that is the Thursday
Tim
touchdown.
Patrick. Allen Robinson, actually.
97-1.
Hey, the NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off or buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. That means you don't have to miss Wemby's second season. You can watch LeBron if that's what you want to do. Maybe it's Ja Morant when he gets healthy again. He's flying around the NBA. Just visit FanDuel.com/Chanson to make every moment more this NBA season. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. A chance to win $2,000. Can you get all 10 questions right? Opening day of rifle season right around the corner. Tomorrow's the day.
Tomorrow.
John is going to have some fun with this. He's going to quiz Heather and I on hunting terms.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
I know. I can't wait.
We won't look stupid or anything.
It's not about looking stupid. It's just about having a little bit of fun and educate you guys a little bit on
Gonna make us
terminology.
fillet of fish in here as well.
I would love to bring in a deer that we could
Oh God,
butcher.
John, I'd be in my car headed home. Are you serious? Like, nope.
Yeah, but so it's not bleeding anymore.
I don't care. I would not be here.
And I could
Nope.
pre-skin it. We'd just come in with meat, and we could take out the back straps.
No.
You could.
You guys, I have trouble buying like one of
guarantee you.
those chickens that's pre-made at Kroger and like cutting off the meat. Like I can't.
Like a rotisserie chicken? That bothers you to like separate?
Oh my God, I did that for the first time very recently and didn't realize like you're going through like rib cage is there. Like
I'm going to try and find some old pictures that you may or may not want to see. When I was in Virginia,
I'll tell you
the
right now, I
tag
don't wanna
limit
see.
was you could basically buy 2 every day. And so at one point, Corey Raymer, Casey Robach, some of my buddies, we used Corey's garage to hang the deer. And with the tags that we had, because there was no daily limit as long as you had tags, so we would save up throughout the course of the week, and we would have literally like 14 tags. And we would have, at times 10 to 12 deer hanging in his garage.
So you like
That's
never been in a
amazing.
butcher shop or something like that, like where they hang meat?
I mean, yeah, I don't know if I've been in one. I've seen. I know what they look like.
Yeah,
All
like
right,
in
have you
movies
ever
and
seen
stuff.
a fish cleaned?
Because
you like seafood, don't you?
I do, but I.
It might ruin it for you if you don't do it.
To just
I mean, I
fillet a
used to
fish?
fish when I was a kid, and I've seen my grandpa.
Right, sure.
Like
But yeah, and you see
fillet of
deer and
fish,
you see
but-
fish, but to see it actually processed would be disturbing.
yeah, I can handle watching the fish. I can't I
John.
can't handle a deer.
She said she was freaked out by a rotisserie chicken. Yeah, I don't think she'd be able to handle it.
No. It was you were talking about the non-cooked chicken.
No,
No.
I'm
You
talking
can't
about
even a rotisserie chicken?
No, I don't like it. I don't like.
Where there's cartilage in the
Yeah,
joints.
the
and-
the rib cage. You have to like.
I'm familiar with the
Well, you
rotisserie
don't have
chicken.
to crack it. Yeah.
No, but I didn't realize because I've never eaten it that how it is when. I remember I bought it for Emily. I'm like, oh, she's gonna love this chicken, and then I'm like, I have to like dissect this,
It's all
and I
cooked.
almost puked.
Really?
Oh, I was like screaming as I did it, like like there's bones in here. Like this is gross.
There's
Yes.
bones.
There are bones in here.
Heather, have you ever seen Rocky?
No,
Well, I was going to ask the same question when he's at the butcher shop and he's
In the meat locker.
tenderizing
Yes.
the meat. Side of beef.
anyway,
So I'm sure we'll do very well with the hunting terms.
sounds like it.
That's at 7:35 this morning. And John will also throw out some questions for the hunters. I know people are gearing up. Okay. In the Thursday touchdown, one of the questions was about Brian Branch. Texter says, reminds me a lot of Minka Fitzpatrick. Go Steelers. John, let's expand on that conversation. Is he the most valuable player on this Lions team right now?
Oh, I don't think there's any question about that. When Hutch went down, it was really between Brian Branch and Jared Goff. But watching the way the way Brian Branch has been able to affect every single level of the defense, and this is part of why he's the MVP for the Lions, why he should be a part of the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year. A lot of defensive backs, yeah, they can pick off balls, they can have passes deflected, they can do different things like that, but they're not good in the run game. They can't affect the quarterback if they're brought on a blitz, they can't get home on the quarterback. Brian Branch is effective at every single level of the defense. He's impactful on every single play. And then you start thinking, well, how does that rank with a TJ Watt? Well, TJ Watt, yeah, he's really good at rushing the passer. That's all he does. And trust me, I get the impact, I get the headlines, all of that stuff. But when you're looking at somebody has a unique skill set of being able to affect passes down the field, that they have the effect of being able to get after the quarterback and get home on the quarterback. They have the ability to cover running backs, tight ends, wide receivers, slot receivers. It doesn't matter. Brian Branch can do it all.
Well, think about it. If you want to blitz more, which was their answer immediately when Hutch got hurt, you're going to put extra pressure on the guys you don't blitz. And Branch is a good blitzer, but they've also used him in some really tough spots. The slot in space with no help, right? No safety over the top. You're not working you have to win that matchup in space. You have to be an elite athlete. And he is, and he's instinctive. And it's always like he's a step ahead, which feels impossible because you don't know the play. You're reacting. You're reacting to that receiver who already knows the play pre-snap, but Branch is so instinctive, John, that yeah, I think he's let them get away with the way they want to play defense.
Well, the other thing that will factor in when people are making this decision at the end of the season is how much better do you make those around you? Yeah. And that's where you're going with this. If I can be singled up on a best receiver or a slot receiver or a running back or a tight end, what does that allow the rest of the secondary to do? What does that allow the linebackers to do? What does that allow the pass rush to do? And it makes everybody better. How do you still have a really good defense when your number one player, your number one impact player goes down?
That stat I gave you, Havoc, I believe he's number one in the league among safeties because it does measure the pass breakups. He has 13 of them. It also throws in sacks. He doesn't have one, but forced fumbles, he does. 4 interceptions, 3 TFLs. Like, he is all over the football field. And while Minkah Fitzpatrick was the comp from the ticket texter, Steelers safety back in the day, Troy Polamalu, that's one that you said you see. I see it too.
Oh, yeah. I see him. I see Ed Reed. I see all of those that are aggressive run stoppers. And I go back, I played against Troy Polamalu, and one of the things that you had to do, you had to treat him like you would treat a linebacker, because he would run through a B gap with as much ferocity as any linebacker. And it was one of those where he got a head of steam going, and you just, you had to be alert. You had to account for him in the number count when you're talking about pass protections, when you're talking about where are the double teams going. You had to account for Troy Polamalu. And it's the same thing with Brian Branch. You have to identify where he is every single time. As a center, I guarantee you, if Frank Ragnow's playing against the Lions defense, they're looking up and going, okay, here's where Anzalone is, here's where Jack Campbell is, and wait a second, where's Brian Branch? You identify where he is every single play because he's a part of that number count.
Throw the number out, 248-539-9797. Brian Branch, the real Lions MVP. Do you agree with that? And then we brought up Defensive Player of the Year. Does he have a real shot? It's 97-1. Sure feels like it. MVP of the Lions? You tell us, 248-539-9797. This team is 8-1. Defense stepped up without Aiden Hutchinson, and the biggest guy in that defensive scheme right now is Brian Branch.
Mm-hmm. I'll keep saying it. When you are playing the safety position, and this is new for him this year. He was a nickel guy. And how about the fact that he was drafted in the second round? Now, maybe if he was drafted in the first round and he's having this season in year 2, like you start with a certain cachet if you're a first-round pick. Mm-hmm. And then in year 2, okay, some of this is expected. I don't know that he ultimately wins it. I don't know if a defensive back at this point in NFL history can actually win it because of the aura around pass rushers, edge defenders. But when you're impactful at every single level, it may just be simply he's got to have that year this year and then next year along with Aiden Hutchinson. And I think at that point they might split the vote.
I mean, I think media has gotten lazy on this award, much like they've gotten lazy to giving Heisman voters always go to the quarterback and MVP in NFL too. And it's just like what he's doing is actually like blowing me away. And I said before the season, I thought he would make the Pro Bowl. Think about that. Like, that's why I think he should be a real MVP candidate. The impact he's having on the field. Now, I know TJ Watt has had some real high impact plays late in games that don't show up more than maybe a QB pressure or something like that, but they've been very impactful in seeing the highlights. So, look, it's when you got an established player like that, it's hard to win. I think he's laying the seeds and the groundwork to potentially be an MVP down the road, like a Palomalu or Bob Sanders. Like John, you blew me away a little bit when you mentioned Ed Reed, and he's got a long way to go to be Ed Reed because I think Ed Reed's on the. I think he's on the all-time team. Him and Ronnie Lott.
Yeah, and
I don't know if he's got that ceiling.
I don't know that he does.
I don't know if he doesn't.
But what I said was he's got those qualities. He's in year 2. To say he's going to have a career like Troy Polamalu, I think is still a bit out there. He's got some Polamalu qualities. He's got some Reed qualities. But I'm not going to say his career, the projection of his career, is going to be Ed Reed quality.
The thing that Brian Branch has done this year, in my mind, he's going to make at least 5 Pro Bowls. And he's another guy on this team that's going to do that. Sewell, probably Hutch.
St. Brown.
Maybe St. Brown.
Gibbs.
Yeah, maybe. You know, running back's a very dicey thing, but he's got the playing ability to do it. And that just says why this team is so good, man.
Because these guys are all in their first, 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah, and so if Brian Branch, honestly, if putting that as the standard for Brian Branch, if he doesn't reach 5 Pro Bowls in his career, I think it's one injury,
right?
And something that would keep him out for a year or prevent him from doing the things that he does now with as many varied skills as he had, or if nothing like that happens, in my opinion, he's underperformed.
Yeah, and I think the consistent impact he has on games, he doesn't to me. He never has a bad game. It's just and what he's done for the defense in Hutch's absence. That's what stars do. They save a team. He's just blossomed so quickly.
He's the Amon-Ra St. Brown of defense. Amon-Ra St. Brown was drafted, 4th round, and we heard the list of receivers, blah, blah, blah. Brian Branch was there. Most people thought he was going to be a day 1 pick, 1st round pick. He didn't leave and go home. He didn't bitch and moan about not being taken. He stayed there so that when they called his name day 2, he could walk across the stage, as he should have. And I think there's some animosity. There's some motivation for him. And we're seeing it on the field.
Well, the thing with safeties are, though, that they're one of the positional values things with the draft that I hate, where, he plays this position, so we can't take him in this position. And when you have a special player come along, that's out the window. You can go look at all these guys,
yes,
the best safeties of all time. They haven't been drafted where they should. I think right now, I'm just going to spit this out there. You could argue Branch should have gone top 5 last year.
If we're going to redraft the draft, I'd have to go back and look at some of those players.
You can argue he should have been. In fact, I think you can say he should have been the first Lion drafted if you would, that's what he's done, and it's just astonishing, and that's why again this team is so good when you get that value at that pick.
Think about it. Defenses are playing more nickel, more 5 defensive backs. You have to have extra guys who can be twitchy in space and cover tight ends, running backs, slot receivers. And the Lions got one of the best in the game in the second round, which is a feather in the cap of Brad Holmes. But if you remember, this was also a guy Lions fans wanted. Some Lions fans wanted him in the first round. And it was clear you didn't have to be a football savant when you watched his tape that he was everywhere the ball was. And if you did some mythology on him, Nick Saban, who is a secondary coach by trade, was playing him as a freshman. You think about what that says. At Alabama's defense, where they rely on those guys, and he's playing some safety, he's playing some corner, he's just sprinkling them in everywhere on the field. He couldn't keep him off the field as a freshman at Alabama. And then he gets to Detroit, and the same thing. Can't keep him off the field. He played nickel last year. He's playing safety this year. I think it's a nod to the coaching staff, by the way, that they made that change. Yeah. Because a lot of coaches would say, no, he's good at this spot. Let's not throw too much on his plate. But what I'm telling you is from the moment this guy was 17 years old, there's always been room on his plate. There's always room for more, and he has taken everything in stride. He absolutely is playing like one of the best defenders in football. I think whether he wins Defensive Player of the Year or not, that's a media-driven award. The football tape is the football tape. He's a difference maker, the biggest difference maker that turned this Lions secondary. It's not the only reason, but turned this Lions secondary into a strength.
Yeah. So let's like a little quick analysis here. Tom mentioned if you redraft, he would be top 5. So I think we kind of all believe if you redraft the quarterbacks from the 23 draft, C.J. Stroud is probably the number 1 overall pick. Would you agree?
Sure.
Yeah. So C.J. Stroud goes 1. Will Anderson Jr., would you draft him ahead of Brian Branch? He made a Pro Bowl.
You're saying Will Anderson did?
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably do.
Devin Witherspoon.
I'd take Branch over Witherspoon.
Okay. Devin Witherspoon, Pro Bowler. Mm-hmm. Obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, Jalen Carter. And I mean, I guess the point is, Joey Porter Jr., who was a second-round pick and has played,
very well.
Stoney wanted him in the first round. Which I mean, he's played like that as well. It's a guy that's a second round pick that you think could have been in the, or maybe should have been in the first if you're going to redraft it. So the point is, he certainly is playing as a top 10 pick, and you could make an argument that he could be drafted 4, 5, or 6 in terms of those top 10.
Couple ticket texts to wrap us up here. We got 2 Grand Slam coming up. We'll get to the hunting game. 802, Javi Baez. Come on now. Some quotes from Scott Harris. Ticket texter says, if you ask me, Brian Branch is a dirty player and needs to be thrown out of the league. Unnamed ticket texter.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody calling from, Dallas or?
It was a 419 area code. I did look to see who was sending that because I thought it was probably a Packer area code, but it's not. Okay. That's Toledo.
Says,
Ohio.
You guys are ridiculous. Says, if Branch goes down, the machine keeps going. Goff goes down, the season's over. Goff is clearly the team's MVP. You're pausing.
Yeah, I know. I mean, because, I understand the argument. But we're talking about for those guys that are healthy, while they're healthy, who has the biggest impact?
Yeah, like Jared Goff threw 5 picks and they won.
Right.
I mean, I think his MVP candidacy in the league took a hit. Clearly, it would take a hit on the team.
Sure. I also think over time there'll be more perspective on that.
Sure, and we could revisit this in a month. But like right now, I think there's a really good case for Brian Branch.
Well, if you're going to make that argument, then on every team,
the quarterback's the most valuable player
on every single team,
right.
And they're not getting it wrong when they just pick between quarterbacks.
It's the same thing then with the whole league thing with the defensive player of the year. It's always an edge rusher. It's by default. It's just laziness in my mind. And
I agree.
You'd mentioned St. Brown kind of along with this, and people have compared St. Brown to Hines Ward quite a bit. Mm-hmm. And that St. Brown might be a better version of Hines Ward.
Yep.
That's a Hall of Famer, by the way.
Yep.
And then Palomalu comparisons with Branch. I think Branch is a little more like Bob Sanders than Palomalu, but just think about that. And look at the Steelers and what they did in that era. Multiple Super Bowl appearances. and probably would have had more if it wasn't for Tom Brady.
Damn Tom Brady guy. Well, that's what everybody's saying right now about Patrick Mahomes. So
Well, they're not in our conference.
No, I know. And it feels like there's this collision course, though. We've been talking about it all year. Lions and Chiefs. All right, we got 2 Grand Slam. We got Heather's news. We got hunting. We've got Javi Baez. We have a lot to do. It's 97.1.
Hey, I've been talking about injury attorney David Feminino and his team for some time now. Just listen to some of the results that David and an amazing team have been able to get for individual injured clients. $3.5 million and $5 million for individual clients. $11.5 million for one client. That's a lot of success, and you need an attorney that is used to success and knows how to reach that. He's going to also fight relentlessly for you. Call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
get to Heather in the news.
Well, on Wednesday, Mayor Mike Duggan made a big announcement. He won't be seeking a fourth term. So after 12 years of leading the city of Detroit, next year will be his last in office. And while he didn't say what his future holds, he did discuss his time in office and the main goal he hoped to achieve. There you have it. And who knows what will be next. There is speculation that he could run for governor in the future, but he says he'll discuss his future plans later on. He's not ready to talk about that yet. A pair of criminals is on the loose in Waterford. So police are asking for some tips as investigators are searching for two people wanted for fraud at a Home Depot. Police said they're looking to identify a man and a woman who allegedly used a fraudulent credit card to purchase over $7,000 worth of flooring. They did release video or a photo of these people on social media, and they said this is, you know how police always have cute little sayings to go along with, like, let's find these thieves. Well, it says, we are no flooring contractor, but with your help, we may be able to connect the needed pieces to lay out a solid case. They were driving a U-Haul, so not their vehicle, but you never know. Take a look. Mariah Carey, your favorite, John, calls herself the Queen of Christmas, but she might have to bow down to a new king of Christmas. Jason Kelce. His new Christmas song, Maybe This Christmas, I don't know if you've heard it. It's a duet with Stevie Nicks, has hit the top of the iTunes 100 holiday chart, beating out Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You. Obviously,
doesn't seem like it'd be hard to beat that out, but
What do you mean?
oh, it's like people's favorite Christmas
It's
song. It's like,
iconic,
yes,
John.
it is iconic.
iconic.
Yes, I just have to turn the channel every time I hear it.
Not me. So on his New Heights podcast, he and Travis discuss, the dethroning of the Queen of Christmas. So we'll see how long he stays up there on those.
I have not
on the
heard
chart.
his.
Me neither.
I will listen to it,
Me
but it's
too.
going to be tough to beat Mariah. She belts it, John, whether you want to give her credit or not.
She
It's
does.
phenomenal.
Yeah, no, she does.
It's
She
just
belts it.
it's
That's
a
for
little
sure.
overplayed.
No, it's not.
I will say that.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the song,
I will
but
defend the Queen of
I
Christmas.
like some of the
can,
older
that's fine.
classics a little better. Anyway, now speaking of Jason Kelce, he's calling baloney on James Houston's Gatorade excuse. So
I saw
obviously
this.
he went viral. We all know on Sunday after cameras caught that suspicious stain on his pants, right? He says, it wasn't poop. I sat in Gatorade. Haha. Well, Kelce and I think the rest of us are not buying that. And during his podcast, Jason admitted that he once pooped his pants. And there's no doubt in his mind it happened to Houston too.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, a lot of times when they go, health is right.
Gross.
Yeah, things
John?
are flowing. Oh, yeah.
I know
it
you
happens.
peed.
Oh, yeah.
You pooped in your pants
It happens, yeah. I mean, sometimes you just,
during a game?
Yeah, not intentionally. Nobody's going to sit there and do it intentionally. But, yeah, it happens.
You're straining out there, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
It does happen. And, yeah, that's why as big fellas, it's another reason to hate white pants.
wow. Interesting.
Heather with the news.
Yeah.
John.
You just hope it happens like it does for
news
J.C.
too.
Kelsey.
Yeah.
Early.
Right, so you can catch
So
it.
you can catch it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 Grand Slam.
Let's do it. Stop talking poop and give away some money, right?
That's how it works.
We're hopefully going to give away $2,000, 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. $2,000 if they can get them all right.
Our contestant this morning, Greg in Howell. Greg, good morning.
Good morning.
You ready?
I believe in you.
Yes, sir, man. I'm going to do my best.
All right.
Last time I played a couple years ago, I got 3.
Okay.
All right, Greg, I hope you're going to do better than that. You know the rules. If you don't know one, use your time wisely. Pass, and we're going to get back to it, right? So keep that in your mind. Your time is going to start as soon as I start reading the first question. You ready to play, Greg?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who do the Philadelphia Eagles host tonight?
Yes.
Who is the head coach of the Washington Commanders?
Pass.
Who is the lead singer for U2?
Pass.
What is the capital of Ireland?
Pass.
Sidney Crosby wears this jersey number.
23.
Cade Cunningham played at this college.
Pass.
Josh Pascal played at this college.
Pass.
Who played Nick Fury in Avengers Endgame?
Oh, he just hung up
He
on
just
us.
hung up.
Oh, no. Did he pass on all of them except, like, sometimes he said things and I was like, was that a guess or was that
I
a
think
pass?
it was the pass. The
Or
only
was
one
that
he guessed on was Sidney Crosby. He hung up.
And he got that wrong for the record.
Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
you
Greg.
guys have been doing this longer than me. Has that ever happened?
No.
I've never had anybody.
Where he just hit the eject button mid 2 Grand Slam.
No, I don't think that has. I think we've had a call drop before they have taken the 2 Grand Slam,
Yeah.
Oh, no.
but not that.
Oh,
Greg probably spelled his name with 2
man.
G's.
Yeah, and not the front and the back end.
I was getting upset as this was going because these were very gettable.
Well, I was surprised. The first one, I waited a minute because I didn't know if he actually said pass or if he said like
Jets.
something. Yeah, it sounded
Yeah,
like
that's what
maybe
I
it was
thought.
a
Yeah,
word.
maybe
So I was
it
like,
was a
wait, was that
short-
a pass or
yeah,
no? And then oh boy.
That was a rough go.
So should we save all of them for Tuesday?
Well, he didn't get to the last 2.
I guess we can't because we read them
No,
all.
yeah, the ones we read, we will.
We'll go through it. John, I
Sure,
think
we'll test who's paying attention.
that is the worst 2 Grand Slam I've ever heard. Let's go through this because these to me are very gettable.
There was the guy who was trolling us. Who said all those like ridiculous answers?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
guy.
I mean, at some point, if you get to question 5, and instead of saying pass, I thought he did get to the point where he was going to troll us when he just said 23 for Sidney Crosby, which is not his number. It's 87.
He had 4 more to get to. He could have
Right.
gotten
He coulda
$25
just
at
start
least if he got
throwing out
one right.
answers.
He got through 8, right?
No, he got through 6.
got 7.
I didn't get to 7.
No, you read Pascal.
Oh, did I read
Yeah,
Pascal?
you
Okay.
read that one, and I think you read.
No, I didn't
Nick
read
Fury.
8. I did?
You
Yeah,
did.
you said, yeah.
Heather, you got through 8
Oh, wow.
questions, and
Okay.
he got 0 of them right,
Oh,
and
shoot.
he wasn't even close because he didn't guess on any of them but the one.
Yeah.
Let's go through it. The Eagles play the Commanders tonight.
Yes, they
I mean,
do.
come on, guys. It's a huge game. And maybe you don't get it. That's fine. The next one is who's
Division,
the coach of the Commanders?
Yeah,
Dan Quinn. The lead singer of U2?
would be Bono.
Guys, the capital of Ireland.
Dublin.
If you don't know, it's the one I'd guess. Sidney Crosby wears 87. He's a multi-Stanley Cup champion.
Yeah.
Come on. Cade Cunningham.
Oklahoma State.
Remember when we desperately wanted them to
Cowboys.
get the number one pick? Everybody remembers. Come on. Josh Pascal. Now, this one I maybe give you a pass. Second round pick. Not a football powerhouse.
No. But how many times have we talked about him being a captain there and the way that the Kentucky coaches talk about him?
Kentucky is the answer we're looking for. And Nick Fury in Avengers Endgame is Samuel L. Jackson.
One of the top 10 most best-looking bald men. We learned. earlier
That's right.
This year,
Yes.
or this year, this week.
Would he be in your top 10?
I'd really have to investigate a little bit. Like I can't think of a lot of bald men off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Besides Tom.
Who's not in the top 10?
Ticket Texter says contestant Greg crapped his pants.
Top 100?
It was Gatorade.
It's just Gatorade.
Uh-huh.
Worst contestant ever. Worst ever. Yeah, you guys are not kind on the ticket text. You thought I was mean. All right, guys. We're going to get some hunting fun in. We've got Javi Baez talk at 8 o'clock. Nobody wants to talk about it, but when Scott Harris talks about it, we're going to open up the phone lines. It's 97.1. All right, guys, it's football season. Elevate your tailgating game with Moran Chevrolet. GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 Silverado four-wheel drive LT Crew Cab for just $239 a month. 24 months, $999 down. Get that 2024 Silverado with Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Moran has shipments arriving daily. That means they're going to have what you're looking for. Score your best deal at MoranExpress.com or stop by in person. Test drive. They're on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. We're going to talk hunting season. We're going to talk Javi Baez. But can we talk about the 2 Grand Slam again?
Yeah, 2 G's, Greg. I mean, that was horrific. On Twitch. Why would you call if you know nothing?
Yeah, I wonder what he was hoping for. Like, what was his wheelhouse? Like, what did he...
Probably a soccer fan.
Look, I don't want to make fun of someone too
You
much.
wanted a math question?
He wanted a math. I don't think he was going to ace any math questions either.
We really don't make fun of the contestants on this because we understand when the clock's ticking and the pressure's on and maybe you don't perform it. He hung up. So I am going to criticize someone who doesn't even try to finish the game. There were 2 other questions. You have the chance to go back. There had to be, Greg, like another 20 seconds still?
I don't remember. I just remember. John, what did your coaches tell you? Finish the drill.
Yeah, finish the drill. You
Come
never know.
on.
You could have got 25. I mean, they said this on Twitch too. Feels like caller Greg should have paid us $25 for putting us through that and our listeners. It was horrific.
Bono, you too?
I know.
Even if you're not a sports fan. And if you are a sports fan, you should know who's playing Thursday Night Football tonight. Or,
Even if you called him Bono, we would have accepted that.
Right, yes.
Or how about Avengers? I don't know if you've heard of the movie. They're really popular. There were some gimmies in there.
It does depend. I mean, I don't know all those, but I would not be calling in to play.
Right, but it's also, once you've passed enough times, just start throwing something out there. Throw darts against the wall and see if something sticks.
Anyway.
Anyway, I do want to talk a little bit of hunting. Tomorrow is the start of rifle season. It is a unofficial state holiday here in the state of Michigan. We'll run through the end of the month. It's rifle season. I love rifle season. I prefer bow hunting. Especially down here where you can't use rifles. You got to be up north, and if you don't have the ability to drive up north, you don't have the time. It's either shotgun or it's bow hunting. So I would prefer bow hunting. And so we want to ask a couple of questions before we get to the quiz that I have set up for you guys. And the quiz is going to be terminology. I want to hear from both of you. And I told Costa this before, we were talking there before, Heather, before you got here. Mm-hmm. Some of these terms, they should be able to be somewhat figured out. You could guess. You could work your way into it. But I expect, actually, that Heather, because when we start talking in terms of terminology, women are much more logical. And some of these are very logical. And
I feel like you're setting me up for failure.
I'm
We're both going to look stupid. I know how this is going to go.
I don't think you're going to look stupid, but hey.
You should figure these out. But we won't, and then we're stupid.
If you're on your way to deer camp, give us a shout. I want to know where you're going. I want to know what the scouting's been like. I want to know details. And I know that there's a lot of people that are traveling to, if they're not there already, they're on their way to deer camp so that tomorrow morning, 30 minutes before sunrise, they're ready to pull the trigger. As your Sunday plans, because it's Jags this Sunday, it is the Indianapolis Colts next Sunday. Now, everybody is very familiar with Thanksgiving Day. Maybe you have family plans, but that's not new to the hunting season. It's always a part of it, so I don't expect plans have changed. I also want to know from the hunting elite, with the development and the progress that we have made with cell phone coverage, cell phones, tablets, are you okay with those that will watch the game streaming in a deer stand or in any way, shape, or form while they are hunting?
Or is that too soft?
Is it soft? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call them. I'm not of the hunting elite. Is it similar to, like, if I went on the golf course, there's a lot of people that would not like things that I do on the golf course because I'm not, quote, golf elite. Hunting elite. Is it okay to watch or listen in the deer stand? So those are some of the questions, 248-539-9797.
And I have a question for people because I did not grow up in a family of hunters. Dads, uncles didn't hunt. What have I been missing out on? If you want to sell it to me, we can do that as well. I'm clearly going to embarrass myself now.
Okay.
So let's do it.
All right, I'm going to start with some easy ones. And these are ones I believe you should get. But I want to know, I want to establish a base of knowledge. All right.
We know nothing.
Okay. Buck. What is a buck?
Male deer?
A large male deer.
Okay. Well, yeah, preferably large, but
yeah,
yeah, it's just a
deer,
male deer.
yes.
Yeah, yes. A doe.
A female deer.
A
So
female
a deer,
deer.
a female deer.
Look at us.
It's
2 for 2,
awesome.
Heather. That's
Yeah.
right.
A fawn.
Is it
a baby deer.
A baby deer. Yes. Venison.
Meat from a
Meat-
deer.
yeah.
Yes, meat which you only want to see cooked. You don't want to actually process. Would you ever? Well, you wouldn't eat venison because it's meat.
Heck no.
What,
If I'm going to try meat, I'm probably going to go for like a chicken.
the chicken?
I guess it's like the simplest meat, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it does not taste like chicken, so yes, it doesn't go for
Pass
you.
on the venison.
All right. If I see a buck running around and I say, "Man, that's a great rack," what am I talking about?
Antlers.
Antlers. There you go. All right. Thought maybe I didn't figure I would trip you up on
These
that
are
one.
easy.
Yeah. Well, so I want to establish a base of knowledge that you guys have. Now things are going to get a little bit tougher. If I told you the term tine, T-I-N-E, tine,
Is that like
or tines?
it's like string or rope?
No, that would be
Tine?
twine.
Okay.
Tine. I don't know. I've never heard of it.
Points.
Is that something
The size of the deer? Is it
or
your
like the
points?
antlers?
The
Something
antlers.
with the antlers, right?
Oh.
The antlers are tines.
Oh, the
All right?
antlers
Yes,
are
yes.
tines.
Each individual one is a tine.
Oh,
All right. And so, hey, if I said it's an 8-point buck, what does that mean?
it has eight tines.
8 tines. All right. And so let's draw on that one just a little bit more. What if I said that one has a drop tine?
A drop tine.
Well, it only has one antler.
No.
'Cause
No,
one's dropped off.
One's dropped off. No, that's a great guess. This is why I think women think very logically about this stuff. That's a very logical answer. No, a drop tine would be, instead of the points all facing up, if you have one that's
Oh.
facing down.
Got
that's
it.
a drop
Makes
tine.
sense.
How about a brow tine?
By the way, the horns, that's like down, horns down. That'll get you 15-yard penalty
Right,
in the SEC.
yes. In the SEC, yes. A brow tine.
One's kind of going sideways, like an eyebrow.
Again, very logical, but no.
I have no idea.
A brow tine would be the one that is closest to the base of the antlers.
Okay.
That's basically
the
the brow.
eyebrow.
Yeah, near the
Yeah.
brow.
Okay.
All right, so I've got to make sure I don't ask any more of these again. Okay, velvet.
The hide, it's soft like velvet.
No. Again, very logical, but
I don't know
no.
what.
Velvet. I don't.
Velvet.
I don't-
Yes.
What does velvet mean?
When the antlers are growing, they grow new racks every year. They first are covered in a velvet.
And don't they like rub them on trees?
Okay, don't get
Right?
ahead of me, but
Okay.
yes, they do.
As
yes.
I'm doing the
Yeah, yes.
motion, like, right?
Yes,
Don't
if you're
they
watching
do that?
on Twitch, yes, you can watch Heather rub her
My fake antlers on a
fake
fake
antlers.
tree.
Yes, and so that's they do rub on trees, they
Okay.
rub on fence posts, different things like that to make sure that they can eventually shed that velvet. And then all of the pictures that you normally see for the bucks they're hardened antlers.
Right.
All right, so let's go with a rub.
A rub?
Yeah.
It's when they're rubbing their antlers on a tree.
Yes, tree, fence post. So when you see the tree or the branches of a tree, a lot of times you will see the bark that is rubbed off. That is a rub. How about a scrape?
It's when there's a big scrape through a tree, like their antlers scraped it,
Is
left
it when
their
they get
mark.
attacked by another deer?
No. As you could call a scratch on a deer a scrape, but no. A scrape would be on the ground where they are pawing at the ground
Okay.
and they're scraping it up. They'll urinate in it. It's them marking their territory to make sure that other deer know exactly, who is there. And it's a way to communicate with other deer.
Okay.
Now let's talk about some more communication. How about a bleat?
It's the sound they make.
But who makes it?
The
hunter?
female deer.
The female deer.
Oh, wow.
Yes, a female deer, which would mean when I ask you again about communication, a grunt.
A male
male
deer.
deer.
That would be the sound that the male deer makes. And again, it's about communication. How about the rut?
That's when they're mating.
It's the peak
How do you know
of the
this?
mating period.
idea.
Yes. Yeah.
No, I don't know. I'm not.
So it's like a season, right? You have the pre-rut. It's right before they're in their
I was going
peak
to say, for most
mating
people,
time.
a rut is when they are not mating.
Yeah, you're
in
stuck in a rut. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a human term. Yes, we're talking about and the pre-rut, the rut, the post-rut.
Get a rut buster.
Yes, a rut buster. Yes, you definitely need rut busters. So, all right, I know we're kind of running on short on time. I may have to continue this in the next segment, but how about a dry fire?
I mean,
Sounds like
Jim?
an oxymoron. I don't know how you'd have a dry fire.
Yes. A dry fire would be anytime you are shooting a bow or a gun, you pull the trigger and there's no arrow in it, there's no bullet in it,
Okay.
you are dry firing. So if you're shooting all blanks, it's a dry fire.
Okay.
All right. How about the last one before we go to break? How about a bear shaft?
Heather?
I'm looking at you. I have no idea.
No guesses on the bear shaft?
The part of a male bear where... No, go ahead.
No. This is deer hunting. No, the bear shaft is when you are aligning your bow, you're setting up your bow, and you have an arrow in there that has no fletchings, which is one that we'll get to. As no arrow, it's just the shaft of the arrow. There's nothing attached to it.
What do you use
you're
it
trying
for?
you're trying to balance and level out your
Okay.
you're setting things up. And there's
I believe
other
that's called
ones
a
that
stick.
there's other ones that we can get to.
Thank you, Greg.
The knock, the whisker biscuit. There's
the
a
what
lot.
now?
The whisker biscuit. We'll get to it, but we do
Wow.
have to get to a break. We're up against it. So those are some of the terminology that I want to make sure that you guys are familiar with. We'll talk more deer hunting when we return. 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, you guys, I have a really cool story that I want to share with you. I was talking to Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration, and he told me about this wedding he was just at recently. Awesome wedding downtown, but he said one of his patients was there, came up to him, so excited to introduce Dr. B to his fiance. And he continued on to say that his hair restoration treatment with Dr. B changed his life, and that it was because of his newfound confidence that he was able to go online and actually meet her. And then a little while later at that exact same wedding, another one of Dr. B's patients came up to him with almost that exact same story, but this time they were already married. And this patient was excited to introduce Dr. B to his wife, who he says he wouldn't have met if he didn't go to see Dr. B. How cool is that? And you guys, your life is waiting for you on the other side of your hair loss treatment. With a full head of hair that you can run your hands through, who knows what you'll have the confidence to do. So go to MichiganHairRestoration.com today and schedule your consult with Dr. B. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, Scott Harris quotes about Javi Baez's future in Detroit. Spoiler, you're not going to like them, but we got to talk about it. Tomorrow, the start of rifle hunting season. John has more words to throw out. We'll sprinkle them in. You also put the call out to the hunters in our listening audience. Mm-hmm. Are you on your way? Tell us about your plans. You had a question for the hunting elite.
Yes. Is it okay to watch the lions, or really anything else, while you're in deer stand?
Or is it not doing it the right way, the pure way? Are you soft? And then I said, hey, I didn't grow up with hunters in the family, as evidenced by the game we just played.
Yeah,
what am I missing? Tell me what is it that draws you to be a hunter?
Sure. And I think they're calling you out on Twitch as well.
I'm sure they are.
Heather is absolutely smoking Costa, and I love it. And then the reply to that one is even better, because Heather is a Michigan girl. Costa's Michigan citizenship is very suspect.
It's very true. It's very true.
Ticket Texture says Costa is the Greg of deer knowledge. If you missed our 2 grand slam.
Hang up.
Yes. Some have actually said that I should have created the 2 grand slam and asked Greg, double G Greg, if he had answers to any of those questions.
Some ticket text. Streaming in the stand is amazing. It's the ultimate enjoyment level. Why fight it? Embrace it.
I'm of the same mindset.
AirPods in. I listened to the game on Odyssey. Headed up in 2 hours. Super excited. This is like Christmas for me. Both of my boys will be there for the first time.
That's amazing. It is like Christmas.
I love the results of hunting, the food and whatnot, but if you actually enjoy hunting and killing a living creature, a small part of you is a psychopath. Signed, Sean the Mailman.
Sean, no, it doesn't make you a psychopath to put food on the table and to take an animal's life.
Guys, that was hilarious. It sounded like John held up. He could have said Heather wanted to rub her rack against the tree. She was acting as a deer.
When I was referring to those who are watching on Twitch, I major filter at that point.
Yep.
Yes, major filter.
Can someone please pull That's a Great Rack Drop from John? This one,
I knew that would be pulled.
Greg, can we please? This one says, my husband leaves today, heading to the Thumb, bow hunting tonight. Got the gun in the morning, hoping we fill the freezer on Sunday night. Brienne in Carlton.
Yes.
You guys argue no weddings during football, but give the okay for hunting during NFL games. Never miss a Lions game. You can't have it both ways.
Well, you don't have to miss. You can watch it in the stand. The technology says that it's okay now.
You can watch one at a wedding reception, too.
But that's more frowned upon. Like, other people will judge you if you're not
It is
paying
more
attention
frowned
to their
upon.
wedding.
It's because it's somewhere you don't want to be. Like, you want to be in the deer stand. You want to be watching the game.
I love weddings. I will go to anyone's wedding because I want to be there.
Yeah.
A lot of people do.
Hunting is
do.
a more solitary event.
It is.
So
I think that's what it is.
Right. It's you doing what you want. There is a
Right.
sort of
And
attention to the guests and the people that are having the wedding.
Sure. Yeah, it's something you want to be doing.
And I'll defend the hunters. You only get a certain period of the year where you're allowed to hunt
Yeah,
the way
2
you
weeks
want.
of rifle season.
You can get married in the springtime or the summertime,
Yeah.
or
And
any
you can
other
only
time.
watch football in the
besides-
fall.
Exactly. All right, we got phone calls to get to. We're never going to win over Heather. Let's get to Matt and Clausen. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Love the show.
Good morning, Matt.
Good morning. How's it going?
Good.
Driving up north now, heading up to the UP for hunt.
Where in the UP you going?
Mackinac County, Nobbin Way.
Okay. Have you been able to scout very much?
Yep, was up there 2 weeks ago, and then we go up in the spring as well, monitoring all the cameras and making sure everything is moving accordingly, trying to avoid all the wolves.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yes, you want to make sure you avoid them.
So, but I will say 100% game cast streaming, always got to do that. Unfortunately, we don't get a whole lot of good service up there, so can't really stream, but I will probably not be out in the afternoon. Hopefully our Lions will be up by a couple touchdowns by halftime so I can get back out for the afternoon hunt.
Matt, have you ever been in a stand and a wolf has walked underneath you?
I have not. I was actually talking about these yesterday, and literally as we were talking about it, had one come across one of our trail cams. So have not seen one in person, though.
It's an experience.
Appreciate it,
Yeah.
Matt.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Good stuff. Let's get to Mark. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, everybody. First thing, I'm just going to piggyback. I've seen a wolf in Ishpeming, Michigan at 69 yards on the ground. That is not somewhere you want to be. And when they turn and look at you with those yellow eyes, they look directly through you. Directly through you. And it kind of skirted, and I'm like, okay, I won the war. And I'm like, no, it's just coming in to get in behind me. And needless to say, I wrapped up my ground-pounding hunt and went back to camp. So, second thing, has anybody covered what a Bushmaster is this morning?
No, no, we have not asked that question. Bushmaster.
Jim?
All right. 450 is a caliber of rifle that has kind of replaced the 12-gauge shotgun here in our area. So a 450 the caliber, the Bushmaster is the rifle, and it was made famous kind of from Randy's over in the thumb, which is appropriately rated.
Mm-hmm.
Third thing, you can listen, not watch, you can listen to the Lions, because I listened to the Tigers during the playoff run while I was bow hunting the whole time. I think when you're buried in your phone, you're not paying attention, but when you're listening, your eyes are actually up. Also, shout out Murray Lake. I'll be there tomorrow, John, right in your neighborhood, Ann Arbor Road in Curtis.
Okay. All right.
Also,
yeah, good luck.
Also, hey, thank you very much. And, John, don't overlook bow hunting over at Western Wayne, all right? Don't overlook that. Get out there next year, okay?
Oh, well, hey, there's still plenty of time this year. Who says I'm not going this year? I always get out at some point.
Hey, John, I'll take you anytime you want. We both live right next door to each other, but I hope you're moving, as I heard, and hopefully you have some acreage to hunt on.
Oh, we're not far, and we'll test the homeowners association.
All right. We still have some hunting calls to get to. Javi Baez, the quote from Scott Harris, and, of course, your reaction to that. It's 97.1. Time for a phone call or two and a phrase or two from you, and then we'll get baseball in the mix. John, what else you got over there?
Oh, I got a couple of more terms I could share with you. How about a spike buck?
Spike.
The antlers are extra sharp.
Extra sharp. Spike. Are there any guesses?
No.
A spike is a buck that only has one tine on each side. So
Okay.
There's no branching. There's no 2 points on each side. There's no four. It's just
So
one.
you wouldn't want that. That wouldn't be like your
No,
gold
wouldn't,
buck,
wouldn't,
right?
wouldn't be one that you're hanging on the
Yeah.
wall. No. And depending on where you're at, and it depends on the state, depends on the counties, you might not even be able to shoot a spike buck. Sometimes you have to have a minimum
interesting.
number of points on a side. How about a nubbin?
No chance.
Well, it's like one of their tine broke off, and it's just a
nub. A
nub. No, not far off. Not far off. I'll be very kind. A nubbin buck is a year-old buck or a buck
it's a baby?
that the antlers that are growing have not yet pushed through their hairline.
Like Rudolph.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, his pushed through, I guess, but they're little.
So a lot of times when you shoot a nubbin, they look like a doe.
Oh.
And so, you could tag it as a doe. And again, it skirts the laws of you can only shoot a buck with, sides, antlers on each side.
Okay.
Fletching. I actually mentioned this already.
You did?
Yes.
Shows how much we're paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Fletching.
know.
Yes, I mentioned it when I was talking about the bear shaft.
Oh, it has something to do with the bow?
With the arrow. Yes.
the
The
arrow?
fletching,
The back of the
back of
arrow?
it. There's 3 fletchings on the back of an arrow.
Okay.
And what would you guess that those fletchings may do? Sometimes they're feathers. Sometimes they're plastic.
It lets you know where your bow is.
Well, yes, you can see it, but it stabilizes. It stabilizes
Oh, well,
the
sure.
arrow
Okay.
as it flies.
Makes
All right,
sense.
It's kind of the wings
Yeah.
of the arrow. Let's stay with the arrow. How about a knock?
Is that the end of the arrow?
Yes, it is. But which end?
The end that goes in.
No. That would be, you could have a broadhead, you could have a field point. All of these are terms that I have not brought up. No, the knock would be on the back end, and it's a notched, called a knock, that you put in the bowstring so that it stabilizes.
I thought it was the front because it'd be the one who knocks, right? You're the one who knocks.
Yes,
It's
yes.
going to be the first thing that arrives.
Yes. A last one. We'll stay with the bow hunting. Last one, and then we'll move on with this. And we have another couple of callers to get to. How about a peep sight?
It's like your
Your aim?
your little
Close.
what you look at through. Oh, you're
No, you're close. Go
like
ahead.
I don't know what they're called, but
Yes.
it's like the little look hole
It's
where
the,
you.
Yes, it's the hole in the
The
string.
peephole?
Yes. Please, again, tune
Yeah.
in on Twitch because this is very visual.
to set up your aim.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's the hole that you can have in your bowstring that you're lining up with the sight.
It's in the
with-
bowstring.
Yes, there's an actual hole, and there's a little disc that you can put in there. There's a lot of different versions of the peep sight, but yes.
Thank you, John.
Yes.
Bill
Be
in
able to look through
Warren. Let's get to the phones. Bill, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Wonderful. How are you?
Great, man. Best time of the year. Heading north on 75. We're going up between Cadillac and Travers, where there are still deer. There are no deer in the UP. People got to get over that. I'm a hunter-gatherer. We're going deep in the woods, tents, wood stoves, the whole 9 yards. I'm meeting up with guys from all over the state. We all played football up at Michigan Tech. Another caller called in about shooting a 450 Bushmaster. We refer to ourselves as the 450 boys.
Okay.
We have a great success rate. We're doing camp for a long weekend, and we're all set up, ready to go up there already. I'm heading north to meet them.
Wonderful. So you mentioned it's the best time of year. I think it is certainly one of the best times of the year. How long have you been preparing for today and obviously tomorrow morning?
Oh, I got ADHD, man. I started packing at like midnight last night.
Good luck,
No,
Bill.
Good luck, Bill.
We've been prepping for a while. We got a couple guys that live in the area. They set tents up, and then everyone gets out of work today and meets up there. So it's kind of like it's a test of manhood. You know, deer hunting is a dying thing. If it's not in your family, more than likely you're not going to hunt in life. So, you know, you got to get your kids involved and keep it going.
Yep. Hey, taking your kids is one of the greatest things and greatest experiences that you can have.
Absolutely. I got a couple boys right now. I think we're going to have a couple kids up at deer camp this year, and there's probably 4 or 5 boys that are going to be raised in that. So we're excited about that. But I got a quick joke for you guys.
Oh, please do.
Sure.
What's more expensive, deer nuts or beer nuts?
I don't know. Which one?
Well, you can buy beer nuts at the store for $2, but you'll always find deer nuts under $1. Have a good one, guys.
My God.
Thank you. The stand-up comedy hour will continue. John, let's shift gears here.
Okay.
We brought this up yesterday in passing, but I want to give it a little more room to breathe today. And we were talking yesterday about the a la carte streaming options. And before we took a phone call, I did read the quote from Scott Harris. Remember the woman's reaction?
Yeah.
Just an audible groan.
Oh, yeah.
We should spend a little time on this.
We'll go back to dad jokes.
Scott Harris on Javi Baez platooning next season, quote, "It makes sense on a whiteboard." Says, "We'll see how they perform and how they respond. First, we have to get Javi healthy for that even to be a possibility. I feel better about the shortstop position now than I did as recently as 5 months ago." Will fans revolt if Javi Baez is on the team to start the season?
Yes, they will. It's we've seen enough, and part of it is the contract. Well, a large part of it's the contract. A large part of it is his best years are well behind him. He's had plenty of time before they went down this road of injury, surgery, and hoping that solves it. Like, you go through the song, right? The shin bone connected to the leg bone, connected to the hip bone. Like, the hip bone's not connected to the eye bone. Like, it's just not, all right? So if you're swinging at things that are in the opposite batter's box, to me, that's not got to get your hips through it. You could swing, you could turn. That, to me, is just you can't read major league pitching.
He is the opposite of everything Scott Harris has preached for this organization, owning the strike zone and drawing walks and avoiding high strikeout numbers. Javi Baez is the worst culprit in the league, and you're not getting any power that comes with the swing and miss. If you want to platoon him, I don't understand how it makes sense on a whiteboard, because Javi Baez hasn't hit lefties for 2 seasons. And you know if he's against a righty, they're going to just throw it in the other batter's box, and he's going to swing and miss at the breaking stuff. He can't hit any pitchers of any hand. It does not make sense to play him at all, to have him have a roster spot at all. Now, if they want to play this out where they want to use his injury as a potential means to some sort of injury settlement where they don't have to pay the entirety of the contract in the event of a buyout, okay. But he can't be on the roster when the season starts. If they're not willing to spend their money to make him go away, how can you ask fans to spend their money to come and support this baseball team? You are not a serious team if Javi Baez is taking up a roster spot.
And it's just a hole in the lineup. I mean, it feels like it's automatic out. It's in an inning where you get 3 outs. You're going to it with 1 out already in the books. And it's just the amount of times, and I know that there's been some moments, like, the first game was against the Red Sox, right? And he wins it by the shot off the field or off the fence. You could probably go through the highlights and remember all of them because they set themselves apart so much from what Javi Baez does on a regular basis. And you're paying, $5 million per moment per season? Because there's only 4 or 5 of them.
Well, and that's the problem. It's a roster spot. You're looking to upgrade the roster. You were 1 win away from the ALCS. Him being on the roster would only be because his salary commands a spot, but it doesn't have to. You're paying him either way. It's a sunk cost. He will get paid either way. The fact that you would burden your baseball team by insisting he's on the roster is an issue. And I think Scott Harris is a smart baseball guy. I don't feel like I say that enough on the radio. I think he does a poor job communicating to the fan base. Well, I don't know what good comes of this comment right now.
He also gave himself an out.
Yes, but you know what I think unfortunately happens here? Because they're going to wait to see if he's healthy, it means they're not going to address the shortstop position in free agency.
That's the big concern, is that they don't even look or consider any other option other than, are we going to have Javi or not? Not, are we going to not have Javi and add somebody else? Well, that doesn't feel like it's an option.
Because these two are going to platoon. That's the way it looks on the whiteboard. By the way, Sweeney hit lefties better than righties last season. Right. Small sample. Why would you block Trey Sweeney? Give him all the reps at shortstop at that point. Like, that's where the messaging has been all wrong from Harris. And what's more important is not his messaging, but his actions. But, John, the messaging has been, the payroll question. We're not going to block guys. Javi makes sense on a whiteboard. Like, you do realize how this sounds to the Tiger fans that you want to ingratiate yourself to, that you want to believe in this baseball team.
Well, and you kind of already mentioned it in regards to the things that he is preaching. Scott Harris is preaching the value of the strike zone, whether it's on the mound or at the plate. There's no bigger villain of the strike zone than Javi Baez.
Yet it makes sense on a whiteboard. Listen,
but the out is
if he's hurt.
If we've got to find out if Javi can get healthy.
Ticket text, phone calls, your reaction if Javi Baez is on the opening day roster to start the season. It's 97.1.
Hey, looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, the YMCA is always welcoming new members with no contract and no joiner fees. I'm loving the YMCA family membership with access to indoor pools, Les Mills group fitness, hundreds of machines, all with free child watch while you work out and for less than $3 a day. And today you can go and try the Y for free. Visit any of the 7 Metro Detroit locations and get a free guest pass. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find what moves you today.
All right, look, it's bad enough that Javi Baez has not been bought out yet, but the idea that the president of baseball operations says it makes sense on a whiteboard to platoon him next season with Trey Sweeney is a concern. And I'm not going to freak out until it actually happens, but I think the fans will revolt if Javi Baez is on the roster for opening day. Even if the plan is to platoon him strategically only against lefties, he hasn't hit lefties the last 2 seasons. It's not, John's point, about him being healthy. He's undisciplined. He's awful in the strike zone. He swings and misses. And it's more pronounced against righties because the breaking pitch goes in the other batter's box.
I almost feel like he didn't finish that sentence where he's talking about it works on a whiteboard. I feel like the finish to that sentence is, but it may not work in real life.
That's what I'm hoping. And ticket texters and phone calls, you guys can react to this. I think a texter makes a good point. He says, I don't care as much about Baez as if the Tigers don't add a high-quality batter and pitcher. That would make me more mad. In other words, they could stomach Javi being here.
As long as they have somebody that can produce.
Yeah, if they say, hey, we're going to add a couple real impact guys. Yeah. And then it's not a question of, the team doesn't want to spend the money to get rid of Javi because the team just spent the money to add impact players.
Right.
You could offset it a little bit. I still wouldn't love him taking up one of the 26 roster spots, especially for a manager like AJ who utilizes all 26 roster spots.
Not just, taking up a roster spot, it's taking up a spot in the lineup.
Yeah. Let's get to Chris in Hazel Park. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing, guys? I got an idea. Mentioned platooning short. What about Wenzel Perez at short with Trey? He's hit righties pretty well last year. And then it opens up a lineup spot in the outfield to go get bat.
So I think they like his outfield defense overall. He's a switch hitter, so he's not an ideal platoon candidate, to be honest. And I'm not sure that I know he's an infielder in his past. I don't know that he played a lot of shortstop. That's not a position I just want to drop somebody into. I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh. Just curious. When Javi's staying here, it makes me very. I'm worried that they haven't done anything yet. And
I wouldn't worry about that yet. It's still early. Nobody's been signed of note right now.
Right.
I'm not trying to do the panic routine. I'm just telling you and relaying to you what they've said and what the reports have indicated. And it does not appear to be an offseason where they are gung-ho, looking to make a splash, looking to build the momentum from last season with some big external additions. If you combine that with Javi also coming back, it's going to be real hard to sell this fan base that you are serious about building off of 2024's maybe miraculous run. That's the other part of this. How real was it? To me, John, I don't really want to get caught up in how real last year was, because if you think it was real, it's a reason to add. If you don't think it was real, it's a reason to add. Yeah. I almost don't think it matters to get caught up in that part of it. Sam in Utica, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. So I've been a season ticket holder for the last 5 years, me and some friends, and I just cannot stand Javi Baez anymore. So we've already canceled ours, and it might be a little preemptive or quick to judgment, but I just don't want to go through it. And when you guys did the call earlier, Javi Baez is the Greg of the Tigers, okay? He hung up in the middle of the season. He has to go.
Yeah.
So by not being able to do another season of Javi Baez, does that mean you've been a season ticket for 5 years? If he's a part of this roster, are you thinking of not renewing your tickets?
Exactly. I'm not going to do it.
Now, Sam, what about the point that the texter made? What if they added Bregman, but you still had Javi on the team? Would that kind of cancel each other out, and you'd still be on board?
I'd like to see Guerrero on the team, Vladdy.
Sure.
The Tigers need to go after him.
He's
younger, on the table.
Younger than Bregman. You'd have to trade for him. Something Harris has said loosely that they are willing to trade. They have a great farm system now. Credit to Scott Harris. They are willing to trade some of those guys and pay guys. They just have to be the right guys. Toronto would have to be willing to move Vladdy, but he'd make a lot of sense for the Tigers.
Think about what's happening here. End of the season, adamantly, nobody wanted him on next year's team. Did anybody?
No.
Now the pivot is, see what they're doing to us? They're making us say, well, if you go get so-and-so or so-and-so, then we can stomach Javi. Javi does not deserve to be on this team. He is not going to get better. It's not because of the injury, the way he's performed. He's just declining from what he was, and he was always a strikeout hitter. They never should have signed him. They overpaid him, and you need to move on. And guess what? We want symbolism. The symbolism here is that they buy him out, and you take one. You know, that would make Chris Ilitch look good, right? Scott Harris look good.
Yeah, you take a bullet, basically.
Yeah.
You say, you know what?
You're paying him no matter what.
Yeah.
I truly believe what they're doing here is setting up for an injury settlement, and that'll save the Tigers money.
Tom, I'm okay with that.
They want somebody else to pay it, or they want some, like, whether it's through some sort of insurance or injury settlement where they don't have to pay the full freight. That's what they're doing.
As long as they are willing to pay the freight regardless, they're just exploring this, that makes sense to me. But it will be at the cost of not addressing the shortstop position in the offseason because they have to see how healthy Javi is. So if you're not going to address shortstop, more onus on addressing third or first.
See, I'm okay with addressing first and third and not shortstop. I don't think Trey Sweeney should be sharing time with somebody. Like, if that's going to be your guy that you kind of take the bullet for in the infield that doesn't hit much maybe but can defend, and he proved he can defend.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you let him grow and you let a young player, you take, like Parker Meadows last year.
Yeah.
Maybe you go through that experience with Trey Sweeney. Okay, let's do it. But it's anybody but Javi. Javi does not deserve to be on the field anymore. He is not going to turn this around. It was 2 years ago where he was supposed to turn it around. It's not going to happen. It'd be the most stunning thing in Detroit sports history if this guy turned it around and became somebody that could actually help the team.
He was a -1 WAR player last season. Even if he's healthy, I don't see him turning into the Javi Baez they thought they were getting.
He's the antithesis of what they want.
He is. Ticket Texter says, was considering a game package for next season until I heard the Harris comments and the plan to drag out Baez baseball corpse another season. I'll be a single game ticket buyer for now at this point. Mark from home. Texter says, you and everyone on this station needs to realize it has nothing to do with Scott Harris, and it has nothing to do with Steve Yzerman. The Illiches have become the new Fords. Chris isn't going to spend any money. Tracy on the way to Warren. No GM is just going to bash players under contract or tell the press and every other GM, yeah, we're just going to cut him. No one would do that. No, but you just cut him.
Yeah.
The season's over. He doesn't have a place on the roster moving forward on a good competitive baseball team. It's one thing to say, hey, we're not any good. We're just going to eat it while we rebuild. You made the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
You cut him. And if you want to explore the injury settlement, fine, but don't do that while failing to address the infield this offseason. Javi on the roster equals a boycott. Not going to give Pizza Boy any of my money if they aren't serious about winning, from an unnamed texter. Yeah, not great, John.
Yeah.
Not great. We will get to Heather's news. We have Dear John today at 9:02. John, you want some prompts on that?
Yeah, give me one.
Your prompts today are family recipe, family heirloom, a hunting debate, and when to let my son go hunting. So a nice mix coming up at 9:02. Heather's news. We've got Thursday touchdown. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random person that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Ken Cal's call. It's felt like the Red Wings are treading water at best this year, but if they're going to go on a run, they need Edvinsson in his first full season. They need better goalie play. Talbot was good last night. Still were outshot. Crazy stat we looked up pre-show. The Red Wings have been outshot in 11 of their 15 games. The 4 games they outshot the opponent, they lost all 4. Pistons played last night as well. Looked like a win until it wasn't. They got a favorable call late. Ron Holland missed 2 free throws. Go to overtime, and Giannis had himself a night. Scored 50+. Bucks win shorthanded, take down the Pistons. Pistons 4-3 in the last 7. That's kind of refreshing. And even the losses have been down to the wire losses for the Pistons. We've been talking about the Tigers. Some of your ticket text. Javi Baez makes sense on a whiteboard to platoon next season, according to Scott Harris. Ticket texter says, you guys aren't giving any credence to the impact the injury would have on his ability to hit and defend.
if it was only last year,
right? He
could make the argument.
John, last year he was a -1 WAR player. He was terrible. He hit 184. His OPS was 516. If you want to say some of that is the injury, okay. What's the excuse in 2023 when he played 136 games and was a .6 WAR player? His OPS was 593. And he didn't hit lefties, by the way. So I'm not sure how the platoon thing is supposed to work. When he was fully healthy in Scott Harris' first year, when Harris watched these games, he couldn't hit lefties. So I can't get behind the idea that he wastes one of those valuable Hinch roster spots. The idea that they would go into the season not addressing shortstop in any meaningful way because Javi has to have a chance to come back from injury. No, you buy him out. You eat the money. It's there either way. He's getting paid either way. Don't burden your baseball team. And John, could they still make other moves to maybe soften the blow? Yeah, if they add like a real third baseman or a first baseman, they bring in a starting pitcher with some caliber and pedigree. Yes, it would still feel like they half-assed it if Javi Baez is on the roster.
So I'll say this. Does the injury affect his ability to make plays in the field? Sure. Does it affect his ability, like a lack of power at the plate?
Sure, I'd buy it.
Does it affect his decision-making in when to swing at a ball that his bat can't even reach, even if it was twice as long?
No, he was already a hyper-aggressive swinger, and he would go after that stuff, and the case would be, well, he can't get to it anymore because of the hip. You know, I do think they're positioned for an injury settlement. One thing about that, if he takes that, I don't know if he can go out and play again.
Sure he can.
Like, the thing is, if you just buy him out, he can go play anywhere. But taking an injury settlement, okay, well, all of a sudden then...
Damaged goods.
Yeah.
And if I'm an insurance company, if he's playing for somebody else, how do I feel about paying it?
It may affect the level of contract, but he can go, he can double dip.
Yeah, of course. It might impact the insurance of all of it. Ticket Texter says, go get Willy Adames, signed Rocky. I don't think that's in the cards. Texter says, it makes sense on a whiteboard. Juan Soto in right field, Bregman at third. Like, what are we even talking about?
That's why I don't think, like, he was mid-thought and didn't finish the sentence. I know I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, but on a whiteboard, and then he follows it up with, first, Javi has to get healthy. What was missing was, it works on a whiteboard, but in reality, it may not actually be a part of the equation.
To our baseball team. Yeah. This one says, Harris comes off as a con man and the smartest guy in the room with some arrogance. He's had the typical ego of thinking he can build the team and find unpolished diamonds. Can't stand him. Will never buy more than a single ticket. Thanks, JOCQ. Okay, a couple things. I do actually think he's a smart baseball guy. I think if you look at their farm system and player development, it's clear he's made an impact on this organization. Do I think he could be better polished in his messaging to fans? Yes, to say the least. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, we will judge him on his actions, not whether or not he sounds like a con man. That's what I promise to do. I will judge them by the actions they make. It's a super pivotal offseason.
Wouldn't it be great to give Harris some truth serum? Do you want Javi on the team next year?
Is there a mandate? I think that's a fair question. Is there a mandate?
Yeah. It's like, and now AJ's going to have to answer all this in spring training again?
Yeah. Anyway, let's get to Heather's news.
If you haven't yet raked your leaves in the yard, you might not want to. If you have, I mean, it's kind of surprising that nobody has yet. Like, I can't imagine not. We have
Right.
because we have so many leaves.
yeah,
Like,
it's unavoidable.
we've already raked or blown the leaves like at least 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
And there's more to come because there's still leaves on the tree. But anyway, if you haven't done that, you've let the leaves sit on your yard, you might want to just leave them there because state officials are encouraging the no rake movement and sharing how leaving the leaves on your grass this fall can benefit the environment. So they say, 1, letting leaves stay on the ground throughout the fall, the winter, and spring is good for the environment because it provides a home for different animals and insects. You know, you've got the chipmunks, the toads, the caterpillars, the turtles, the boxworms.
But isn't it bad for your grass to leave like a
it's
ton of
horrific for your
leaves?
grass. Yes,
yes.
you will pay the price.
but-
and
Because you know what it sounds like?
Providing a home for these.
Yeah.
It sounds like
it's-
no mow May,
It-
where it's like it's an excuse to be lazy and not keep up with your yard.
Your yard is going to look like crap later on. But whatever, I'm sharing how
There's
it's good for the environment.
Plenty of
right?
other places where they can make their
John,
homes.
I didn't make this up.
Yeah, no,
This is what-
I think I sent it to you.
Also, keeping a layer of leaves is beneficial to the environment because as the leaves decompose, they nourish the soil. So they basically act like a natural fertilizer.
So does all the dead grass.
So if you decide to leave the leaves and then you don't use a leaf blower, which is what we do, so we're being very bad for the environment. They say a leaf blower, if you don't use one, you're reducing air pollution and fossil fuels. So that's good. Anyway, if you're going to get rid of the leaves, like most people do, there are some things you can do. Like if you want to leave the leaves, but you don't want a thick layer of leaves, you can kind of break them up to ensure that some sunlight does get down to the grass below.
Oh, so mulch,
So mow them?
mulch your yard.
Yeah, you can.
Basically what they're saying.
Yeah, you can like use the mower and mulch them and
Yeah.
leave them there, or you can just go out and kind of like,
Spread them around more.
yeah, I'm just saying.
Evenly, yes.
Now,
Just saying.
where does taking down the leaves stand?
Well, you have to take them down first, right? So we'd have to ask Stoney, I guess.
It's,
Am I missing
need some,
something?
I need some context. That
Remember?
was pre-me.
No, it wasn't. I think that was with you. Remember when Stoney said, something about going out instead of raking the leaves, he's going to take them down or something like that?
Like go to the branches and
yeah,
take them off the trees?
I would remember that.
Oh my!
All right.
I would certainly
Sorry.
remember that.
I don't know if you were here or not, but I remember his.
Heather was here.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
man.
here. Yes, he had to go down and take the leaves. Patrick
Shake the tree.
Mahomes and Travis Kelce were both recently targeted by burglars. So both of their homes in the Kansas City area were broken into. Thankfully, nobody was home at the time, so they were not there. But nonetheless, on Wednesday, Mahomes discussed the situation, calling it frustrating and disappointing. Makes sense.
Right.
I think we all could understand how it would feel if there was a burglar in our home, right? Porch pirates, you guys, could cost Americans $76 billion this holiday season. Because clearly we know the holidays are upon us and people are doing more online shopping than ever, which means we're having packages delivered to our door all of the time. And these porch pirates are ready to strike. They're on the prowl. 1 in 6 Americans report they've already had a package swiped this year. And because of this, there's some things you can do to make sure this doesn't happen to you. Most people are installing like the cameras, the doorbell cameras, do that. Not that that's going to stop somebody, but you could maybe catch them there. Or you can see when your package is delivered, right? That, oh, something's there on my porch, I better bring it in. And they say that's what you should do. Set up tracking on all of the packages you order so you know when they have arrived at your home. If you're going to be out, you can ask your neighbor, hey, could you go
Take 'em
grab
in.
the package? Or you could maybe have the delivery guy. You can tell them not to put it right on the porch. They could take it to the side where maybe the garage is. You can put it in different locations. But obviously they say, hey, don't leave it sitting out there, right? That's the key. Like, don't give the porch pirates the opportunity to get your goods. But that's a lot of money.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, we have the Thursday touchdown. Stay tuned, 97.1.
You guys, the holidays are here, and this year, get your girl what she really wants. Skip the big box stores and surprise her with a Beauty Bird Day package. Amy Wise and her expert team of nurse practitioners can help create this custom package just for you. Now, it can include Botox or microneedling or any number of their premium services. But guys, don't worry. If you don't know exactly what to choose, Amy can walk you through everything. What I love is that Beauty Bird always delivers a natural look that will leave your lady looking and feeling confident and beautiful. Don't struggle with the holidays again this year. Visit them in commerce or head to mybeautybird.com. That's mybeautybird.com.
All right, John, you ready?
Yes, sir.
People can send these in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. The first one, hunting debate. John, me and some of my friends got into an annual debate that always seems to come up this time of year. Bow hunting versus rifle hunting. I prefer bow hunting. It's pure, bigger challenge. The rifle hunting feels like easy mode by comparison. Some in our group will say, man invented guns because they're better than bows, and this time of year is their favorite. Where do you stand?
I like both. To be honest with you, I like to be able to reach out and touch them as far away as possible. I also like the close encounter of bow hunting. It really comes down to availability. We had the one caller, Western Wayne County. You're not allowed to use a rifle. So if you don't want a shotgun, in some places you're not even allowed to do that, then bow hunting is your only option. If I had to pick between the two, I would pick bow hunting just because I enjoy it more. I don't think it's better or worse than gun hunting. I love shooting guns, and I love hunting with guns. So for me, it's just a matter of availability. And Jack likes to shoot a bow.
Is bow hunting more difficult? I mean, I know nothing about it, but I feel like I would need like more training to shoot a bow accurately than I would need training to shoot a gun accurately. But maybe I haven't done either.
Maybe there's
so
a little bit more practice involved. So you obviously have to practice with your rifle. You have to sight it in. You have to do the same thing with a bow. You probably have to account for more variables like wind. It's going to affect an arrow or a bolt coming out of a crossbow more than it will a bullet. But if you're shooting 300 yards, you have to account for it as well.
I would have trouble even like getting the bow. Like I feel like you need a lot of strength for that.
So there's different draw weights. And the let off on the compound bow. So the technology has made it so much easier. So yes, I believe you could bow hunt as well.
If I got the right bow.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. This is another one about hunting. Dear John, my 16-year-old son was invited on a hunting trip, and I let him go and gave him money to reimburse the other parents for food and ammunition. He said he had a great time with his friend. His mom, my ex, is now very angry that I didn't consult her before allowing this to happen. She said she doesn't want him to go hunting again. I told her she has no say over what happens when our son is at my house. We got into a big fight over it. She has, let's see. She said, as long as he's under 18, we have to co-parent and make decisions together. The thing is, since he turned 16 and can go back and forth between homes on his own, there's absolutely no need for us to interact with each other anymore. And I told her so much. She said I need to respect her as the mother of my child and make decisions with her. I said, no, our relationship is over. Well, my girlfriend said I need to make nice with my ex because it will be better in the long run, which is making me wonder if I was unreasonable.
So your words were not the right choice of words. When at my house, my rules, you have no say, that's not going to go over well, no matter if you're talking about what you're feeding them for lunch or letting them go hunting. Now, there's so many different things that are going on here. Obviously, your relationship was over a long time ago. You do need to have a discussion. And having been a part of these discussions, they're not always going to be easy, but they have to be had. And you have to be able to use better language. In regards to, he can ultimately let him go hunting. The question I would have in terms of that topic is, what type of experience has the child been in? I'm not going to send him off with somebody if he's never fired a weapon before. And like that's unreasonable. Like, you have to go through hunter safety, and I would assume that he has, because you have to have it as a youngster to even get your license. So, but there's a lot going on there.
There's a lot going on. Yes, yes, you're being unreasonable. This is, to me, I didn't know all about you have to go through training. Like, I'm picturing this guy just sent off his son to go hunting.
Both need to be a little bit more reasonable. She needs to be a little bit more reasonable as well. If that is something that he has done, and especially something that he did while they were married, she knows that it's a part of his life, and he wants to share that with his son. Now, the issue may have been for her sending him with someone else versus going with her ex-husband.
There's a lot of backstory we need, because when you say it like that, if the dad was a hunter and the son's been hunting before, it's in his wheelhouse. To me, I took it as he's just going with a buddy, going out to hunt, never done this before, didn't consult with me. It is their son, still under 18.
Yeah.
yes, you have to co-parent still at that point,
Yes.
even if it's tough, even if you don't want to, you still have to.
What the son wants matters. If the son wants to go hunting,
It does matter, but it doesn't mean he has
doesn't
to
mean
get
he
what he
gets to.
wants.
Yeah.
right? But if one parent will okay it and the son wants to hunt, the other parent may have to just suck it up, right?
What?
Yes, it's.
No,
but
if my
there
daughter
are-
wants candy and I say no, she goes to daddy. Daddy looks at me and I said, I already said no. And he says, she already said, like, kids do
Right.
that. They play off each parent and which one's going to say yes.
But if he wants to explore a hobby and dad supports it, mom gets to say, like, swap hunting with wants to be on the baseball team. Mom can just veto it.
So this conversation comes up in terms of football. Like dad wants him to play football, mom doesn't, and now there's an issue. Like, okay, it's very different topics, but this is something that you need to communicate and work through.
Yes.
This next one is titled Family Recipe. John, I have this old family recipe for a pasta sauce. It's been passed down for generations. My mom taught it to me when I was a kid. And
Bolognese?
does not say. Says it became my thing. Make it for all sorts of occasions, birthdays, family gatherings, nights in with friends. Everyone raves about it. I take pride in it, and I keep it close to the original. One of my close friends, Emily, asked me for the recipe. She's been experimenting in the kitchen lately and thought it would be fun to try herself. At first, I laughed it off, but she kept pressing. Emily isn't Italian and doesn't have a lot of experience cooking from scratch, so I was a little hesitant. It felt weird giving away something that feels tied to my family, especially since my mom passed away and treated it as a family-only thing. I told her I didn't feel comfortable. She got annoyed, saying it's just sauce, not some huge family heirloom. Now things are awkward between us. She's been short with me ever since and made snarky comments about a dinner party of how I, quote, gatekeep sauce. Mutual friends have said I should just give in to avoid drama. John, what should I do?
Yeah. First of all, whether she's Italian or not, it doesn't matter. Whether she is a scratch cook or not, doesn't matter. Why wouldn't you want more people to enjoy the recipe that is the legacy of your ancestors? Like that to me is, now, if it doesn't turn out, okay, that's always a possibility.
Sure.
But the original always will be, hey, the best is always when they come to my house. But I would love for any of my recipes that somebody wants, I give it to them. Like, why would you want to gatekeep that?
It's a recipe.
Yeah.
Share it. They're meant to be shared.
Yes.
Food is meant to be enjoyed by all and shared by all. It's a silly recipe. To me, it's...
Well, it's not a silly recipe. It's a silly discussion about a recipe.
Yes, it's just share it.
Yeah.
It comes from this
What?
place of insecurity. Like
Food
if
unites.
you're more than the person who makes this sauce. I think it's very insecure that if other people know how to make it, then I won't be valuable in the
I
friend
won't
group.
be as special.
Yeah, share it. Food is meant to be shared.
It is. Finally, we have one called Family Heirloom. My family has 2 heirlooms that we give to a bride and groom when they get married. For the men, it's a set of cufflinks, and for the women, it's a bracelet. This tradition is essentially our family's way of saying we're accepting you into the family. We did this with our oldest 2 children, and now our youngest son is engaged. When my future daughter-in-law got engaged, I gave her the bracelet and explained that it was a family heirloom, expressing how meaningful it would be if she wore it at the wedding. I did say, you know what, if you don't want to wear it during the ceremony, that's fine. But if you could wear it maybe during the reception, that would be awesome, right? It's this white jade bracelet, and I shared the significance with her. Well, now with the wedding only a few months away, there's a problem. My daughter has been getting to know my future daughter-in-law and learned that she thinks the bracelet is ugly and is complaining about it. My future daughter-in-law even learned that she's been saying some hurtful things about me, calling me controlling for giving her the bracelet. Since she clearly doesn't want or respect it, I asked for it back. That's when things got messy. She made a big deal about how I was excluding her from the family by taking it back. Now she's pissed and calling me a jerk. My son also thinks I'm being a jerk for taking it back, even after I showed him what she had said. People are divided over this, saying that by taking it back, it implies I don't see her as family or trust her with the heirloom.
These are my least favorite topics. So here's what you do. You have a conversation with the future daughter-in-law, because there's a lot more riding on this than just whether she wears it or not. Everything comes and goes in style. And I mean, if she doesn't appreciate the fact that it's a family heirloom, there may be some issues there, but there are always things that you can get over and get around. If she's willing to wear it, what she thinks about it in terms of how it looks on her. If she's at least willing to take some pictures, wear it at the reception for a little bit, then just accept it. I mean, she doesn't have to like it.
The problem with this story, I think, is the actual daughter. You're hanging out with a new future daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law is sharing some gossip with you. Like, I don't really like the bracelet. I think it's ugly. I don't think it goes with my dress.
Right, and then you're going to go report to mommy?
Yeah, that's your problem.
Don't
your
be 5-0.
daughter is the problem. Yeah. She should never have shared that information in the first place.
But again, be open. These are not easy conversations, not comfortable conversations. But have the conversation with your daughter.
Yeah, but you can't take the bracelet back,
you
right?
Can't.
No, you can't. But then again, have the conversation with your daughter-in-law and say, okay, I understand that it might not be your style, but what you said was very hurtful to me. And
she probably thought she was venting and speaking freely.
I
didn't
agree.
know that it was going to be relayed in those harsh terms.
Right. Again, it's covered, but it does open up the opportunity where if something in the future happens, now you have that communication that's already been opened up. That daughter and future daughter-in-law can come to you.
Sure.
You can go to them. There needs to be communication.
Well, I agree with that, but I do think she completely messed up by asking for it back. Because that daughter-in-law is always going to have that. Like, that's...
Yeah.
There's going to always be that in the back of my
how do you
then
feel
talk to her
about
about it and explain this is why I asked for it back.
it'd still be there in my mind.
How do you feel about insisting that she wears it?
Yeah, women never forget anything.
The insisting on wearing it, I think, is a little extreme because I do think women have an idea of what they want their day to look like. And I know it might sound stupid, even as small as a little bracelet. It's still something, if she doesn't think it matches or goes with her dress, I don't think you should insist on her wearing it.
Well,
I think
you can't just put it on for one picture.
No, the
take it
picture's
off?
fine. Yeah. Wear it for a photograph. It'd be really nice to get in a picture.
This one is for my mother-in-law. I'm going to put it on.
Yes.
Take the picture. Take it off.
And that is Dear John. It's 97.1.
Oh, hey. I do want to let you know what is going on over at First Merchants Bank. I've been talking about that for some time. Hey, when it comes to your finances, you need a bank that gets you, understands you, and is genuinely interested in your success. And that's what I've been sharing with you. It's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and build a financial plan that fits your situation. And as that plan changes, maybe you're buying a new house, you get a chance to continue to modify that plan. They're there for you every step of the way. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Some reaction to Dear John. Will go Lions MVP before the show ends. And if there's time, a little Red Wing Piston head-to-head comparison. Ticket texters with their thoughts on this. The Colonel wouldn't say it's just a recipe.
Okay, yeah. If it's a proprietary blend that you are making money off of, that changes the equation. This is not that.
That family recipe could be worth millions. Ask many fast food and restaurant owners. Don't just share it openly.
Well, then go and sell it and make money off of it. But she's not doing that.
Right. Yes, it's not the difference between Coke and Pepsi.
We are being told we're out of touch. It's a giant Italian thing. Families pass down secret recipes all the time.
Well, you're Italian, is it?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Okay, so you have. Okay,
I can speak for all Italian people.
Yes, there you go.
Okay.
Yes. Would you share your bolognese?
Yeah. I'd share any recipe I have, Italian food or otherwise. Like we talked about, it's meant to be shared. If you have something that tastes good that other people like and you can bring that into more people's lives, do it. That's what it's there for.
Here's where it would become an issue. If they make it, it's really good.
Better than yours?
Well, I don't care if it's better or not. I mean, they could tweak it. That's fine.
That's what
that's what it's supposed to be. But if they say, oh, this is my family recipe, if they try and commandeer it, now you've got an issue.
Yeah, that's right. This one says it's a family recipe. It's a family recipe. Ask that person to make it for you if you want it so bad. No, if especially like you said, she's getting into cooking. This person's starting to cook a little more.
I want to make something good.
Yeah, when you have a recipe to follow that you know is going to be good.
Yeah. Oh, I got this one from Lisa.
The thing with recipes, I understand. Look, if you have a business, you're protecting something, right? Or you're trademarking, you're doing whatever to protect that. Other than that, though, I think a travesty in life is that recipes die.
Yeah.
Because there used to be a pizza place downriver called Peppina's, and I thought it was the best pizza ever. And then, unfortunately, the place burned down in the early 2000s. And I can't get that pizza anymore. Now, I don't know if the recipe's still out there, but
it's lost.
It's a shame that food is not there for people anymore.
I get it.
We have some Italian on Italian crime on the ticket texter. This one says, I'm 100% Italian. Share the damn recipe. Some of these people are nuts.
Yeah.
On the wedding heirloom topic, if she isn't going to wear it, the mother has every right to ask for a family heirloom back. Maybe she can give it to someone who would want to wear it.
Right. But again, it all starts with the conversation. And if that's the case, I think the conversation should have happened first. And if she says, I'm never going to wear it, she probably would have offered it back without you actually asking for it.
Yeah, I don't think you give it to her and then take it back unless there was that conversation. It's like, hey, I only want to give this to you if you're going to wear it on your wedding. And if you're not going to wear it on your wedding day, I don't like that either. Like
the reason for giving it is to welcome you into the family, and they will be in the family after the wedding, so they should keep the heirloom, even if there's bad blood.
Agreed.
One more ticket text. I think this is one who's talking about the hunting story. I'm with the dad. The mom can kick rocks.
Yeah.
Phone calls.
Co-parenting doesn't go well when that happens. I know.
You have some experience in the matter.
Yes. It's not an easy situation to deal with, no matter the topic at all. So, but then you throw one on there that can be a hot button, like hunting, and hopefully the communication started long before, and it doesn't sound like it did in this situation.
Yeah, they're fighting an uphill battle there. Paul in Waterford, you're on 97.1.
Well, thanks for taking my call. It's an honor to chat with you three, actually.
Oh, well, thanks for calling.
My grandmother, who came from the old country and went through Ellis Island, used to make the world's best Swedish meatballs. And what she told me is that when other people asked for the recipe for her Swedish meatballs, she would leave out an essential element. And then that way hers were always better than everybody else's. And then when she passed, I got her recipe books thinking I would make the Swedish meatballs. She kind of kept them all in Swedish and would cross out the amounts and then write in like a pinch or a dash or something like that. So I could never recreate the actual, Grandma Glumequist Swedish meatballs.
Sounds like this is a topic that you have talked about with family before.
It is. There is some serious irony that you brought it up. I truly say that, John.
Well, thanks for calling in, Paul.
Yes.
Appreciate you listening.
People do that. And everybody could do it. The recipes are their possession, and until you give them away. But like Tom said, I would hate for, if I have something that the kids love, that one, they wouldn't want to share or couldn't share, or that if something happened to me, that they wouldn't be able to recreate. Being able to recreate it brings back memories of meals that you had with that loved one.
And their legacy carries on as opposed to dying off.
Yeah. And you don't want it to be, damn, Grandma, she left out the ingredient.
Shaking your fist. How could she? Let's get to Heather with the news.
So I've got some information. You know, it's the year end kind of. We're getting there. So you always get like the end of year things. And Michigan's most popular state park or recreation area campground for 2024 has been named, and it was Ludington State Park.
Great one.
Yeah, so more than 300 campsites between its three campgrounds. It took the popularity title this year with 45,470 nights camped.
It's packed all the time.
Which is pretty darn cool. They say, you know, next year it won't get that because they're shutting part of the campground down. And that's why it always switches, because sometimes campgrounds don't have all of their sites open. It's not available for everyone to go use. But the other campgrounds with the most nights camped were Holland, South Higgins Lake, Traverse City, and Wilderness Park.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty
Great
cool.
ones.
Yep. Travis Kelce doesn't believe James Houston Gatorade excuse, and I don't think anybody does. You know, I was thinking about it more, like maybe he doesn't even believe with the laughing, crying cat emoji and the pile of poop. Like I took it as kind of like it was Gatorade. Like maybe he wasn't using it as a real excuse. He was just throwing it out there. But anyway,
just own it.
I agree. Just own it at that point. Kelce says he doesn't believe him because it's actually happened to him before. Ew, exactly. It is gross, but apparently, John, it does happen.
Life of the NFL. Yes, it does.
How common is it?
I wouldn't say it happens every game to someone, but it's frequent that it does happen. Now, the issue with hopping in the shower is, I mean, you probably have your ankles taped. You don't want to get your ankles wet. But it does become a messy situation that you have to deal with one way or another. And if you don't have white pants, sometimes you just let it ride.
But most of it happens because it's an accident. Like it's like you
don't crap your pants on purpose.
No, because he says when you got to pee, you just pee your pants. That's not an accident.
It's very different than crapping your
Well,
pants.
I don't know. I'm just trying to clarify because one is done definitely on purpose.
You try it both ways and let me know if there's a difference.
Well, I can only imagine, but I'm just saying, like when you have to go to the bathroom, you've said you just would pee.
Yes.
And so, I thought, well, maybe if you had to poop, you'd just, all right, let it go. I don't know. Speaking of Jason Kelce, his new holiday song, Maybe This Is Christmas, is what it's called. It's this duet with Stevie Nicks, has hit the top of the iTunes 100 holiday chart, actually beating out Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You. And Mariah Carey's song is like the number one Christmas song. She is known as the Queen of Christmas. At least that's what she calls herself. So at this moment, we have a new king of Christmas for the moment. It is early. However, I have already started listening to Christmas music, so I'm in there. Right. Did you guys hear about... Oh,
we're sorry.
I'll tell you later.
I guess so. All right. Coming up next...
Tomorrow.
Ooh, what a tease. Coming up next.
Tease of nothing.
Tease
you
of
have
nothing.
No idea.
Stay for a full day and find out. Brian Branch, team MVP, or is it somebody else? And a head-to-head comparison for the Red Wings and the Pistons. It's 97-1. Red Wing rookie gets it done. Wings pick up a win. Piston rookie, yikes, missed a couple free throws at the end of regulation. We'll do a comparison of these two teams. But, John, Lions. Never need to twist your arm to talk about this football team.
No.
There are a bunch of guys who've stepped up lately that have helped this team go on this run. 8-1. I flippantly said Brian Branch is the team MVP in the Thursday touchdown. You didn't fight me on it.
No.
I think you agree with me.
Yeah, with Aiden Hutchinson down, I do agree with you. And, I mean, you could always say because the quarterback, and if a team loses a quarterback, who can go on and have the same expectations moving forward? I get that. But the impact that Brian Branch has had in regards to being the team MVP, or the conversation that did start in the touchdown of should he be in consideration for Defensive Player of the Year? His effectiveness on every level of the defense. He could play any position in the secondary and be one of the best in the NFL to do it. He is graded as the best safety in the NFL. This is year 2. He's a second-round pick.
Yeah.
Think about, he's the Amon-Ra St. Brown of defense. I know Amon-Ra was taken in the 4th, but this is the impact that he's having because he can get after the quarterback. He plays the run with ferocity and violence. He can play a linebacker position. He can cover nickel from the nickel position. He can cover slot receivers, cover corners. I mean, he can cover everything.
If you want to blitz more, and that was their first adjustment when Aiden went down, you have to have guys on the back end who can hold up. And I think specifically in the intermediate areas where some of the toughest matchups are in football, tight ends, running backs, some of these slot receivers, some teams will put their best receiver in the slot to create a mismatch, and you can't do that when you have someone like Brian Branch who's instinctive, who's always where the ball is, and he's creating all kinds of, we use the word havoc, he's making plays. And yeah, I think you could say he's the most valuable player on this team. Now, if you want to say it's the quarterback and it's always the quarterback, then fine. Then there's no point in even having the discussion. We'll just shut it down and we'll move on. But maybe if we leave out the quarterback, John, is there even another, like Penei Sewell maybe? Because this team runs right, and when they're in crunch time, he can make the difference. But I think it's a very short list of guys that are in that Branch tier in terms of importance on this football team.
I mean, it's okay. You could talk about Gibbs's impact.
Sure.
You could talk about Penei Sewell's impact. You could talk about Ali McNeil's impact, especially since he signed the contract. Like he has taken his play to another level. But I don't know that any of them really reach, because when you're talking about Brian Branch and the safety position, what did I mention? He could play the nickel position. We've seen him line up in the corner position, safety position, either safety. He's literally all over the field. We see him line up at the end of the line of scrimmage. We see him line up, linebacker depth. And again, I don't want to take anything away from any offensive lineman. Frank and his ability to make calls, like he has actually involved in both sides of the line of scrimmage, or both sides of the offensive line. Penei Sewell is limited to one side. And yes, I know that they've used him as a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
They could move him to left tackle.
Don't put limits on him.
But they don't. And so he is lined up 99.9% of the time at the right tackle position. Brian Branch lines up everywhere.
Sewell was beat on the one of the interceptions that Goff threw, and it was startling because he's never beaten. And you really you realize in the moment, oh,
he is human.
But more important, they've played 9 games, and this is the only thing I can think of, the only time that he's really gotten just legitimately beat.
I think he gave up a sack against, was it Tennessee?
But the feet got tangled on that one.
Right, he got tripped.
I'm talking legitimately, he goes into a pass set, the other guy across from him legitimately beats him. I think it's happened one time in hundreds of snaps, thousands of snaps. And then I know in the run game, if you look at the numbers, John, rushing yards to the right side versus rushing yards to the left side, specifically when Decker was out, they said, we're going behind Penei Sewell when we need to have it. I think outside of Goff, who's the quarterback, Branch is the MVP of the offense, and Sewell, to me, is the MVP of the defense. Sorry, other way around.
That would be amazing.
That'd be incredible.
Wow.
Two-way players.
Yeah.
Branch is the MVP of the defense,
Iron Man
Sewell of
football.
the offense.
Yeah. Because when I think about Brian Branch and the fact that they can use him really, and it's just a matter of creativity. And I think, okay, what is the offensive player that gives a defensive coordinator that type of a weapon?
Yeah.
And it's, okay, at times you could say Sewell. Honestly, it's Gibbs. What he does and allows Ben Johnson to do, because they can line him up as a receiver, they can line him up in the backfield, they can throw him the ball, they can run the ball, they can run in a number of different ways, they can put him in motion, handle the ball. Like it's unbelievable what he allows Ben Johnson, and you're only limited by Ben Johnson's creativity. Defensively, you're only limited in how you use Brian Branch by Aaron Glenn's creativity.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say with Gibbs is it's just the way that they use the running backs. They're both part-time players, and it's for their benefit. They stay fresh. You get the most out of them. Once one guy wears down the defense, the other comes in, and vice versa. So I don't think I'd put Gibbs as the MVP of the offense for that reason, because he's a part-time offensive player.
No, I'm just talking about what he allows the coordinator to do. The creativity. It's that style of weapon that the offense has in Gibbs, like the defense has in Branch. And how good does Branch make everyone else around him?
Ticket Texter says the MVP question for this football team is Sewell. He's taken out multiple defenders in pass pro and in the run game at times, and they always look to him for short yardage. It is pretty crazy when you see him down block, clear out one guy, and then look for more work and find another guy. You go, how did they run for 40 yards on that play? Number 58. Let's get to the phones. Joe and Highland, you're on 97.1.
Joe, good morning.
Joe.
Good morning. Oh, hey, sorry. Hey, I wanted to talk about another draft pick that we got last year that I think is going to be another steal of the draft. The young guy from Utah, Vaki. He's already the number one rated special teams player in the league. And last week when he took out not the punt, not the
Joe? Oh, Joe.
Joe started off rough. Thought it was going to get better, but
bye, Joe. Sorry, cut out.
Yeah, I do think Vaki was. We were wondering. I don't think we questioned the pick. We were wondering because he had played offense, defense at Utah, but he's been a great pickup.
He looks like he's going to be one of those special teams aces, maybe a Pro Bowl special teamer down the road.
Well, they had a Pro Bowl special temer a year ago in Jalen Reeves-Maybin.
Yeah, maybe he's the guy that replaces him as kind of the captain of the special teams, and then you might not. We really don't know what he can do at running back. That's probably years down the line. Although I do think, when Ben Johnson, how would he say it? The there's a lot more left in the playbook.
The well is deep.
The well is deep is the phrase I was looking for.
That may be week 18. If they got the number one spot locked up, you don't want to bang up Montgomery and Gibbs. Well, let's see what Vaki can do.
Or maybe they're saving it for the Niners.
Could be.
Yeah.
Well, it's why we had a text yesterday saying their concern was that the Lions are peaking too soon. I don't feel like they've played their best football. And to Ben Johnson's point, I think they've got stuff that's set up that they haven't even utilized yet.
Well, the last couple games, I was thinking about this, and I'm like, I can't even put this in as a topic, but I'll tell you what's on my mind. The offense has been a little shaky lately. It was a little shaky in Green Bay, although I think they took the foot off the gas because of the elements. It was shaky definitely the other night for the first half.
Yeah.
The Titans game, you had so many big plays and the special teams effect. It's like, is the offense, I was thinking, like, it's so hard to criticize this team because they've been so dominant,
Yeah, so you said, and I don't think you're wrong, that there's still, the offense has had some lulls this year. First couple weeks and last couple weeks, they're scoring 31.6 points per game. It's the second best in the NFL behind only Baltimore, and it's by, a fraction of a point. And we feel like there's still more for this offense.
Right.
Because think about it. J-Mo's missed a couple games. Like how Laporta at times this season has had his role grow but also diminish. It feels like they still haven't hit their stride yet offensively.
No, so I'll ask this question. Where can the Lions get better? So when you look at all 9 games that they played to this point, 11 remaining, which game has been their most complete? Where is it that offense, defense, special teams were all hitting on all cylinders? Because the goal is that in the playoffs, you're starting to see more of that. Obviously, the Super Bowl, if you're peaking at the right time, the Super Bowl is the one where you put all 3 pieces together and you're not missing a beat.
Yeah, the game I would answer is probably the Cowboy game, where they were their most complete this season.
I agree with that. That was the rock show coming to town.
But that shows me that this team can get up for stuff. Because I know the Cowboys aren't very good, but this team clearly had something that they wanted to let out, some vengeance that they wanted to get out of that football game.
There was intent.
Yes.
Like besides just winning the game, there was like, we want to destroy them.
So like when they go to San Francisco later this year, or if they meet in the playoffs, there's another gear for this football team.
Packers at home, Bears on Thanksgiving.
Yep.
The Bills, the Niners. Like those are games where you want to arrive with intent to do great harm.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of these are just setting up. This is why it's like storybook to a degree, because like Thanksgiving, Campbell's using, this city hasn't seen a winner on Thanksgiving since blah, blah, the motivating factors. This team came in here with the Packer game the next week and kicked your crap out of us, It's just like it's just laying up for every single thing. That's why it's so hard to pick them to lose a game again.
You're welcome to join the 15-2 Express.
I'm comfortable where I'm at right now.
I'll offer it again.
Can I get on later? We gave you 8,000 chances, and then you one-upped us.
I'll give you as many chances as you want, guys. I'm not going to exclude you. You're welcome at any point on the 15.
The Buffalo game is the one I'm really wondering right now, because I feel like I think the end of this story is, can the Lions beat a dominant franchise quarterback? And to me, that's the best one they're going to play.
Chance coming up in December. All right, coming up next, the Red Wings, the Pistons. Which team will deliver more for its fans this season? We'll answer it next, 97.1.
Hey, we've got football tonight, so get ready to tackle NFL action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's new customers. All you got to do is win a $5 bet, and you're going to get $150 in bonus bets. Try to put together a same-game parlay for tonight's game. It is the Commanders traveling to Philadelphia, and maybe it's Jaden Daniels, anytime touchdown. Saquon Barkley over rushing yards. A.J. Brown over receiving yards. It's just one that you might be able to put together. They got some you could choose from, or you could build your own. Build it however you want. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this season. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, John, I asked the question, and it's built in that we're grading on a curve.
Yeah.
Wings won last night. Pistons lost last night. Which one of these teams will deliver more for its fans?
Well, it's the Pistons. That's the easy one because the bar is so low. It will deliver. I think it's already delivered. And the expectations are so much different the conversation is different for Trajan Langdon versus Steve Yzerman. Mm-hmm. It was a team that missed out because of a tiebreaker on going to the playoffs last year versus a team that had the worst season in franchise history. They've already won more games. It took the Pistons almost to the end of January to win their 5th game. And so the bar is so low, they're entertaining. They could be, because the conference is so bad, at least it's starting off so bad, that they could be in a conversation for a spot in the play-in tournament.
I was going to ask you, what's the payoff for Pistons fans? Like this, they are better.
A team that wins 30 games or more. That's how low the bar is.
And I don't know that 30 gets you in the play-in, by the way.
No, it might not. It probably won't. No, 30 won't. 35 might.
Right. I don't know that they're winning 35. Listen, I'm encouraged. It's refreshing. They're much more competitive. They're finding ways to win some of these games, last night notwithstanding. There's still turnover problems from Cade. There's still defensive issues from this team. The bigger payoff is the Red Wings. The Red Wings are going to be in the playoff chase, I think, all season long. And if they're right there, you have a chance to deliver for your fans in a way that the Pistons can't hope to deliver for their fans.
Well, let me rephrase. There's a number of different ways we could rephrase this question in terms of the payoff for the fans. I don't know how many games the Pistons have between now and the end of the calendar year.
Sure.
Do they win more games before January 1st this season than they won all of last year? They're 9 away.
They had 14 last year. Such a low bar. Probably not, but the fact that you even ask it. I actually think the fact that this is even a question we can ask speaks to the Pistons being off the mat at least.
So, okay, keep talking.
Fill the airtime, Jim. I know they had, I think it's 8 games in December. I don't know how many they have the rest of November, but let's say they play
9 in November.
Let's say they play another 18 games. I don't think they're winning
17.
Okay.
So do you think they go 9 and 8? No,
I don't.
I don't think they either. But the possibility is there.
That it's even close. Yeah. To me, the Red Wings, clearly, some of this is going to have to level off, okay? They're getting outshot in just about every game they play. And either that's going to doom them and they're going to fall apart, or we're going to see games like this weekend where they outshot the Rangers and outshot the Maple Leafs and lost, and that's going to start to pick up a little bit too. I just think there's clearly more star power where the Red Wings are. You have Patrick Kane. You have Lucas Raymond. Raymond's had a nice start this season. People aren't talking about it.
You got Raymond. You got Sider. You got the new contracts that they're playing with. You've got some of the young players that are getting a shot, and they're, some of them are actually playing good enough to stay around at least.
Yeah, Kasper's at least got his footing.
But the expectation is it's a playoff team. And if they don't make the playoffs, the payoff's not there.
The problem is they look more like the team that finished the season last year than the team that was there for 4 or 5 months. By the way, the Pistons, if they doubled their wins, it's 28-54. It's just so. If they tripled their wins, they would be above 500. I do think
it's such a low bar.
I would say ceiling right now. I think they've put 35 wins on the table, maybe.
See, I think that's going a little too far.
I think the East is awful. The East it's unbelievable how bad the East is, and so part of this is the fact that the other teams are bad too.
But if you're going to do that, you got to beat teams like the Bucks last night.
Right.
When they're shorthanded, when they're playing 8 men, and they're missing Lillard and a couple key players. Yes.
Make a free throw. It's like, and then maybe they will down the road. That'll help them and stuff. They're just.
I was a little surprised they even got those free throws, to be honest. I mean, they took forever to review it.
They're just more refreshing because it's new players, new coach. The Red Wings seem very stale to me right now.
It's a tough watch.
You had the stat they've outshot their opponent 4 times this year only. And they're 0-4.
Yeah, you asked me this when I came in today.
Are those the 4 games that Jim went to?
You've only been to 3, right?
I was at 2 of them, I think. I've been to 3, yeah. So the stat was, how many games have the Red Wings been outshot? And it's 11 of the 15 games they've been outshot. So there are 4 where they have had more shots than the opponent, and they are 0-4 in those games. Yeah, I mean, it's bizarro.
So when's the next time you go down to LCA?
Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
So they're 0-3 when you go, right?
Yeah, and they've lost by 3 or more goals every time, yeah.
And they're 7-4-1 when you don't go.
I guess that's how the math would work, yeah.
So for now, I think it's too early. We do need to monitor this.
Oh,
At
we
what
will.
point do you become the problem? The problem is that they haven't played good in other games. I mean, okay,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like they're very tough to watch.
But I thought, okay, Talbot played well yesterday, right? And the offense, I know it's a favorable matchup, at least took advantage of the matchup, and they picked up a win. They picked up 2 points. You got to do that stuff, right? Pittsburgh was a team that was certainly not as good this year, but playing for the playoffs last year.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is they need Talbot to play 60 to 65 games,
Which
and that's
is
not
not
going to happen.
sustainable. No. Gator, our question we just asked to end the show was, which of the two teams will deliver for their fan base more, the Red Wings or the Pistons?
For this season?
Yeah.
I think the Red Wings. I think the Red Wings make the playoffs. I don't think the Pistons do. But I like the direction the Pistons are heading. I mean, they've been competitive in just about every game so far this year, which is important. I don't really care about load management. That's throughout the league.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, you look at like last night, for instance. People say, well, Dame Lillard didn't play. I don't care. Did anybody complain because Jaden Ivey was out, Fontecchio wasn't playing?
No Hardaway.
Yeah, I mean, so it's you play the games in front of you. They had a chance to win last night. It was unfortunate what happened, but I was still encouraged by last night. In fact, I was encouraged by Ron Holland. I like the way he plays. I didn't like that he missed 2 free throws to win the game, but that's a rookie succumbing to pressure, and that's okay. It's going to happen, and he can learn from that.
What do you guys got coming up today on the show?
Well, we'll discuss last night's game a little bit and what happened at the end there with Ron Holland and some stuff to like with this Piston team. We got tons of NFL with the Blitz thingy at 10:30, Lions stuff to kick around. Red
You guys
Wings.
getting ready for opening day?
Yeah, that's going to come up.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
At least, yeah.
We are probably the most hunter-friendly show hosted by 2 non-hunters that there exists.
Probably.
Honestly.
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah, we love talking about opening day, which isn't today, it's tomorrow. Right?
No, yes, it is tomorrow. Yes, yes. You got to make sure you're ready for it, though.
Yes. Are you ready for it?
Oh, yes. I'm ready. Especially a bye week. There's a good shot. I get to shoot.
Yeah.
Shoot my shot.
There you go. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
All right, Carson Anderson are next, 97.1.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program. I am Karsh. That is Anderson. Hello, Anderson.
Hello, Karsh.
How are you today?
All right. Just working on my free throws.
Okay, look. 19 years old, at the free throw line, a second to go, and yeah.
I'm fine with it.
He missed them both.
I'm completely fine with it.
I'm way more impressed with a lot that went down last night than unimpressed.
Yeah. I mean, if you watched the first part of that game.
When they were killing Milwaukee?
Yeah. Ron Holland I think it's a nice find there. That's a good pick. I like his energy. His willingness to play defense is huge. And he's a slicer, man. He gets to the rack and he finishes, which is what you need. Now, can he shoot? I don't know if he can shoot or not. Unfortunately, the free throws were missed at the end there. That was a 91% shooter going into those free throws. So it's a very small sample size, but so I don't know if he's a shooter or not. But at 19, you got time to develop a shot. But I like the fact that he's already pretty good defensively and that he has the ability to take it right to the rim.
Yeah. Well, the thing that impressed me most about last night was on Tuesday night, the Pistons put together a brilliant sideline out of bounds play to basically win the game. They were down 2. They got the sideline out of bounds, and Spo took the timeout he didn't have, and the Pistons got a free throw and won the game. On Wednesday night, they put together another brilliant sideline out of bounds play. And in many ways, this one's more impressive to me. Jalen Duren has this catch radius of like a pterodactyl, and the the leaping ability of one of those dudes going off a tramp.
Okay.
Yeah, and he is an easy target.
That's short for trampoline.
Sorry,
for those that are worried.
But the Ron Holland play was way different. There weren't any screens involved. It was just basically a bunch of guys running in circles, and then Holland from the arc takes off to the hoop, and Cade lets it go, and it almost worked to perfection. But
you should save that for the dunk contest.
Well,
that was going to be spectacular if he was going to put it in.
Yeah, it would have been spectacular. And so then, for people who missed it, it's a tie game with a 1.2 to go or 1.4 to go, whatever it was. And again, back-to-back nights, they put together brilliant end-of-game sideline out-of-bounds plays that both worked. I mean, one was a finish with a dunk. The other one, Ron Holland got fouled. And okay, got it. Yep, he missed the 2 free throws. But he's 19, man. He's 19. And he's got to get used to the stage and the comfort. And did he look nervous? Yes, he looked nervous. We were all Ron Holland last night. That's how every last one of us would look.
I'm not going to kill the kid, 19 years old, but you do have to make one of them. And he's going to learn, hopefully get better from this and grow experience. But I just want to give Bickerstaff or whoever drew up that play even more flowers, Doug.
Yeah.
Because not only was it another great after timeout inbounds play, the deception they did was Jalen Duren was not on the court. If you're ever going to throw a lob at the end of the game because you have to throw a lob, you want to throw it to Jalen Duren. When they came out of that huddle and Jalen Duren's not one of the 5 Pistons, as a Milwaukee Buck player, like, well, they're not throwing the lob.
They're going to throw somebody to shoot.
They're going to throw someone to Beasley or whoever, right? No, but they came, and I feel like it was a Ben Johnson type play where, like, no, we're going to throw to Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
You're not going to expect it. And Ron Holland's athletic. He can catch that, but you expect it to be Jalen Duren. So it was a great play and great deception as well.
Rope-a-dope.
Yep.
Does Penei Sewell make the free throws? 2, 4, 8, 5, 3.
Oh, he can do anything.
Yeah.
Penei Sewell would have dunked it, actually.
No, I agree with you guys. I thought the play was brilliantly drawn up. Kang, you're absolutely right about the deception because they're like, wait a minute, where's Jalen Duren? He's not out here? What are we? Okay, we're not worried about too much. And certainly not worried about a 19-year-old rookie.
Well, I mean,
who's going to scream over there. But
who did they sub in for Jalen Duren? Marcus Sasser. So, again, more deception.
Yeah.
Putting in a guy who just hit a perimeter 3 to tie the game.
Unfortunately, you have someone on the floor like Giannis who you talk about a catch radius.
Yeah.
The other pterodactyl.
Yeah, the other pterodactyl. I mean, this guy's not a pterodactyl. He's a dragon. And So it kind of disrupted things. But, hey, nonetheless, a foul at the end, and they had the chance and couldn't make the free throws, and then overtime happens, and they get cold, and they just keep riding the honest machine. I mean, 59 points. The guy's unstoppable. He had they said last night he was only averaging 21 points a game against the Pistons in his career going into last night. Kelser gave that stat on TV right as he was making his, I think, 22nd and 23rd points at the free throw line in the first quarter.
Yeah.
That's an impressive night for Giannis. A good, not great night for the Pistons. I thought that they played well throughout the game, and unfortunately just didn't have enough, and they were given a gift at the end. Did they call it a foul? Okay, sure, it's a foul. Make the free throws. Didn't make it. Damn it. Had a bad feeling about it, and they lose the game. But there's stuff in that game, Doug. There's stuff. There's stuff I think that would give a Pistons fan some kind of hope that they've got a core group of players. How about this? Can we at least say this through 13 games that JB Bickerstaff is a pretty good coach?
I'm starting to like him. And here's the weirdest thing about this. In my personal relationship with the Pistons, okay? not anybody else. I feel like I should be at wit's end with a team that hasn't had a winning percentage over 30. Actually, it was just slightly over 35 years ago, but it's haven't had a winning percentage over 30 in 5 years. This is year 6 since they last finished at 500. And they've been brutal in the 5 years since. I mean, awful. And bottoming out last year with a 14-win season, their worst of all of the last 5 seasons. I feel like I should be at wit's end, and yet I'm not mad about the losses. I'm not mad about, I mean, like the Cade turnovers need to get better, but I'm not mad about Ron Holland missing 2 free throws because I feel like our patience is starting to get rewarded. I think it's starting to get rewarded. This feels like a team that is going to show enough promise that, you know, in the East, I guess you can make the playoffs because the East appears to be so bad right now. But it looks like a team that is clearly at some point going to win 3 games in a row this year. That's how good I think they are. I think that's pretty much. I mean, we can still. We can still follow through on the shoot the boot, but we don't have to because it's obvious, right, that they're going to win 3 in a row at some point this year.
Well, when they do, you can crow.
All right. Well, I know. I'm just not about crowing. I'm just saying. Everybody should be with me now, right?
I don't know.
No, man, we're letting you puff your chest up by yourself.
You don't think they're going to win 3 in a row this year?
Well, this is your bet.
I know,
but rooting for you.
We are.
Yeah. Do you think I'm going to win the bet?
We're all rooting for you.
Do you think I'm going to win the bet?
Go for it, Doug.
I didn't ask if you're rooting for me. I asked, do you think I'm going to win the bet or the guarantee?
There's a bet there.
So you don't think I'm going to win the bet?
Never
That's
said
not
that.
what I said.
No, you never said that.
I asked you, do you think I'm going to win the bet?
I didn't say that.
Do you think I'm going to win the bet?
We want you to win the bet.
Really want you to win the bet.
Hey, no, you don't. You want me to drink
we
beer
do.
out of a shoe.
I do.
Actually, but you think about it. They can win 2 out of every 3, but never win 3 in a row and have a really good season.
This would that's impossible.
And I drink beer out of a shoe. But you don't think I'm going to win it, huh?
No, I think you're a good chance.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do like what I'm seeing from this team. And for people who missed it, last year I made a lunch bet with these two that the Pistons would win 3 in a row at some point during the season, and they never did. This year I made the shoot the boot guarantee that they would win 3 in a row. And if they don't, I will drink beer out of a shoe. I'm pretty confident. All right, we got the Blitz thingy at 10:30. Got some Lions stuff we want to get to. Also, as you heard, we are going to talk a little bit about hunting season. Believe it or not, it starts tomorrow. And I think Gator and I are both fascinated by it. Have you ever? You've never hunted, right? Ever?
I have not. I thought one day I was close to going out with Jimmy and Renko and a couple other guys to go shooting some kind of bird of some kind.
Yeah.
I forget which bird they were there.
Bird of some kind.
Well, I forget what it was.
Don't matter. That's good news to me.
It wasn't duck hunting. I forget what it was. I have to ask Jimmy what it was. I don't think it was pheasant. I think it was something else. Maybe quail or something. But the last minute plans fell through and we didn't do that. But that's I said this before. I I respect the hunters. I have nothing against the hunters. It's something I couldn't do when it comes to shooting a deer. I couldn't do that, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I don't begrudge those that do.
I find the culture fascinating. It's not my thing, but it is so the state of Michigan's thing.
Yeah, I mean, I do enjoy venison.
I do not.
No, you don't.
Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is in feast mode right now, so get ready to gobble up these deals. You're not going to believe this deal on a 2025 Equinox EV. Right now, Sarah's offering a brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox for just $39 a month. $39 a month! That's a 2-year lease on an Equinox EV LT front-wheel drive with just $19.99 down. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount, Costco member private offer, lease, and Chevy EV private offer in the household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Get the best deals of all this fall. Say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. The fine people on Twitch just reposted a call we got from Hunter Al.
I remember Al.
Apparently it was 3 years ago. 3 years ago tomorrow, called and claimed he walked 15 to 20 miles a day while pheasant hunting. You didn't believe him.
I thought it was stretching it a little bit.
Yeah, but we may have to replay that call.
I think there's certainly a lot of walking that's involved with the way Al hunts.
Yeah.
But it seems like 15 to 20 miles a day seems a bit much unless are you out there for 12 hours? I mean, you give yourself 3 miles an hour, because I can't imagine you're doing like a brisk walk that you don't want to flush everything out that early, are you?
I don't know, dude.
I don't know how that works. But
what I do know is you pissed him off real good. That's what I know. Hunter Al, if you're out there, we'd like to hear from you, see what you got going on this year. Hunter Al, the pheasant hunter who claimed he walked 15 to 20 miles.
Give us your
a day.
steps, Al.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't want the steps.
I don't want to get into this again, but good for all the hunters out there. I know they're excited to get things going tomorrow.
Yep. We do have a question for you, for those that hunt. We will get to in the 11 o'clock hour. In the meantime, Gator, we have been talking about the Pistons a little bit, and look, man, good for them. I mean, they are competitive this year. They're more interesting this year. They're going to win more games this year. And I'm really impressed with back-to-back nights with the sidelines out of bounds play that both worked. Kind of gotta have it situations. But Red Wings played as well, and the Red Wings won in overtime. Took a 2-0 lead, were out shooting the Penguins. Gave up said 2-0 lead before they won the game in overtime. What'd you think of their performance?
I thought the Wings played really well in the first period and then kind of got outplayed for the next 2 periods. They were very physical. Pittsburgh was in the next couple periods, and then you get it to overtime. And fortunately, Talbot was really great throughout the game to keep it at 2-2.
Mm-hmm.
And overtime, anything happens, man. It's a turnover waiting to happen to turn into a goal, and that's where they were. Simon Edvinsson with a snipe, and next thing you know, the Red Wings are celebrating. I loved it.
Are they going to get enough scoring, this team?
Well, they don't score. They have 37 goals in 15 games. That's not good. It's worst in the league. It's second worst in the league. The only team that's worse is Anaheim. They have 33 goals in 15 games. I don't know. Here's the question I have about this. Is this an issue with the roster that they just don't have enough guys that can score? Or is this an issue with it's just taking some time before these guys start putting the puck in the net? We knew last year that the team they had, which was a pretty good goal-scoring team, but they lost a lot of goals from that team.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what the number is. I thought it was around 70 goals or something like that they lost from last year with players that are no longer with this team. They did bring in a couple of different guys, and you've got younger players getting their chance to play. Berggren's playing, Kasper's playing. But you figured that the goal scoring was going to be down, but was it going to be down this much? This is where I lean more towards it's going to take some time before they get going with the goal scoring. It would be nice if it happened now, because through 15 games, it's starting to look more like a trend than it is.
15 games feels like a bit much for it to be just an offensive slump, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. You can have slumps. You have power outages during a season. This is feeling like more than that. And so I do hope, I do hope that's all it is. Lucas Raymond's got a goal.
Right, a goal. That's right.
And remember how he finished last year?
On fire.
He was a man on a mission at the end of last year. He's got a goal through 15 games.
He's contributing because he's got a bunch of assists.
Yeah.
But the scoring has been tough.
How about, was it Blake Lizotte or Lazard or whatever his name is, who took the puck to the face last night? I mean, at first they were saying it was visor, but he was out with a concussion. I suppose you can get concussed if it hits you in the visor, but that was ugly and scary.
I didn't see that. I was flipping back and forth with the game, so I didn't see that one.
It was a teammate
to the head from somebody.
Yeah, it was a teammate. It was friendly fire. It was a teammate trying to flip the puck towards the net, and he was on the doorstep, and it just bam right in the. Yeah, I mean,
wear a cage.
The whole half shield thing. I'd
wear a cage. That's me. Call me a wuss. I don't care.
A full bubble.
Yeah. Look, I get it. The hockey players are big, rough, and tough. They always have been. And no one's going to tell them what to do.
Yep.
I'm telling you what I would do.
I mean, back when we played hockey at Michigan State, Doug, should I just leave it like that? Or should I actually say that it was a class?
It was a class,
It was a class. Full cages, right?
Well, I still play with a full cage.
I would too.
The old school college hockey cage.
I'd wear the neck thing.
I don't wear the neck
full
thing.
cage.
Well, what's funny about it is it came up on our bench the other night because you and I have a mutual friend, Ryan, and Ryan wears a half shield. And I finally said to him, I don't know why, I just turned to him and said, "You feel comfortable wearing that?" And you know what he said? "I'm claustrophobic. I can't wear the full thing." And I have claustrophobia issues as well. And yet I'm perfectly comfortable behind a cage. But I know some people can't stand it. But dude took a puck to the face last night. He's suffered a concussion, and I guess we should be grateful it was only that. Because that's, hockey players' fears, right? Maybe not. Maybe hockey players don't have fears. This hockey player does.
Well, I would imagine, the skate to the throat is probably,
Well, that's never a good thing.
No.
Never a good thing. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Just a reminder, you can stream the show. We mentioned Twitch already today. Go to twitch.tv, search up 97.1 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. Then there's youtube.com, same thing, where you can stream the show with video. These are both with video. Stream with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can listen to the show while you're out there hunting. Do you remember the call we got a couple of years ago from the dude that had been hunting for said he'd been hunting for 35 years and never shot anything?
Yeah.
Never once. And he still loved it, and he was still headed out.
Enjoyed getting out there.
So we asked for Hunter Al, who was the pheasant hunter, said 15 to 20 miles. I wonder if that guy's still for life with hunting.
I hope not. I hope he gets that opportunity and finds it within his crosshairs and pulls the trigger and then gets to feel what most hunters have felt.
Yeah.
When you've been at that when you've been at it that long, you got to finish. Come on.
I don't know the first thing about it, but you're probably doing something wrong, right?
Well, at this point, it's not hunting. It's just called going up north.
Right?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? I'm going up north.
You're going to sit out in the woods.
You bringing a gun this year?
Well, don't some people now take cameras and just go sit up there and take pictures?
That's not what this guy was doing.
No, it's not. He may as well be.
He went there with the intention of doing what everybody else goes up there.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. It's been a rough go for him. He's like the Red Wings. He's off to a cold start.
It's very cold. Yeah, it's a cold start.
35-year stretch.
Did he even see deer, or was he missing them? Was he not seeing them?
I don't really remember the details, but maybe that guy will call us too. We'll get into it in the 11 o'clock hour. Swing around the NFL with the Blitz thingy next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Happy Thursday, everybody. We'll get to some line stuff a little bit later on. Mix in a bunch today here on 97.1 a ticket. But Gator, you ready to swing around the league?
Indeed.
We've got a 6-pack of NFL questions. I went first yesterday with the college questions. And so, Gator, you're up.
All right, Gator, here we go. Down in Dallas, Jerry World, it basically has a giant window, right, which allows sunlight to come into the stadium. He wanted to make an indoor stadium but feel outdoor. Well, it basically cost the Cowboys a touchdown last week. It wouldn't have mattered. They're getting killed anyways. But CeeDee Lamb basically said, yeah, the sun was in my eyes. I couldn't see the ball. He couldn't catch it, couldn't score a touchdown. Jerry Jones defended this design by saying, hey, this should be an advantage for us. We're the home team. Do you agree with what he's saying? Is Jerry Jones right?
He's not wrong. I mean, it's the truth. They're the ones that would see it every home game if it's sunny out. I mean, they understand that. However, it doesn't mean that you're immune to sunlight. I mean, it just means that you might be used to it and maybe have to adjust your game plan. It came and bit them. But look, the architecture of the previous Texas stadium that they had was innovative and cutting edge at the time and did the exact same thing. It was this like T-top stadium that had bright spots on the field that were also distracting. And they're not alone. Minnesota and Indianapolis have the same issue when the sun comes through. So I don't know. It's interesting, and it cost them a game. I would have expected Jerry to go the opposite way and say, we're going to start darkening them windows.
You know,
tin them.
It doesn't give them any advantage. This is one of the most ridiculous things anyone's ever said. You could say we're used to it, but you can't control when your play and your player is looking into the sun. You could decide, okay, in the fourth quarter, we're going to go towards the sun so our receivers aren't looking back into it. But then your defensive backs are when they turn, when the other teams go in the other direction. Just get a curtain, man. And by the way, you're 0-4 at home. You haven't won a game at home all year. What are you talking about? It's an advantage. It's not an advantage.
Oh, Jerry.
So it's definitely not an advantage. And you're right, Doug. For this to be an actual advantage, you would need to build curtains and close them when you need to, and then open them up when it's in your advantage. The only way it's even possibly an advantage is if you pick the direction you're going in. But you have no control if you win the coin toss because the other team could do the same thing and pick the direction they're going in. So, Jerry, it's not an advantage. Doug, you know this. When your eyes are completely dilated, you can't see. It doesn't matter, man. You can't make yourself immune to it. Like you said, Gator. No. It is. I mean, we all have the same eyes. It's the same sun here. Yeah, it's not helping.
We all turn into vampires.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, Jerry, not advantage. All right, Aaron Jones. He just told the media. I'm Aaron Jones. Sorry, Aaron Rodgers. There is an Aaron Jones in the National Football League, though. But I am talking about Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers just told the media he would like to play again next year. Should the Jets actually try this one more time with Rodgers or just eat the dead cap money for the next couple of years?
It's dependent upon how the season finishes for them right now. They are outside the top 5 in the draft. I would wait to see where I'm drafting if I were running the Jets, and if I were inside the top 5 and I had access to Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward, I would cut Rodgers. I don't want him to be the veteran that is bringing along my young guy. I would sign a vet, a true pro, the kind of guy that would be happy to be having a starting job, even if he was, an Andy Dalton kind of player to come in and have my youngster learn behind so that old guy could say, hey, while you're an up-and-comer and there's, mold on your shower shoes, you're a slob. When you're a Pro Bowler, it means you have colorful, you're flavorful, you've got personality. But somebody that could teach the young kid and hold his hand, then that would not be Aaron Rodgers. So if I'm drafting high, I would want that. I would want that veteran that's a better leader than Aaron Rodgers.
I'd run it back. I mean, you went out and you went all in getting Devontae Adams, and you've got other things there, the pieces you want to build on. They got a good defense. Another offseason, you might have a chance of making the playoffs again next year. Run it back. I understand what you're saying with the him not being the greatest mentor that's out there. But one thing I would do is I would draft a quarterback. And I don't know, you could probably get a shot at Cam Ward in the top 10. I mean, if he's the second best quarterback. So many teams that are bad right now already have the quarterback. They're just bad teams and they need other pieces to make them better.
So I don't think we're going to have a situation where there's like 3 quarterbacks in the first 4 picks. So take your chances there. And most importantly, do not let Aaron Rodgers have any input whatsoever on what you're going to do on draft day.
I understand the case for both sides, but as Gator once said, this just isn't working out. I mean, I think you got to eat the money. Maybe he is, maybe if they build a better team around him, he could be like Sam Darnold was earlier this year or Baker Mayfield, because he is an older quarterback at this point. But realistically, he's probably Joe Flacco. I think you eat the money. It's not going to hurt too much next year. 2026 is when it's like a $35 million dead cap, but hopefully you've got a rookie quarterback on a cheaper deal at that point. But if it's my decision, I would eat the money and move on. I don't think they can win anything with Rodgers as their quarterback. Okay, Deebo Samuel had a confrontation with his kicker Jake Moody and long snapper Tabor Pepper. It was all caught on camera. Do you have a problem with what Samuel did on camera in front of everybody?
Yeah, you don't do it that demonstratively on the sideline during the game. If you got a beef with the kicker, by the way, that should be handled in the locker room. It should not be handled in front of cameras and microphones, especially during the game. All right, what are you as a wide receiver going to tell the kicker that's going to change anything he does? All right, you don't think he knows he's had a bad day, that he's missed a couple field goals already, and he's costing you out there? Of course he knows it. Why make him feel worse just so that you can feel better and be the big man that you confront him on the sideline? And then it gets, it ends up escalating into what it did. Everyone's talking about it, and then you look like an idiot instead of being a leader that you need to be.
I have a problem with it. The only way I wouldn't have a problem with it is if Tabor Pepper or Jake Moody or all the specialists were over on the side screwing around, not practicing hard, and I haven't seen any indication that that's the case. Otherwise, quite frankly, you're not helping the situation. And this reminds me of people that go to city council meetings and stand up at the podium and have their friends video them blasting city council so they can put it on Insta. Look how cool you're doing it. You're trying to impress people with, hey, I just want it more. And I have a problem with what Deebo did. I don't think he should be doing that publicly. There's no point in doing it publicly. There's really no point in doing it. These guys know it was a bad day.
I kind of disagree. I have a problem with getting physical. He didn't have to get physical with the guy and swipe at him or whatever. But I have no problem with him yelling at the kicker and the snapper saying lock in, because I know kickers are a different breed and they're kind of on the sidelines a lot of times when the other players are doing their thing. But I feel like every player should be held accountable. And I've always thought this. How come no one's allowed to yell at the kicker ever? I just think it's okay to yell at them, and because they yell at their own teammates, whether it's defensive back or receiver or quarterback or offensive lineman, everyone can get yelled at but the kicker. So I don't like the part, like I said, where you got physical, but I don't mind him getting in his face and say, hey, man, you got to lock in. All right, speaking of the Niners, are they a legit Super Bowl contender now they have Christian McCaffrey back?
Well, is Deebo going to stop yelling at people and blaming others? Run CMC came back, picked up where he left off. He averaged 21.2 touches per game last season, and he debuted with 19 last week. Didn't really run it well, but was effective out of the backfield. Yeah, it's foolish to count them out. There's an undercurrent of something being wrong there in San Francisco, not covering the team. I'm not really sure what it is, but I'm not counting them out.
Yeah, I wouldn't count them out either. I think this is a team that's just one of these classic, look, we know how good we are. When we need to win the games, we can win the games. We just have to get into the playoffs. Now, maybe they're not going to be hosting playoff games this year, and that'll be a shame for them, although they can still have a chance if they win their division. But they're a good football team. They were a good football team before without Christian McCaffrey, and they're a better football team with him, obviously. But Jordan Mason did a fantastic job running the football. The Niners as a team are averaging 5 yards per carry. I know he brings more. It's more in the receiving game. He averaged 11 yards a catch on 6 receptions last week. So he does make a difference. But this team was good beforehand. They're going to be really good now that he's back.
Yeah, I'm going to hold off on calling him a legit Super Bowl contender right now. CMC's got to prove to me he is actually healthy, but they are very dangerous, clearly. They, even with losing Brandon Ayuk, they have a ton of weapons over there, but I go back to the injury factor. CMC just coming back. Deebo and Kittle seem to always be dinged up. And surprisingly, Arizona could get in their way of they might have to win the division to make the playoffs to see how this thing plays out. Arizona's ahead of them right now, but they're all compact together in that division. So not legit contender for me yet, but they are very dangerous. All right, Commanders versus Eagles, Ravens versus Steelers, Chiefs versus Bills. If you can only watch one game this week, which one would you choose?
For me, it's Commanders and Eagles. It's in conference. These are two exciting teams to watch. I like both quarterbacks. They're fun to watch what they can do. The defenses are aggressive and strong. Plus, when I look at the other games, I'm tired of Chiefs-Bills. I'm tired of the build-up with it. Steelers and Ravens would have been my second choice, but it's the AFC. Because it's the NFC, that's going to reign supreme with me.
Yeah, quick answer for me here. It is the NFC game because it impacts us in the chase for the number 1 seed. Go Foot Commanders tonight against the Eagles.
It's funny because that's my least favorite of these. I mean, I understand the conference angle with it, but I'm just looking at it as an excitement from a fan point of view. I'm gonna go with Chiefs Bills. I'm not sick of it. I think this is like Mahomes Allen could be like Manning Brady. Like these two guys hopefully are going to be entertaining us for years to come. And I know it's in the AFC, but this is, to me, the NFL is almost like one huge conference at this point because I watch so much crossover every week and all the channels are crossing over games and things like that. I love Lamar Jackson, super exciting. And Commanders Eagles, the surprise of watching Jaden Daniels do so good early is great, but I'm going to go with Chiefs Bills. All right, the Thanksgiving halftime performers were just announced. We announced them earlier this week, and it's usually always a musical artist of some sort. But guys, if you could pick having a great singing voice, playing one instrument great, or being an unbelievable dancer, which skill would you choose? And by the way, you cannot become rich and famous from this skill. It's just something that you have for your own personal, ability here, your own personal choice.
Okay, so if money's not the motivation, what is motivating most guys?
It's motivating you, Doug.
What's getting you closer to or further from?
There it is.
Which is often the motivation guys I'm not using that as my determining factor.
Sounds like it.
I'm going to go instrument, although I think that can be impressive. And I'm going to go acoustic guitar. I'm going to channel my inner Freddie Frito. Have you ever heard of Kent Nishimura? If you haven't, go to YouTube and type in Kent Nishimura, and he is to guitar what Batman is to superheroes. He's unstinking believable with a acoustic guitar. I want to be
the guys that starts banging on the guitar and playing it in all different ways.
He's a guy
that
that plays
sound like it's 5 different guitars at once.
Yeah, he plays 25 or 6-4, and it sounds like there's 4 guitars. He plays
Chicago song.
Yeah, Tears for Fears. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Yeah,
He's
guy.
Incredible. So I want to be that guy.
You want to be that guy?
Yep.
Well,
he wants to be Japanese.
Listen, I'm comfortable with my singing voice. I'm comfortable with my ability to dance. It's not great, but
chair dancing's good.
Yeah, and it's not like I go out dancing, right? So it's, for me, you know what it's going to be. It's going to be playing guitar. It's going to be playing electric guitar. Those guys get the chicks. And if I could play really, really well, that'd be really, really awesome.
So my thought was, like, I really broke this down. Like, how many different situations, scenarios could you actually use this skill set that you choose, right? For singing, do I have to be a karaoke bar? Do I just break out and song out of nowhere, Or for an instrument, do I just carry my guitar around with me at all times in case someone wants to see my awesome skills? How many times do I go to a dance club? Maybe in my younger days, I would go to the bar and dance club a lot where dancing would make, a big difference for me, right? But with all that being said, in the age I am right now, I'm going to go with singing, and here's why. I don't care how many vocal lessons you get. If you can't sing, you cannot sing. I can attempt to learn how to play an instrument. I can attempt to learn how to dance better, but I think I'm going to go with singing because I think that's the hardest one to be really good at.
And there it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 down around the league blitz thingy. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. What is your talent level for guitar? Like I know you have guitars. Everybody knows you collect guitar. Well, I shouldn't say everybody. People who don't know, Gator collects guitars, and you play them.
I do.
And do you?
Well, like what's the scale? So we can make it relative.
Okay, so your good friend Garrett, who's played with, name the most famous people that Garrett has played with.
Alice Cooper.
Okay, he's played
also
with
a Taylor Swift cover band. Don't forget that.
That is true.
All right, I just want to throw that out there. Garrett played with a Taylor Swift cover band.
He did
for a few months. Yeah.
Yeah.
It
He
turned
loved
in-
it.
It turned into his passion.
Yes.
Anyway, so if Garrett's the best guitar player you know.
Yes.
So if he's a 10,
yeah,
and me picking up a guitar and not knowing what I'm doing, I'm a 1.
3.
Okay. Just a 3, huh?
I have limitations.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
I can't talk and play at the same time. I have coordination issues with the left and right hand, but might be a 4. But you have to understand, the gap between 4 and 10 is so massive.
Yeah.
Just knowing what he is. And I want to say that the gap between you just picking one up for the first time and me, it like a 3 would be massive.
That'd be
too.
pretty big, yeah. He said something during the break that I'm like, oh, I wish he'd said it on the air.
But I can't swear on the air.
Well, you can say the same thing without swearing. And we were talking about Kent Nishimura, who picks up a acoustic guitar and plays famous songs and sounds like about 6 guitars playing at once, all as one guy. It's incredible. And Gator actually finds these people to be borderline offensive.
Because they're so good. They're so talented. And like I said to Doug, I go, it's like watching these, some 8-year-old play Stairway to Heaven. And I said, go F yourself. Not that it's the most difficult song to play, but you know what I'm saying? Like you play something everybody knows and you play it well. Like, oh, shut up. What are you, 8? Awesome. Great.
Mm-hmm.
And then, next thing I know, I'm putting all my guitars up on eBay.
Right. I do think something that Kang brought up about the usefulness of the skill, like breaking out in song. I don't.
Yeah, that's not really going to happen.
No, it's got to be.
You got to be like a karaoke bar.
You got to be a karaoke guy. That's one. Breaking out your guitar and playing it is almost like
you got to be at a campfire.
Yeah.
Campfire, yeah. Or you got to know people. Like if your friends are in a band, you say, "Hey, mind if I sit in with you for a song?" And then you can display your
The dancing thing
talent.
is most awesome at weddings when everybody is dancing. But if everybody isn't dancing and you want to dance, it's just weird. You don't just dance. So, yeah, I mean, look, Parents' Weekend, I end up at frat parties and stuff like that. And there's some dancing that goes on.
Uh-oh.
There's dancing or embarrassment.
I would. There's some of the kids know what they're doing.
Right. I was specifically talking about you.
Well, I'm not out there, but at weddings it's great. At weddings, when everybody's expected to dance and you can sort of reluctantly go up there and then just kill it. You look. Well, this guy.
Well, just to have the confidence of doing it without feeling like I look ridiculous.
Right.
Like everyone's gonna make fun of me. I don't know. I have no coordination, rhythm. I'm off beat.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're a good dancer, you're like, weddings, like you said, listen, we're all, past our clubbing days, but back then you just probably hit the floor whenever. If a girl came up to you, you wouldn't be like nervous about, all right, I can't go out on the dance floor. I mean, this is going to be bad.
Right, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I can move to the music.
My days of going to Boogie Fever are kind of done.
Yeah, right.
I don't think it was that long ago that was that Boogie Fever.
Yeah, you're damn right it wasn't
Why?
long ago. Because he's single Gator.
Because there's sometimes the women folk they want to go dancing.
It's
you gotta go.
I
you gotta do what
learned
you gotta
early sort of this one dance step, very basic, that looks that just gets by.
Oh, please do it.
No.
Please.
Yes. You want me? What music you want? I'll look this on my right now. What do you want?
Some Shabuzi? What do you need?
Oh yeah.
It's just step back, step back, and it was very simple. I'm not dancing.
Come on, YouTube. Get to YouTube and Twitch right now.
No, I'm not going to dance. But it's just to get by. in the emergency break glass situation, when you're at a wedding and you get dragged onto the dance floor, how do you survive this without looking like that guy? And I've got one go-to.
Please do it. Come on.
I don't know how you can talk about it without doing it.
I promise I will do it at Gator's wedding.
Great.
Promise.
I'll never see it.
Next wedding we're all at together. And then I'll let you guys you can record it and tweet it out.
Maybe we'll be fortunate enough to go to Lori's wedding.
Yeah.
And we could see Doug.
Did you break this out at Evan's wedding?
Probably. Evan's wedding got a little bit out of hand.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, there was like 3 a.m. What am I still doing up? Yeah, but.
Oh, he's getting
I do like that.
I think I was still waiting for my car.
That was a really good wedding. Yeah, next time we're at a wedding together, I'll
what was the
break it.
concert that was there that same night? Was Garth Brooks or something?
Yeah, Garth Brooks across the street.
Could not. I thought we're getting out of there on time. Okay, we got this. Oh, car's coming. Great. And we're not moving.
No.
Took us an hour. 1 full hour.
You know what
to
you could have
move
done?
From the DAC to get to Woodward and Montcalm.
So wait, you were trying to leave right when the concert let out?
Well, it wasn't our plan. It just we thought we were leaving at a good time, and next thing we know, we see all these, bumpkins coming out and belt buckles, country bumpkins, and belt buckles and hats, and we're like, oh, this is not a good time, is it? No, it's not. We chose poorly.
Mm-hmm.
Should have stayed at the reception for another hour.
Yeah, you should have.
Yeah, you should have.
Could have seen Doug dancing.
Or you should have stayed at the DAC that night.
Yeah, well, these are things that
in retrospect.
Yeah. Wish. Woulda, shoulda, coulda.
Yeah. Here's the other thing, too. I do have to have a few drinks in me.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So that's another reason why I'm not doing it now. Now, if you want to bring some drinks in, and over the next hour and a half, give me a little liquored up, I might be able to do it.
What do you want? I have something in the car.
You got something in the cubicle, probably.
I always wondered what our last show would sound like.
Sounds like you dancing.
Yeah,
I got two
sounds
choices.
like me getting liquored up.
Wine or tequila?
What kind of wine?
That's red.
What's type of red?
I think it might be Bordeaux.
Okay.
Not sure.
You have a Merlot?
I don't know what it is.
Shiraz? You got a Shiraz?
It's not a Shiraz. I don't have a Shiraz.
Yeah, wine doesn't really make me want to dance. Wine makes me want to go
All right,
to sleep.
so tequila it is.
Yeah, it must be tequila,
I got
yes.
pretty decent tequila. Jimmy's got tequila.
I do have a follow-up on a story from yesterday. A listener named Pat sent us a link to a story. And I'll just read this. We're not going to revisit the entire topic, but just so everybody knows, the headline, man jailed for more than 3 years for loading illegal streaming services onto Amazon Fire Sticks.
Oh.
Jonathan Edge, 29, ran a service uploading illegal services to Fire Stick devices in return for cash-in-hand payments, using Facebook advertising and word-of-mouth recommendations to run his operation.
Yep. Oh, is that illegal?
Now, this was in
jailbreak.
This was in Liverpool, in England. But he got 3 years and 4 months in prison. So just so everybody knows.
How long is that in metric?
It is also 3 years and 4 months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just passing along a story that is linked. Pat sending us, we're doing community service here.
Yeah.
Those out there that.
Be ironic if
I
they were
do
streaming the movie yesterday. Because they're from Liverpool.
That's worth going to jail for.
Yeah, it really is.
That guy could sing and play the guitar.
Yes,
Could,
yeah.
yes, yeah, he could. Lily James.
How about that? A movie I know.
It's a good movie,
It
isn't
is.
it?
It is a good movie.
It's a really good movie. If you haven't seen it, yesterday.
Yep.
It's a good movie.
I enjoyed it, sincerely. All right, straight ahead, let's talk some Detroit Lions as they get set for this game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. We'll get to that today at 11:02. Later in the hour, talk a little hunting, with tomorrow being the opening of firearm seasons. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
I should have asked you to show me the moves during the break. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not drunk.
We had to do it in front of other people.
Until I'm drunk.
In front of one person.
Until I'm drunk, yeah. All right, so Lions taking on Jacksonville this weekend. Couple things. One, Adam Schefter this week on his podcast was talking about where the Lions rank in the NFL. And he thinks right now that the Detroit Lions are the best team in the NFL. And it's really interesting. I wonder how people feel about that. I mentioned yesterday, I think Sports Illustrated ranked the Lions number one in their power rankings, and NFL.com had the Lions number one in their power rankings. Because on paper, we have like one of the strongest cases ever for a team that should be ranked number one in the NFL. The Kansas City Chiefs are back-to-back Super Bowl winners and are undefeated. Right? On paper, that would be an exceptionally strong case to be built as them being the best team in the NFL. Wouldn't you think? On
yes,
paper.
well, on paper, but when you do things on paper, you also have to look at schedules. That's part of paper, right?
Yep.
So the first win of the season for Kansas City was a great win. They beat the Ravens 27-20. Hello world, we're back. We just beat the Ravens. But after that, they beat the Bengals by a point. They beat the Falcons by 5 points. They beat the Chargers by a touchdown. They beat the Saints by 13. They're terrible. They won at San Francisco by 10 points. They beat the Raiders by 7. They beat the Bucs by 6. They just beat the Broncos by 2 because the Broncos couldn't make a field goal at the end.
They blocked it.
Yeah, it's not an impressive list of wins after the first one. And if you got the win over the Ravens in week 1, that's the best time to get it. It's like the Lions taking out Kansas City last year to start the season. I'm not saying Kansas City's bad. Kansas City's really good. But I think that 8-0 record is a little bit inflated by who they've played.
Yeah.
They haven't really been battle tested. Not that the Lions have been really battle tested, but they've been battle tested. I think more so than Kansas City.
The Lions, this recent schedule, these 4 games they played, they've been pretty battle tested. The last 2 back-to-back Super Bowl winners, okay? The Denver Broncos won in 1998 and 1999. So just like Kansas City, won 2 in a row. And the next season, after 9 games, they were 5-4. Then after that, you get the 2004 and 2005 New England Patriots. Well, they won those Super Bowls. 2005, 2006, I guess it was. And they come back and they were, 6-3. So this is like on paper one of the stronger. And you're right. Yeah, it's who they've played. And if you watch the games and how they went, you could see, all right, that team might not be as good as what they would suggest on paper. But you think about how good the Lions must appear, and it's always interesting to me to get outsider perspectives. I rely on them all the time because I think we can get too close to it. We can get caught up in it. And in spite of that on-paper resume, back-to-back Super Bowls, undefeated, Adam Schefter thinks we got the best team in the NFL, Sports Illustrated's power rankings, and the NFL.com's power rankings. What does it mean? It really doesn't mean anything other than credibility. We got a ton of it right now.
Oh, there's a lot of cred. There's a lot of cred there. And, you look at, okay, if you want to compare the two teams, the Lions are scoring a ton of points. The Chiefs are not. The Chiefs have a pretty good defense. Defensively, they're not giving up much. But neither are the Lions. Lions done a really good job defensively as well, but I think the Chiefs done a better job of that. Look at the quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback playing today, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's not having a great season. He's completing a ridiculous amount of passes. It's almost 70% of his passes he's completed, but he's got, I think, 12 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. Has he been outplayed by Goff? I think he has. But it's also, part of what the offense is. The Lions run the ball very effectively. The Chiefs do not. The Lions are really pretty close to being a complete team. If they had Aiden Hutchinson, this is a mostly complete team. They still have a little bit of a hole with the pass rush even with Hutchinson, but obviously they're better with Aiden than without Aiden. We'll see on Sunday what it looks like with Zadarius Smith on the line and a healthy Josh Paschal and other guys. getting more and more opportunities to contribute. And Aleem McNeil coming into his own right now as well. He's improved this year. He's taken a step forward, and that secondary's been great. And Jack Campbell.
I'm glad you brought up Aiden Hutchinson because that was sort of the next layer of the conversation. Is you remember Aiden gets hurt in the Dallas game, and I spent Monday and most of Tuesday being a whiny little bitch. I was so pissed off that we finally had this team, and then one of the most critical players on the team is out.
He is critical.
And here we are weeks later. And it just doesn't feel like the case is that much weaker. And this is all pre-Ladarius Smith. But the toughest 4 games in the schedule, the toughest 4-game stretch was this 4-game stretch. Tennessee wasn't, but Minnesota, Green Bay, and Houston was. And they swept those games without Hutch and without Zadarius Smith. So, it's pretty remarkable that they don't seem to have lost a step. Now, given I think pass rush is still one of the big concerns with this team. And Dan Campbell addressed that a little bit yesterday and why, some of the good and the bad of what he's seen in the games before Zadarius even debuts. But it's just, all right, hey, going to that 4-game stretch without Hutch, I did not expect them to go 4-0.
No, it's impressive to see what they've done, in those games. They gave it 29 points to Minnesota right away after that game, after Hutchinson's first came out. But then it was 14-14 and then 23 to a pretty good Houston team. You got to like what you're seeing from the Lions, particularly with the defensive side. They pitched a shutout in the second half of that Houston game.
Mm-hmm.
The next 3 games for the Lions against Jacksonville, at Indianapolis, and then home on Thanksgiving against the Bears, 3 not-so-good teams. Then they have a little bit of a gauntlet at the end of the season. 4 of the last 5 games, you got Green Bay and Buffalo at home. Then they play at Chicago, and then it's at San Francisco and home against Minnesota to finish up. That's a tough schedule for the last 5 games. And should I be discounting the Bears? Yep. At this point, I think we can look at the Bears and say it's a bit of a dumpster fire. Coaching changes the whole bit. That's a game they probably should win. But those 4 of the 5 there are really interesting games. And it starts December 5th.
Let's go to Chuck in Clinton Township here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Chuck.
How you guys doing today?
Good.
Hi, Chuck.
Couple of things. I was thinking about the same thing you guys are when you compare to Lions versus Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, easily Kansas City could be 5-4. I think we would agree with that. But if you look at the Tampa Bay game, how many points did they score against us in a dome with Chris Godwin and Evans? And how many points did they score against Kansas City without them and being outside in the wind and the rain?
Well, they scored 20 against the Lions. And what was that? Was that game 26-20?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it was the same. It was the final score of that Kansas City.
Well, they scored. We lost, 16 to
20-16.
20?
Tampa scored 20 points. And didn't they score 20 against, let me look it up. No, they scored 24. Okay, yeah, they scored more with less players and in worse conditions.
Correct.
Yeah,
so I think our defense,
keep in
mind, compare them.
Say they could easily be 5-4. The Lions could have easily lost a couple more games themselves. The Vikings game, obviously the Texans game. If you do that to Kansas City, you can do it to Detroit. But, yeah, Kansas City's falling a little bit closer to the sun. I think, if you look at Kansas City's record and their back-to-back Super Bowls, you think best team in football. But you don't have to squint real hard to make a case for Detroit.
Yeah, I'm praying hard we play them in the Super Bowl and end the conversation once and for all.
Well, I'm praying hard that
the Super Bowl sounds good.
That the Lions get there.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
It'd be really cool to get there. And once they're there, it feels to me like the perfect scenario is to play Kansas City. I saw something the other day that's really interesting. It was voted on by the fans the most hateable teams in the NFL. So it was accumulation of votes.
The most hateable, okay.
Yeah, we aren't going to do it as a who's on top. Although I do have one if you want to do this later. Just considering. All right, just think about it. Is it that funny?
It's that funny. And yes, we should do it later.
Should we?
Yes.
Okay. Well, maybe we will.
It's ironic.
Yeah. Maybe we will do that later. Anyway, the most hateable teams in the NFL. Any guesses who was number one?
Dallas.
Correct. Who was number two?
The Jets.
No.
Just here?
No.
Is it Kansas City?
No, Kansas City's 3.
Okay.
New England still has some staying power.
Really?
Do you know where the Lions ranked?
26th.
Lower. More towards the bottom.
28.
Lower.
30.
Lower.
32.
That's it.
Oh, my God.
The Lions were voted
the least
by
hated team
fans,
in the NFL.
the least hated team in the NFL. So if the Lions were to get, if they are fortunate enough to keep playing well, get to the Super Bowl,
that number will change.
Probably people will get sick of the Detroit Lions. That's one. But two is we will be, we'll kind of be the team that everybody's rooting for if they get Kansas City.
Yes.
If they get there. If they get there.
Yeah. The giant if, yeah. I would like if the national media were to spend less attention on the Lions the rest of the way.
You want to back off?
I wanted things to calm down a little bit.
I kind of understand.
I don't want Jared Goff to be inundated with interview requests constantly. Dan Campbell, the same thing. And then they start going with the other play. Oh, let's talk to Brian Branch. He's had a nice season.
Mm-hmm.
Aleem McNeil. How does it feel? I don't need any of these extra specials done. I don't need the sit down with Aaron Andrews and a Tom Rinaldi piece or something like that. We don't leave it alone. Okay, we know we're good. Go talk to somebody else.
All right, 248-539-9797. Schefter said there's something else that he absolutely loves about our Alliance team. We will get to that today at 11:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions fans, listen up. UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, is celebrating its partnership with our city's gridiron heroes, including Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terrion Arnold. And they got something amazing just for you. Introducing the Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. Hey, it's Doug Karsh, Lions uniforms, the black unis. Everybody loved him. This debit card, well, it's in that mold. It's designed for the true Lions fan who's in it for every touchdown and every victory. With the Lions rocking those new sleek black unis, you can match that energy with an exclusive debit card that's made available only through UMCU. Ready to rep the pride? Becoming a UMCU member is quick and easy. I did it. Choose the Lions Black Debit Card or select from 3 other bold designs. Either way, you'll be carrying your Lions passion everywhere you go. UMCU has been a trusted partner in our community for over 70 years, and now you can join the winning team. Visit umcu.org today for details and get ready to show off your Lions spirit. Some restrictions apply, insured by NCUA. UMCU, where Detroit pride meets financial success. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Talking a little Detroit Lions here. Yeah, getting a lot of love. Adam Schefter says he thinks they're the best team in the NFL, better than Kansas City. And look, if you've been paying attention, I mean, it's not that huge of a surprise, although on paper you can make a case that Kansas City is one of the strongest cases ever, being a back-to-back Super Bowl champion with an undefeated record. But that's where we are right now, is that's how well this team is playing, and it's so refreshing. And Gator, we've managed to stay ahead of the Turk here in the broadcast industry where we get to do shows when the Lions are really good. I wondered if this day would ever come. I figured the end of the show would come before this day would come, but they are really freaking good.
Let's knock on wood.
Yeah, are you knocking on wood because you're worried about the Lions, or are you knocking on wood because you're worried about the future of the show?
I am more of a self-preservationist at this point. Fortunately, we're doing okay. So let's keep that
One
going.
can get pulled at any time.
Thanks to the wonderful people out there that listen to us on a daily basis.
And Kang.
And 100% Kang.
Maybe more Kang than anything else.
Now with more Kang. And more dancing from Doug.
Get me drunk enough, and I'll show you the one move I got. It's a survive and advance kind of move. It's not trying to score points. It's not trying to get the ball in the end zone. I'm just trying to move the chains.
Is it something that can be repeated constantly without
over
being
and
too
over and over
repetitious?
again? Yeah.
Gator, we got to have I think we're thinking every guy's got a similar move like this. Like Doug, your move is not. I'm guessing it's not that original.
No, it's not. It's not.
Let's see it.
Nor is it original. I'm telling you, I'm not drunk. I'm not doing it. But
I'll be right back.
Gator's going to fetch is it the tequila that's at your desk?
It's either that or the bag of Cheez-Its or whatever he had over the cheese and crackers.
He's going to get something. He didn't walk back to the desk. I don't know where he went. So, yeah, I'm not dancing.
So, like, when you met your wife, you met her, a while ago. You guys probably went to bars and things like that when you were dating.
Yeah.
You had to have danced at some point. This is the same movie you used
Same
back
move,
then?
Yeah, it's the same
Just
thing.
gotten you by?
Yeah. Look.
Because you can't say no, right? Like, she's like, oh, let's go dance. You're like, okay.
That's exactly it. How are you?
Oh, same thing. I got
you got one move that you go to?
Yeah. The move is look the other way. Tell her.
Get in the middle of the crowd where nobody can see me.
Yes.
Yes. Everybody's got a move. Where the hell did Gator go? Did he think this was a good idea just to walk away in the middle of a segment? Did he drive to a store? If you see Gator at the 7-Eleven purchasing Busch Light, it's not working. I'm not.
Why, you want Miller Lite instead?
I would tell you, yeah, Miller Lite. My go-to long haul beer, yeah.
Oh, he's coming back now.
He is coming back. Back from the 7-Eleven. What do we got here? What is this? Whatever it is, it looks expensive.
Siempre.
What is Siempre?
It's a good tequila.
Is it? So you want me to open this and drink it now?
I think I might get in trouble, but it just putting the carrot in front of the horse.
Yeah. Where'd you get this? Why is this in the building?
Don't ask too many questions.
Gator's had a stash. This Gator got liquor stashed in the. It might explain why you're so funny.
You don't think I can be funny without the alcohol?
No, I'm just trying to figure out why you got a bottle of Siempre here.
Because over the weekend I was at the liquor store, bought a couple things for Christmas gifts.
Oh.
And I happen to have this bottle is still in the car.
So you went out to the car?
Yes.
Oh, we thought you went to someone's like desk or something, or a secret, room, secret liquor room.
Oh, this is good stuff. This is what we got Jared Goff and his wife.
Is it?
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Sweet. That and a dog toy.
Yes.
It was killer move, Gator. Very killer. All right, so back to we were talking about Adam Schefter and what he loves about the Lions. You know what he said he loves about the Lions and that he reposts every week?
The uniforms?
Nope. Dan Campbell's post-game locker room speeches. Now,
they're fantastic.
I thought everybody did this, and I thought they were probably all like inspiring for those fan bases. Adam Schefter is not like a Detroit Lions fan. He's a national reporter. He says that he can't get enough of listening to Dan Campbell's post-game locker room speeches. And in fact, he went so far as to say he wants to get the Lions social media team on his podcast. He thinks they're that good.
Yep. He's got to be a little bit of a closet Lions fan, right? He went to Michigan.
Yeah, but is he from New Jersey?
Well, you can't be proud of the Jets or Giants at this point. So, I mean.
Well, no. Well, why not?
I suppose back when he was at Michigan, the Giants were good.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he was a Giants fan or a Jets fan. Maybe he was an Eagles fan. Who knows what he was? But I got to think that there's got to be something hidden inside that where he's always been a Lions fan. Because if he was at Michigan, probably during the Barry years.
Yeah, he's older than us, so yeah, he probably would have been at Michigan.
Is he older than
Bears.
us? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just go with it, Gator.
Yeah.
He grew up in Belmore, New York. Didn't he cover? I think he covered the Broncos for a while. Anyway, yeah. Look, it's
either way. He's
some
right.
Dan Campbell. I mean, Dan Campbell's post game.
That's worth posting or reposting.
Yep.
Those post game speeches are great. It shows how together this team is. Unfortunately, we haven't had to see any of them when they're losing.
Well, I don't think they posted
one time. I don't think they posted. I don't know if they posted when they lost, but
it would be as interesting.
It's just one game.
In fact, it might be more interesting to see what he says after a loss.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jacksonville coming up this weekend. This is a weird scheduling anomalation, Gator. A word we made up here on the program. Jacksonville's in a 4-game stretch where they've played the Packers, lost by 3. They went to Philly, lost by 5. They hosted the Vikings, lost by 5. And now they're taking on Detroit. And for those of you keeping score at home, this is a team in the AFC South, which consecutively is playing the 5th best team in the NFC, Green Bay, the 2nd best team in the NFC, Philly, the 3rd best team in the NFC, Minnesota, and the best team in the NFC, Detroit, in consecutive weeks. That seems kind of weird, doesn't it?
It does seem weird. But this is what happens when they have to play the NFC North. On top of that, they had already played the Bears, and they lost to the Bears. They're 0 for 3 against the North.
Right now, the Jaguars are in last place in the NFC North. Yeah, I mean, we knew that but the fact that they got the Eagles in the middle of the stretch, they're playing the best teams from the NFC, 4 of the 5 best teams in the NFC in 4 straight weeks. And these games were reasonably close. Now, Mac Jones is starting at quarterback. Last week, they had a pretty damn good defensive effort against the Vikings. And what's crazy is, Jacksonville scored early in that game. Mac Jones took them right down the field on a 70-yard drive, and they took a 7-3 lead. And then didn't score the rest of the way, but they held Minnesota to field goals and played them tough. Wasted a good defensive effort, but it was funny because I always do this. I start listening to what I can find out of those opposing cities and reading what's being written, and what's being written and read. I mean, there's a couple things. One theme is, do they go get Dion?
Jacksonville,
yeah. But the weird thing is Jacksonville gets Dion. Jacksonville, do they need a quarterback? Are they happy with Trevor Lawrence?
Well, they have Mac Jones, Doug.
They do have Mac Jones,
well,
but I don't think they're building around Mac Jones.
I wouldn't give up on Trevor Lawrence just yet.
Yeah.
I'd give him some help on the offensive line.
He's got no receiver.
Every quarterback I look at that struggles, I say the same thing. What would I do I think the same thing. What would I do if I were drafting for this team? And every time my first thought is get an offensive lineman. Give him a chance. If the Lions have taught you anything, it's that if you have an offensive line, you've got a chance. You got to fight. And your quarterback can do something. Their running game, Tank Bigsby is averaging 5.5 yards a carry in 10 games. Travis Etienne is averaging 4.3 yards per game in 8 games. They can run the ball a little bit. The problem is they get down and then they have to stop running. They got to start throwing the ball, and that's where the issues come in. Now, fortunately for the Lions this week, Bigsby is on the injured list, did not practice yesterday. So
Do you have the injured list in front of you?
I do not, but I had it yesterday. I saw
I
it
just
this
wonder
morning.
if Brian Thomas, their receiver, he's probably their best receiver. First of all, you're right about them in that they need a left tackle, and they probably need maybe 2 receivers at this point. They need some help on the defensive line, although their edge positions are pretty good. And they will
Brian
challenge.
Thomas was limited in practice.
Was he? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be a big factor in this game as well because you got a backup quarterback and you might not have their running back and their best receiver, which is just would spell doom for them. But like the talk in Jacksonville is Dion, number 1 pick. And I heard one guy say, build it like Detroit.
Yes, you should. You should try to build it like Detroit. It's been wildly successful here.
Mm-hmm.
Trayvon Walker has had a real nice season. Or he was the guy taken ahead of Aiden Hutchinson. He's got 7.5 sacks on the year through 10 games.
Dan Campbell said they really liked him. He was asked about him yesterday. Remember, it was Trayvon. It would be Aiden Hutchinson. Would it be Trayvon? The Lions got Hutch. Trayvon went ahead of him. Dan Campbell said, we really like Trayvon.
Yeah, I mean, there were the 3 defensive ends at the time.
Thibodeau?
Thibodeau was the other one. And so, and all 3 are really good at what they do. It just, I think Hutchinson's ahead of the curve over both of those guys. Yeah. But Walker's coming on right now. And he is somebody you have to account for. Fortunately, Lions have Penei Sewell on one end, and hopefully they'll have Taylor Decker on the other end. And Taylor Decker, hopefully, if he's playing, he is up to the task.
248-539-9797. All right, got a question for those that are planning on hunting starting tomorrow because things are changing. We'll get to that today at 11:34 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
think we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the other Josh Allen who plays for Jacksonville, the other defensive lineman.
Dude, their edge rushers are good.
Yeah, I mean, he's only got 5 sacks this season, but he had 17 and a half last year, and he's had multiple seasons with double-digit sacks. They have really good edge rushers, and that's when we talk about it for a few weeks now. Are we concerned at all about pass protection with the Lions? And these are two guys that can get after you. It's going to be awfully important for the Lions to be able to run the football early, so that it kind of maybe keeps those dogs at bay.
Yeah, and it's, I mean,
Cats,
Decker,
if you will, with the Jaguars.
Well done. Decker's been hurt. It sounds like he's trending to have a chance to play, which isn't a real strong endorsement, but
he was limited to practice.
And Dan Campbell said he, is more encouraged after yesterday. And we've been saying it for weeks that our guy Goff has been taking too many hits. This is a decent pass rush they're going against.
Lions only had one player yesterday who did not practice, and that was Sam Laporta.
Yeah.
Everybody else, well, Decker and Rodriguez were limited. Broderick Martin, Ife Melifonwu, and Emmanuel Mosley were all full participants. So good for them.
It would be. It's why the more I think about what Kang brought up yesterday, and we were talking about the possibility of resting guys. I just don't. I'm not resting anybody. And especially if Decker can go, I want Decker out there because I want Jared Goff protected as best as possible, as long as he's cleared to play. But those edge rushers are good.
According to our Will Birchfield, who's down there at practice right now with the Lions and media scrum, Taylor Decker said he felt really responsible for the first half of last week's game versus the Texans, and he really wants to play this week. So It sounds like Decker's going to be out there.
Good. Glad to hear it. All right. We mentioned this, and things have changed here a little bit. I think a rite of passage in the state of Michigan, and one of the great traditions we have, is people getting together in the middle of November, mostly dudes, and going hunting. Firearm season starts tomorrow. Part of the rite of passage and part of the tradition is being able to comfortably not watch our football team. Right? In the past, if you were out and you want to hunt on a Sunday, you could just
screw it, Lions suck, I might as well
go hunt on a Sunday, right? Yeah. So here's our question for the hunting crowd at 248-539-9797. Does the Lions game Sunday actually interrupt your hunting plans? Does it actually change your plans a little bit? Because now we have a team that's competing to be the best team in the NFC, to win the division, to get the first round bye, to have home field, that people are talking about as the best team in the NFL, legitimate Super Bowl contender. Oh, by the way, they're fun as hell to watch.
Mm-hmm. You pop in earbuds and listen to it?
Yeah, what do you do now? Because in the past...
Can the deer hear it even if you have the earbuds on?
I don't know.
Do the deer want to know what's going on with the
Well,
Lions?
and does the Up North Dive Bar do great business now? Yeah. Because all the hunters are going to go, all right, I'm going to put the rifle down.
Taking the day off.
And go get... And go saddle up to the bar to watch the Lions and the Jags.
Because we're non-hunters, we have lots of questions, right?
We always do.
One of the questions I have is, because you think about this lasts, 2 weeks? Is that how long the firearm season lasts or whatever it is?
I think you might be right.
And like the diehard hunters, they take this time off and they're hunting every day. Like to me, because I'm not a hunter, but I would think how difficult is it to spare just a few hours to watch the game? But it means so much to them. This is where I really have. I'm impressed by their dedication to what they do. That they will absolutely not take time off. They're gonna be out there in a blind or wherever it is and hunting deer.
Gator and I are very different, but we have a mutual curiosity in the hunting culture, and I'm probably never gonna do it. I mean, I could admit that. There's a really good chance I'm never going to go hunting. But I do love that it's such a big part of our state and that it's really important to people. 248-539-9797. Ethan is on a cell and on 97 want a ticket. Hi, Ethan.
Boys, thanks for taking the call. I appreciate it. I I'm pretty sure I'm going to speak for the vast majority of the hunting community when I say what I'm about to say.
I'm intrigued.
It's all about staying in the bubble.
You're doing it.
You just gotta force yourself into the bubble. And listen, the older I get, the easier it gets to stay in the bubble, because it used to, when I was younger, it was all like, I gotta know every single play that's happening. I gotta pull up my phone, all that.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's way better to just experience the game in its totality. Now, I admit 100% it's not the same experience as watching it live. I don't love it, but you can't miss the time in the tree stand, in the blind, whatever it is. You can't give up that time.
Okay, so Sunday, your plan is to are you going to watch the game Sunday then, Sunday night?
Yeah, exactly. You go out, and whenever you get back in, that's when you fire up the game from the beginning. You're in the bubble, and you just watch it. You watch it without knowing anything that's gone on.
Okay, and so I'm assuming you're going to be hunting and staying in your normal home. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. So you'll DVR it?
This seems like this would be the easiest bubble to accomplish if you're a hunter.
Why is that?
Because I don't think you probably have your phone off the entire time. You can easily turn off notifications, so you're not.
That's it. You got it right there.
No one's gonna let
it.
you know what's going on during the game. So you're out there, you're hunting, and you're not even concerned about the game. You'll catch it. It's almost like the game starts at 7:00.
Gotcha.
And listen, my father-in-law, my dad, whatever, my friend groups, you just shoot them a message and say, hey, I'm going into the bubble.
Yep.
Don't let me know what's going on.
Attaboy.
And that's it. And you're good to go.
Okay, we'll see. We've got other hunters on hold. We'll see if you're speaking for all of them. 248-539-9797. John is next. Hi, John.
Be dangerous.
How's it going today?
What's up,
John?
So I have an iPad, and I've done it the last couple of years. I'll take it out to the tree stand, out my deer blind, inside the deer blind, keep it down on low, and never miss a moment of the game.
So wherever your deer blind is, you got good Wi-Fi there?
My iPad's connected already. It's got the service on it.
Okay.
So have you ever had the opportunity to pull the trigger while the game has gone on? I assume you've done this before.
I have not, no. The game, it's usually on at 1 o'clock, so deer are kind of slow during the day, especially this year. It's going to be, the third day of the season, so they're a little shy until the last hour of lights, right?
I don't know. You tell us, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll trust you.
So, and it's kind of quiet because you don't have the wife, you don't have the kids with you. It's just you and the deer blind and your iPad, the lions.
So, John, where is your deer blind?
Brown City, up in the thumb.
Okay, gotcha.
It's okay.
Well, good luck to you, John.
Yes, John, thank you.
Good luck.
That's the best call of the week right there.
Yeah.
Even the deer hunting is just okay in the thumb.
Let's go to Joe. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how we doing?
We're great.
So I'm headed up north right now. Got the car packed up, meeting two of my buddies up there. And yesterday we were talking. We had an argument on whether or not we're going to leave early on Sunday so we can catch the game. The two of them want to leave early. I'm more of the, hey, I'll stay, and but we came to an agreement. If two of us get deer by Sunday morning, then we'll go ahead and head home. If not, I'm staying, and I'll be watching it on my phone in the deer blind.
Wow. So it's dependent upon the success of Friday and Saturday.
You got it.
Excellent. I like it. Well, you have to let us know how it goes, Joe.
Hey, I will definitely call back in next week and let you know.
Now, real quick, would this have ever been the case in previous years? That you were worried to let the Lions game potentially interrupt your hunting?
Last year, yes. Prior to that, not really.
Okay, gotcha. Well, that's the thing. We suddenly have this conflict. The Lions were easy to ignore in the past. Not so much now.
Not so much.
Hunters, what are you doing? Sunday at 1. It's Carson Anderson. 248-539-9797. 97.1 The Ticket. Take advantage of this great offer from CGC Water. Save $1,000 or more when you bundle Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of your plumbing needs. This month, save 10% on a Navien tankless water heater. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Call 855-339-4242. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. 248-539-9797. We still have we got the bat signal out for caller Al, who 3 years ago, I believe it was, yelled at Gator. Gator, he said he was
I questioned.
Yeah, he said he was, when he'd go hunting, he'd walk 15 to 20 miles a day. And Gator called BS on that, and Al got hostile. Al, no hard feelings.
Well, when you say, I don't know if I called BS on, I called it into question. I didn't want to be hostile, but things took a little turn. I mean,
it got really hostile.
Yeah, it wasn't my intention. It's hard to believe that would be the case here in Southeast Michigan, that someone would.
King, do we have that call somewhere in the archives? I'll find it.
I'll try to look it up.
Yeah. In the meantime, we're asking hunters. We have an interesting firearm season starts tomorrow. And perhaps a unprecedented conundrum for you is, in the past, you could easily ignore what was going to happen Sunday at 1:00. Now, Lions are good. They're fun to watch. They're exciting. They might be the best team in the NFL. Do you still ignore them? Or do you plan your day around Lions football? We have people taking iPads into deer blinds. We got a dude who's, if their deer count is high enough, they'll get out of there to go watch the game. Another one's staying in the bubble. What are you doing? We go to Ed. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Ed.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
All right, Ed.
Good. So I've been hunting since October with bow hunting and such, and been in the same conundrum every weekend. Do I watch the college games? Do I watch, the pro games? But I've got DirecTV, and I'm able to watch it on my phone pretty conveniently. So.
Okay, so you will just you'll watch the game on your phone while you're hunting.
Right, I've done it. Actually, a couple weeks back, was watching a Rams game, and just as the Packers beat them, here comes a deer and dropped everything and got the deer. So also, there was a little comment about the big hunters are going out this weekend. There's a lot of couch hunters that are going to be going out. The real hunters are there pretty much from October 1st till the end of the season, bow hunting and gun hunting. So I actually enjoy bow hunting better than gun hunting.
So you're calling out. You're calling out. What do you call them? Couch hunters.
Couch hunter, yeah. They most of them are going up there to party and have a good time and hey, have fun. But serious hunters bring home meat.
Shots fired.
Yeah.
Hopefully not literally.
Figuratively.
Yeah.
Hopefully only figuratively.
The couch hunter can go out there and shoot a deer too, though, right? Or do they
can.
Are they always empty-handed?
They don't spend much time out there. It gets too cold for them, and they go back home for lunch.
Wow. It's on.
It's amateur hour.
Come on. Hey, can you recognize one of these guys when you see him?
Sometimes. It just depends on how drunk they are.
I was about to say, are there any telltale signs?
Is there a common name?
Elmer.
No, is there an outfit they're wearing? Elmer. Is there an outfit they're wearing where you go, that guy's really not a hunter?
Yeah, I not really, not too much. I mean, yeah, it's just you just know that, I got my deer on the first day of the season. It's the only day I've ever hunted, and that it gets interesting. Those of us that hunt every day, not every day, but every weekend when we have time, we don't go up north. We do it locally, and there's some big deer down here in southern Michigan.
Yes, there are.
Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
Yeah, in my subdivision in particular.
Telegraph.
I swear to God, man.
Right?
I mean, I would imagine there's a lot of communities, all right, in this area where there's deer. I wonder how many of these communities would object if there was, like a one-day period.
Culling?
What is this, the purge?
Yeah, right. Well, but there's deer. There's a season for it, but maybe not with firearms. Maybe you can find it might be a little too dangerous to do that.
A lot dangerous, Gator.
But I don't think I'd object if somebody
I
came from
would.
my neighborhood with bows. And if everybody knew the time frame, you stay inside.
No,
it was a regular thing in Ann Arbor. I don't know if they still do it, but there was like a day where people were taking out deer in Ann Arbor, and I don't know that they're still doing it. But 248-539-9797.
They're everywhere.
Chuck in Royal Oak, you're on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Chuck.
Well, Ed's actually right. There are a lot of couch hunters up there.
Here we go.
But technically, a lot of couch hunters are just people don't have the time to go every other weekend. But my brothers are every weekend they're up there hunting. We're all going to be up there probably tomorrow. The funny thing is technology has made it that really you don't have to miss any game. I mean, I remember several years ago I was getting Packer updates out in the middle of the woods. I was just looking at the screen on the ESPN app, and I was showing the ball was moving, telling you what play what is. And I was guilty of using that same app, and I caught some flack from my kids because the Lions were playing a game on a Saturday night, I think, last year against the Vikings, was it? And I was in church getting updates on the game right up to the start of the Mass. So technically I wasn't intruding on the Mass, but I had the updates on the game.
It was against Dallas. It was the second to last game of the season.
All right, so Chuck.
It was against.
You're not,
against Dallas,
but you're
right.
just going to watch the updates this year while you're hunting, just like you have in the past. You're not making a point to watch the game.
No, I'm not gonna. So technology, the Wi-Fi coverage is everywhere. If you got those apps those guys are talking about, you can actually physically watch the game. That drains a lot of battery power, I think. But I'll just get the updates. Like every time there's a score, it'll show it, and everything. And I got the sound off, and that's just the way it is now. I mean, let's face facts, right?
Yeah,
you're never out of touch now.
No, you're not. But I mean, some people aren't going to want to just watch for the updates. Some people are going to say, that would be, for me, wholly dissatisfying. But if you're at a good place, you're hunting, you're doing what you like to do. So there's nothing wrong with it. I wouldn't be able to do that. I'd be like, I got to see it. 248-539-9797. First time in a long time. Hunting season.
You're such a couch hunter.
No, I'm just a couch guy. I'm not a couch hunter at all. Just give me a couch to lay down and watch a game. Mike, you're next. What's up, Mike?
Hey.
Hey.
So I was calling saying the same thing. With cutting the cord and cable, the best thing that you can do is watch it. Earbuds. I watch movies. I bring battery backups.
So you're preparing. You're coming prepared to be able to, with the battery backups, to be able to watch the entire Lions game while you're hunting.
100%. One earbud in, eyes going between the screen and the woods.
Did you do this in previous years, or is this the first year you're going to do it?
No, I do it all the time.
Okay, gotcha.
Let me ask you this, Mike. How long you been hunting for?
15 years.
Okay. So in the 15, and you go several days in a row, or is this just a weekend thing, or is it the full, period of deer hunting season, or how long do you go for?
Like right now we're headed up. We're going to be there for 4 days. I've been hunting, every chance I can get. Prior to that for bow season.
How many times have you shot a deer?
I've shot at lots of deers.
Have you ever bagged one?
Yes.
Okay. And how much of the time that you spend hunting in a particular day, how much of that is actual time where you see a deer coming into your sights?
10, 15% maybe.
Oh, that's more than I thought. So you do have to pay attention. Two things at once is going to be difficult.
100%. So the joke is every time I reach for a snack, a nutter butter, I look up, rifle's not in hand or bow's not in hand, and there's a deer in front of me.
Every time. Every single time.
It's all right. You just have
nutter butters are packed.
Yeah. Yeah, you have a hunting partner that's ready to fire when you go for the nutter butter. Oh, nutter butters. That's a good call.
What are you doing with a Lions game that has some premium? I mean, it's not the biggest game, but they're good and they're fun to watch. And it might conflict with your hunting schedule. What do you do? Paul, you're next. Hi, Paul.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Sure.
Yeah, I got in a fight about 30 years ago when I was Kang's age with the little ones, and we were laying on the couch back then. It was a Michigan game, and he says, "Come on, let's go do something we can't do at home." We were laying on the couch and beer watching football. I said, "I am doing something I can't do at home."
You don't let me watch games.
That's right. I need my 4 hours.
That's all you ask. All right, so what are you doing this weekend?
I'm driving a truck right now, and I'll pick my dad up in a few hours.
And then when the Lions game is played, are you watching the Lions or are you hunting?
I'm going to the bar.
All right. So what bar are you going to be at?
Indian River, up in John Jansen country.
That is totally John Jansen country. What bar in Indian River?
The Wigwam.
The Wigwam. Nice. Perfect.
Yep.
Do you think the Wigwam will be packed?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet. So much better than the TP.
Paul, have fun. Good luck.
Easy on the Jello
All right,
shots.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Great.
Is the Rusty Nail up there? Is that where the Rusty Nail is?
I feel like there's a rusty nail in every county.
You might be right. Rusty Nail, Indian River.
There's a rusty bucket right up the street here.
Is there?
Yeah. A couple of them.
Rusty Nail, Sports Bar and Grill. Might be in Canton. Rich, you're next. Hi, Rich.
Hey, boys.
What's up?
Love the show.
Thank you for calling.
So for me, it's not even a question. My wife gets on the show a couple times a month, and so I figure this is my spotlight. I'm a big hunter.
She calls us?
She's been on all the different shows between Valeni and you guys.
That's
and,
awesome.
All the time. Caitlin from Grosse Pointe.
Okay.
So it's not even an option for me. She's told me, like, you're going to be home on Sunday morning or Saturday night 'cause we're going to the Lions game. She's a huge Lions fan. So if I'm not back and I have to cut my trip a day short, it would be big time trouble for me. So I'm taking Sunday off. We're going down to the game. But what's interesting, like 3 years ago, it wouldn't even been a topic in our house.
Yep.
I would have been hunting the whole time.
Isn't it crazy?
So yeah. So I'm gonna take Sunday off, and we're going down to the Lions game. Can't wait.
Yeah, things have changed.
Best of luck.
Things have changed, and smart move. That's a closer to
Closer
move.
to, without question.
We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, next hour, we'll get into the game a little bit, Lions and Jaguars. Plus, I think we're going to do this list. Gator's excited to do this list. That at 12:35, another edition of Who's on Top here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Wigwam. The Wigwam, he said. He's going to watch the Lions at the Wigwam in Indian River. Hunters. Headed up north. Vano Fun 69 on Twitch said, Tally's Bar in Lewiston. Hunter's Paradise. If you know, you know. I do not know. But there is.
Lewiston does not surprise me.
But for the first time, we probably have hunters that are like, wait a sec, I do want to watch the Lions. So,
a dilemma.
Dare we say. So how do you balance it? We'll take a couple more on this before we get into the game here a little bit. 248-539-9797. Eric, you're next on 97. Want to take it? Hi, Eric.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
I got to touch on a couple things here. First of all, if you're an avid sportsman, which I consider myself, I've been out every day since October 1st hunting. There's always some time for hunting. Deer aren't just around in the early mornings and late at night. They're out there this time of year when they're in the rut. They're chasing does all day long, all right? So if you're watching a cell phone, which is fine, the thing about that, you're not always looking out in front of you. And if you make any slight movement, and there's one of them in front of you, it's all over, especially a smart, mature buck. Now, that being said, I listen to you guys every day while I'm at work here at Grass Lake, and on these Sony headphones, I listen to you guys when I'm sitting in my blind. But then there's a downfall to that, as well as the earbuds.
Why?
You can't hear a doe if she blows. That means she scented you, or you can't hear the sounds that indicate that a buck is around or a doe. And
so you're handicapping yourself.
Yes, you are.
If you can't hear when she blows, that's a problem.
That's a big problem. And people wonder why they don't have good luck out in the woods. You have to remain as quiet as you can and not move at all and be looking and stay focused, or your opportunities and chances go down dramatically.
So,
dramatically.
So Sunday at 1.
Drastically, pardon me.
Yeah,
no, dramatically is the word we like to use.
What will you be doing Sunday at 1?
Sunday at 1, I'll be sitting in the woods, because that's when all the so-called couch hunters start wandering around, especially on state property, and they start pushing the deer. That's the best time to go out, to be candid and honest with you. I sit all day opening day. Now, I'm fortunate enough not to be have private property to be hunting on and not go to state land. But if I had to go to state land, that's a whole different character there, because these couch hunters, they're not real safe either.
Okay, two things here, Eric. Eric, I'll tell you two things to get back on track. One is, so you're not watching the Lions?
No, I'll be listening to the Lions.
Okay, but you will be handicapping yourself
because
you won't be able to hear.
she blows.
You won't be able to hear her blow or him stop.
That is true.
All right,
that is true.
And the second thing that we have to ask is, where are you calling from? Because this noise in the background is
it's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, I just stepped outside. I'm in a machine shop in Grass Lake, and all the guys are saying, I told them I was coming on the radio, but I love your guys' show, and I listen to you every day. You guys are awesome.
Thank you, Eric.
But, that does handicap you.
We don't do shout-outs, but say hi to the fellas at the shop.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, I stepped out. I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
It's interesting.
It's
we were curious what
fascinating.
the sound is.
And your call was great, so good luck.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
See you.
All right, take care, Eric. Got to hear her blow.
You know what's funny about that is that he's like giving his description of why it's got to be the way it's got to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like he was scolding all the other hunters.
In a way.
Yeah. That weren't doing the way he would do it. But
at the same time, he's also appreciating because they're going to push the deer his way.
That's right. To each their own. 248-539-9797. Last one on this. Mike, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mike.
How you doing, guys?
What's
up?
up,
Mike?
I've been listening to you guys for a long time. Been hunting for over 40 years, and I got to address these guys that call us couch hunters.
Here we go.
Yeah.
The reason why we come up here is to sit on the couch to watch the game without our wives in the kitchen yelling at us. That's why we come up north. We love our wives, but that's the reason why we come out.
All right. So where
And
are
the
you?
other reason
Where are you right now, Mike?
I'm in Beaverton, Michigan.
Beaverton, Michigan. Okay.
Home of Brandon Calhoun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not going to give last name because the wife still thinks I sit next to a tree, and it's 30 feet up in the tree, plexiglass with carpeting, and I listen to Odyssey on your show every single day.
Well, thank you, Mike.
And when the guys go, well, you can't hear them blunt or blow.
Yeah.
You look at the deer. If it turns around, that means he sees something. You don't have to hear anything. So all the people that are knocking us couchmen.
So you can see or blow.
Oh, no, it turns around and you could tell them they see something. They can hear twice as good as us, 3 times.
Okay,
When they
so-
turn around, they're looking, that's when the buck is coming. You don't have to hear them.
Back to the
you don't
point.
Have to hear a sound.
So Sunday at 1, what are you doing?
I'll be listening in, I call it the Hilton.
Okay.
The tree blind.
All right.
And I'll be sitting in there listening to it. I actually don't even hunt anymore. I watch them, and I have, after 40 years, I have nephews and the kids. And my son-in-law, they all come up.
All right, final thing for you, Mike. Final thing for hunters that final thing who might be in the Beaverton area and they want to go to a local establishment to watch the game. What is the best bar in Beaverton to go watch the Lions and the Jaguars?
Without a doubt, the reason why I bought the property, because it's only a quarter mile from my property, is the Juicy Bone, owned by Jimmy. Honest to God, that's the true name of it.
Fantastic.
He's a good friend of mine. I had to ask him about that name. But yes.
Where did the name come from?
Dale Road. I asked him. I thought it might have been something of a different kind of bar, but he does steaks.
That's
Honest
why-
God truth. His name is Jimmy. Great guy.
Jimmy owns the Juicy Bone in Beaverton.
Yes, sir.
And if you're
Yes,
in the
sir.
Beaverton area and you are going to want to watch the Lions, go to the Juicy Bone.
Absolutely.
All right.
Love you guys.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. And I will tell you this, Gator, I don't know if anything has paid off quite as good as us deciding to ask, where would you go watch in Beaverton?
I agree with you 100%.
The Juicy Bone.
I am texting friend to see if he's ever been to the Juicy Bone in Beaverton.
Thanks to all the hunters that called in today.
You guys are awesome.
Yes, you are.
Stay safe.
Please.
And treat each other with respect out there.
That too.
Yeah, even the couch hunters, right?
Yeah.
They're hunters too.
Yeah, I was not trending in a respectful way, a respectful place, was it? All right, Gator. Lions taking on the Jags. You know, my kid was young. My daughter played on a rec soccer team. And our coach was from Mexico. The team was the Jaguars, but as he called them, the Jaguars.
Sure.
So I struggle. I always want to call them the Jacksonville Jaguars.
You can. I'm not going to stop you.
So Lions and the Jaguars coming up on Sunday. I want to talk about what I think is the most mysterious lion. There's one lion in particular I find very mysterious. We will get to that today. Coming up at 12:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. Michigan Auto Law is nationally recognized for winning truck accident cases. They also have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns phone calls within 24 hours. You'll get a call back from them. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Gator, yesterday Dan Campbell was talking to the media, and the topic came up of James Houston. I find him to be the most mysterious Lion. This is a guy who is rookie season, we all know, debuted halfway through the year and racked up 8 sacks as a rookie. He lost last year to an injury. He got back on the field this year, and I mean did nothing. Did nothing. Now, did it have something to do with coming back from injury? Maybe. Maybe it did.
Limited snaps, too.
Yep. But he wasn't earning the snaps. And there was questions about him prior to the season. Like, they weren't.
There was no guarantee he was going to make the roster.
They weren't singing his praises. They weren't saying, oh, yeah, he's going to be back to what he was.
Which, again, has me thinking was an injury that he just, when he was healthy enough, that he still just wasn't right.
And then this past Sunday night, in that game against Houston, he showed up. He showed up. He had his first sack of the season. He had a couple pressures prior to that in the weeks prior where he pushed the pocket a little bit, is what Dan Campbell calls it. Here's what he had to say yesterday about James Houston's performance Sunday night. Okay, James Houston, if he wasn't playing well, I don't think Dan Campbell sugarcoats stuff.
I think you're right.
At the podium, he tells the truth, and he doesn't trash guys, but when he's not happy.
No, exactly. Well, you know where you stand with him. I think that's what all the players can appreciate is they know exactly where they stand with him because he doesn't sugarcoat things. I think he's a classic coach that uses positive reinforcement, though. If you're doing right, I'm going to let you know you're doing it right. I'm not just going to let it sit there. You need to know that you're doing things the right way, and I think that's what happened with him and James Houston this week, because maybe Houston's one of these guys that needs to be reassured, okay, this is a step in the right direction. You were playing better, and he did look better. Now, maybe it's because Houston's got a bad offensive line, or maybe it was because he made adjustments in his technique and whatever kind of rush he was going to do.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he could be sort of a forgotten man in the equation. And I don't mean forgotten by the fans. I think the fans have when you see it's like the sack in football. I mean, to me, I always talk about how I'm a big TFL guy. Tackle for losses to me is just as important as the sack is, and I don't know why it doesn't get the same amount of love that the quarterback sack gets. But James Houston is, because he had 8 quarterback sacks his rookie year, the fans haven't forgotten about him. It's like having speed in any sport, like speed in hockey. I really love Athanasiou. Speed in baseball. We got way too many Quentin Berry calls back in the day, right? If you're fast, and he was fast off the edge, it's very alluring, and I find him to be mysterious. But I'm also not counting out that maybe it's just getting back from injury, and maybe he can impact this team positively the second half of this season.
I really hope that's the case because he was so important a couple of years ago. I mean, they didn't make the playoffs that year, but they went on a hell of a tear. They're 8-2 down the stretch, and he was a big part of it in those last 7 games with the 8 sacks. And for a team that really struggles with a pass rush, that's exactly what they need. But am I counting on him being that guy again? I'm not counting on it, but I like to see that there are steps in the right direction at the very least. And what Dan Campbell had to say about the depth on this team, that it's getting better here. Yeah, they still don't have Hutch. They still don't have Davenport. They still don't have Kaminsky. But what they're getting now is maybe a healthier version of James Houston. They're getting a brand new Zadarius Smith to this team also, and they're getting a healthier Josh Paschal.
Keep in mind, too, Jacksonville actually does a decent job at protecting the quarterback. Their quarterback's only been sacked 23 times in 10 games, which is about the same rate as the Lions, with 19 sacks in 9 games.
But that's also with Trevor Lawrence at the helm.
Yeah.
So he was sacked twice a game, 18 sacks in 9 games, and there was 5 in 3 games, 5 in 31 attempts, so at 36 attempts for Mac Jones. So it's a much better rate.
248-539-9797. Greg's in Dearborn and on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Greg?
Hey, guys. With the addition of Zadarius, don't call me Ludarius Smith.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that I'm hopeful that we could see a renaissance again of James Houston from his rookie year.
Yep.
As long as he can get past that back problem from Sunday night.
So I will give you your time here, Greg, but I'm glad you brought that up. Zadarius Smith was a willing veteran coach during that game Sunday night. And if you're James Houston and this guy shows up and he's clearly been around the league for a long time, he knows what he's doing, he could have a positive impact on a young edge rusher like James Houston.
And then as far as the game goes, you guys are talking about guys getting breaks and stuff like that. I'd like to see, because I don't know if you saw this, but I don't know if Kang let you guys know this, but Sione Vaki tackled not one but 2 guys at the same time on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
So I could see him getting in there, giving Sonic and Knuckles a break, and the guy's electric. So
he's an intriguing player himself, and yeah, that play, he's basically engaged with a blocker and winning when he reaches out and makes a tackle. That was an amazing play for a rookie. That's the thing that's one of the biggest things about the transition from level to level. And I saw it up close and personal. And I used to be one of these guys that get all excited to see the freshmen. And then when I went to practice and saw freshmen at Michigan football practice, and I'm like, these kids aren't ready physically.
Most of them.
Yeah, most of them aren't. When you get the special ones, the rare ones,
then you're like, oh, wow.
Yeah, and you can't believe that
kid played high school just a few months ago. Yeah. How is that fair? How is it fair to, honestly, when you go back and think about that, how is it fair to play against Lamar Woodley or against TJ Duckett when you were in high school? How is that possibly fair?
Those guys had their way.
I mean, they were men.
Have you seen the videos and pictures of Derrick Henry in high school?
Oh, I can only imagine.
It looks like an offensive lineman is running down the field, at like a 4.4 speed. And by the way, Sione Vaki, we could call him Tails. So another Sonic character that he could be part of this, man. Let him in the group. The truth is ready. The truth is ready.
Has he played any reps on except for special teams this year?
Yeah, on offense, he's had a couple of reps in there.
That's, okay.
There was a time I think he was back there with Gibbs, I think it was.
Yeah.
God,
line up at fullback.
The idea of getting him involved is
Tails.
Dude,
he's in.
Either way.
That play was incredible.
Plays both sides.
That play was truly incredible. This is a rookie, making the jump, who's engaged with one NFL player and tackles him with his other arm, tackles another one with his other arm.
Well, let's hope that his career is much longer and more illustrious than the last special teams guy that we jumped on.
Zach Follett?
Yeah, we still love Zach Follett, but unfortunately, he
had injuries,
He got hurt.
He had injuries.
He got hurt, and it was the way that he played, though, because he was just a crash dummy out there. He didn't care. It was fun to watch.
He was
a lot of fun to watch.
Really something else. 248-539-9797. The other thing is, remember a couple weeks ago when of course you do, Jamison Williams first gets suspended and Dan Campbell gets in front of the media and says, I trust this guy and I believe in this guy. J-Mo rewarded him with his performance Sunday night.
He did. He earned the trust of everybody in the locker room when the passes he caught. Okay, the first one, it kind of it jumps out of his hands, and then he recollects it, catches it, and then gets drilled. Mm-hmm. Okay, he held on. Great, nice catch. But he took a shot. Then he takes that one shot from in front and then gets hit from behind as well. Still hangs on to the football, where I'm pretty much convinced that 9 out of 10 wide receivers are dropping that football.
It seems like the good ones catch it.
Yeah.
But he could see the hit coming from the front. He could not see it coming from behind, and he got tattooed and hung on.
I just root for this kid so much.
Yep.
I think there's a lot of noise on the outside about stuff that doesn't need to be made that big of a story out of, that people want to make it into a story. And spin it into their own narrative. I think as a player, this guy has so much talent. He can do so many, and he does little things. He's not afraid to block. He likes to block, just like St. Brown does it, right? He wants to lead the way down the field. Doesn't care if he's got the ball in his hands or if his buddy Jahmyr Gibbs has the ball in his hand. He wants to lead the way. And the fact that he was able to hold on to those passes, he's still a work in progress too.
I have a minor
gotten the most out of him.
Minor disagreement with you in that I don't think it's people out there wanting to make noise. I think when you mess up to an extent where you get suspended twice, I think it's understandable why people are kind of uncomfortable with that. And I'm sure he doesn't. I'm rooting for him on the field and off the field because I don't want to see him get suspended again. And hopefully he won't. Hopefully he's learned from
Yes, hopefully he doesn't, and he continues to contribute in ways that awe us and astonish us, and that at the end of the season, it's a no-brainer. They say, you got to pick up the extra year.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right. Gator, the NFL has re-upped with Indy to host the NFL Combine through 2026.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to think, given our success with the NFL Draft, and there's some respect for Ford Field. It's still a respected facility.
Very much so.
That we could get in the mix here if we wanted.
Doug, I'm calling for it.
Are you?
I want this. And you should want this too. And I think you do. Kang, I think Kang wants it. We love the Combine here in this show.
Well, we certainly
love the
all
Combine.
things draft. And
Yes.
it's refreshing as hell not to have to talk about it all the time.
I forget the name of the gentleman that we spoke with over the summer when we were out at Oakland Hills.
The dude from the commission.
From the Detroit Sports Commission.
His one line was, "I'm sick of everything going to Indy."
Yeah, there you go. Get on it.
Awesome.
I'm sure he's already on it. Yep. I'm sure he's already on. And the fact that the Lions and Detroit did such an amazing job with the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody raved about the draft. Thank God the weather cooperated for the most part. But we did such a great job with the draft in the city of Detroit. I have to believe that the NFL, if they get something noticed, possible cities for the NFL Combine after 2026, Detroit. Yeah, I see it. It makes sense. Let's give it to Detroit. Why not?
It's Dave Beach now.
There you go.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Now the Combine's open to the public, right? People can go in and watch.
Yeah. Place, I don't know if I wouldn't say it'd be packed, but you'd have a presence there every day from fans.
I'll
that
tell
you
you
don't
who else would
typically
be there.
see in Indianapolis.
10 to 2 would be there.
Yeah, it would.
And in fact, we don't ask for much. And in turn, we don't get much. But I would ask Jimmy for that.
We'd be there.
Yeah.
Question is, would we be from the broadcast booth or would we be on the concourse?
I want to be on the 50-yard
I was
line.
about to say, I want to be on the field.
Yeah.
I want to talk to the players.
Doug wants to ask Rich Eisen about the 40 again.
God, I mean, for a guy who guards against.
Remember when?
It was so bad.
So cool.
I was so disappointed in myself.
That was awesome.
Awesome. For people who don't know the story, when somebody famous comes along and you get a chance to meet him, you don't want to say the thing that everybody says to them.
Don't be obvious.
Yeah. So when like Texas was coming and Matthew McConaughey was going to be there and Rieger said, "Are you going to say to him, all right, all right, all right?" And I said, "No, I'm going to say the exact opposite. I'm going to try and think of some line that he would appreciate that nobody says to him so that you're not just another person saying the same thing." And then when I saw Rich Eisen on the field at a Michigan game, I was working sidelines. I said, "Dude, the 40, introduced myself. I said, the 40 at the Combine's fantastic." And he's like, "Oh, thank you very much." And then I, stood near him for like 2-3 series, and everybody that walked up to him said the exact same thing. I literally went out and did the exact opposite of what I was.
Gritting his teeth, shaking his head up and down. Thank you very much.
Yep.
When am I getting off this sideline?
Yep. Yeah, the 40. Yeah.
When these people stop?
40,
yeah. No,
Thank
he
you, I
just
love it.
hands you a
He
card
was
before
very
you answer
kind.
the question.
My
Ask him the
point
question.
is, he was very kind and polite about it.
Yeah. So,
But I realized that I broke my own rule in spectacular fashion.
So in 2 years, when the Combine's here, because
I'm
it
not
should
going to
be
bring it
here,
up.
you
I'm
don't
going to
bring it up.
I'm going to bring up some story he wrote in the Michigan Daily back when he was a student.
Great.
Yep.
You got to redeem yourself.
I got to redeem myself, man.
Do you ever feel great shame, like you're just?
I felt great shame.
No, like you still to this day, like think about it and go, "Oh, I'm so embarrassing." Like you're sitting in traffic by yourself.
Yeah, but there's
and
there's like a laundry list of things.
Yes.
And that's one of them.
Is that
That's
one
on
of them?
the list,
Yeah.
yeah.
I can't believe
Just
I
keeps
asked.
playing over and over and over again in your head.
Yeah,
Like,
and
I
you guys
can't
keep
believe how
bringing 'em.
dumb I was.
Let's
bring
get
this
to the who's on top, all right?
over and over.
Today we found a list, and we blew it because we should have Gator be the host
Yes.
and be the person guessing, although it'll be as much fun. And it made Gator laugh earlier when I showed him the list. The list is the tastiest vegetables ranked. Tastiest vegetables ranked. So the way this works for people who don't know, Gator gets 3 guesses. What's in the top 10? And then the people help him round out the top 10. Okay? You ready?
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, I guess I was thinking about it now. I think it's like the tastiest vegetable with butter is
whatever. Yeah. I mean,
I like where your head's at.
Yeah.
With cheese.
Yeah. Exactly. One of these does not fit that bill, but I happen to like this vegetable. I'll start with that one. I'm going to say radish. I like radish.
Okay, I got to tell
radishes.
What? That was not on my bingo
I got to
card.
tell you, I think this is an underrated great call. I love the radish.
I like radishes.
Well, if you're
the
getting
radish.
approval from Doug, that's
Yep.
got to mean a lot.
Yeah, it means that I screwed up. Because it's nowhere near the list, but I happen to like radishes. The other one, which is number one for me, and I think it's number one for a lot of people, the sweet potato. I mean, it's already got natural sweetness to it. Like, this is a vegetable. I could eat this all day. Yeah, delicious. And lastly, no matter how you slice them, they could be the multicolored ones. They could just be your typical orange ones. They could be baby ones. Either way, carrots, I think, are delicious.
Well, Gator got one of the top 10.
Oh, and it's not radish.
Carrots check in at 4.
No sweet potato?
Sweet potato ranks 19th.
Oh, people.
And I've got a deep, deep list here. Radishes check in at 48.
That is a deep list.
I love the radish.
Radish. That was a personal guess for you, right, Gator? I mean, you knew.
Well,
you had to have
it's-
known.
I
radish.
felt like I was under a gun a little bit because I hadn't given it much thought, and we're in the commercial break. We got to
Radish.
let Kenny know what I'm going to say so we don't get the repeats. And I'm like, radish.
Okay.
I'm just going to write down some others.
I approve of the radish call, but
Yeah.
the list does not. And let's get to the people at 248-539-9797. These are the tastiest vegetables ranked. And in fact, we're looking for the top 11. I'll explain later. We go to Matt. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, how we doing?
I'm going to go with orange pepper.
Orange pepper. Gator, do you think orange pepper made the top?
Like a bell pepper?
Yep.
I'm going to say no.
Just outside the top 10, Matt, is at number 15 is bell peppers. So 248-539-9797. Tastiest vegetables ranked. Greg, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Well, I'm not surprised that you approved of the radish, Doug, but I'm going to go with the roasted parsnip.
The parsnip.
It's delicious with the roasted potatoes and some roasted parsnips.
Parsnips are great. I just would not expect that to be in the top 10.
It is not.
delicious.
Is it ahead or behind the radish?
I can't wait to see. I am working my way down here, and I don't know that parsnip made the top 50.
This is rigged.
Sounds like the parsnip slipped.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't see parsnip anywhere. Yeah, I didn't expect that. 248-539-9797. Tastiest vegetables ranked. Let's go to Dave. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dave.
I'm going to go straight for number one. It's got to be the potato.
Gator, do you think potato made the top 10?
I do, even though it was sweet potato, but potato's got to be in there.
Potato checks in at number 1.
Yeah, that's obvious.
Top ranked vegetable. Well
Good
done,
job.
Dave.
Would you rather let me ask you honestly, though, Kane, would you rather have a sweet potato or a regular, like a baked potato?
Baked potato all day.
Really?
I love potatoes. You know I'm a fry whore too, so anything like regular potato wise, I am. Bad for there's like
You know I'm a fry whore, right? You guys know this about me, right?
You know,
I'll
our,
do anything for something that's fried.
all right, and our guy Greg was a parsnip whore.
parsnip slut.
Let's go to Brandon and Wade. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
Parsnip shaming.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good.
All right, Brandon.
Listen, it's basic, but I mean, some cooked corn with butter on it's got to be in the top 10.
Sweet corn, yeah, it's got to be on the top 10.
Corn ranks number 2 on the list. 248-539-9797.
Again, but you got to have that with butter. Same thing with a potato.
I'm going to go ahead and say Brian, even though on the call screener it says Brain. Let's go to Brain in Dearborn. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brain.
It is Brian. How are you?
What's
we're
up,
doing
Brian?
well.
Okay. I love broccolini, not broccoli, broccolini.
Broccolini. Do you think broccolini made the top 10?
I do not.
It did not. And I'm going to have to see if it made it in the top 50. Thank you. We go to Justin next on 97.1 A Ticket. Top 10 tasting vegetables. What do you got?
Well, you know what? I was going to say cucumber, but I'm going to change it up. I don't know if anybody said this, but maybe a fried zucchini or barbecued zucchini.
Well, you're going to go zucchini over cucumber, huh?
You're going zucchini?
Yes.
I think it's a mistake. I'd go cucumber over zucchini. I think zucchini's outside the top 10.
It is outside the top 10. Thank you. 248-539-9797.
Is it on the list, though?
Dude, the list is deep, and I got to get through to other callers. I'll work on it during the break. Jason and Ipsy on 97 want a ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hi. How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, asparagus.
Asparagus. Do you think asparagus made the list?
I don't think it did, but I liked asparagus a lot.
Asparagus did not make the list. 248-539-9797. Tom, on a cell, you're next. Tastiest vegetables, top 10. What do you got?
Fresh green beans with bacon and cream of mushroom soup.
Do I think fresh green beans made the list? I do not.
It did not make the top 10.
Jansen just texted me. He didn't know there were 10 different vegetables.
Green beans did check in at number 16. I saw that. We got a Brian in Ann Arbor. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brian.
Not Brian.
Hey, guys. What about avocado?
Avocado, Gator. Do you think avocado made the top 10?
I think technically it's a fruit, so I'm going to say no.
It checks in at number 11 on the list. Oh. And we'll give you credit for it because, well, I'll explain later why we're giving credit for number 11. 248-539-9797. There's something that's kind of repetitive. But we go to Nick. You're next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, Doug. How's it going?
Good. Thank you.
Good. I'm thinking of mushroom, possibly portobello.
Gator, do you think mushroom made the top 10?
All right, I'll say this. I hate mushrooms, can't stand them, but I know people love them, and people love the hardiness, the steak-like flavor of the portobello. I'll say it's on there.
It is at number 20 outside the top 10. 248-539-9797. Denny, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Denny.
Hey, how you doing this morning?
All right, Denny.
Thank you.
My guess would be celery with a little bit of sour cream or
anything else to mask the flavor
cheese.
of a celery. Sure.
Cream cheese. There you go.
Gator, do you think celery made the top 10?
I do not think celery made the top 10.
It checks in at 34.
Oh, okay. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you. Bob's in Howell, and he's next. Hi, Bob.
Just a lot of good vegetables.
Hi, guys. How are we doing today?
All right, Bob.
Great.
Sweet Vidalia onions.
I love it. I hope onions of some kind are on the list in the top 10. Sweet Vidalia onions are great.
I'm going to give him credit for onions at 6.
Okay.
Bob. Just regular old onions checked in at 6. But you got one of the top 10. We will take a break and come back and give you the top 10/11 tastiest vegetables ranked. And I got to see if parsnip got any mentions. That was the first one that came in. I think the list actually goes deeper than 50. I only printed up the top 50. Hey, the NBA is back, and FanDuel is America's #1 sportsbook. They want you to catch all the action. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beaters to place any $5 bet on an NBA game. To get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. So you can then watch out-of-market games, watch Wembanyama play, or root against the detestable Celtics. Whatever it is. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After a 3-month trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. bring up Tyson and I did find the original list. I'd only printed up the list 50 deep. Parsnip did check in at 57 in between watercress and taro.
Taro root.
Yeah,
That's where you get poi, right?
I will tell you that I did find that the list went 58 deep and parsnip was 57.
Nice. Got to throw some more at you rapid fire?
Sure.
The chickpea.
I don't think I saw the chickpea on the list at all.
But green pea.
Green pea was pretty high. Give me a second here.
I like peas a lot.
Do you?
I do.
The pea ranks 22nd.
Jalapeno.
Jalapeno, I know, was on here somewhere. It's pretty low, but it's on here.
Doug, does this list
33?
Does it say like raw vegetables or like how cooked? Like, does it have any description of where they were ranked?
So
or how?
Like for instance, like broccoli.
Yeah, like
broccoli's great with cheese on it.
And Jansen also said good with bacon.
Yep.
Yes.
It doesn't really say. It says these are the best vegetables. They gain widespread popularity, bursting with flavor and vital nutrients. They enhance countless dishes while promoting optimal health. As most individuals continue exploring different veggie options, there's no doubt that these sources of nourishment will remain at the forefront of mindful eating habits for years to come.
Here's what I think is underrated.
Okay.
Squash.
Okay.
I think squash is very underrated.
Well, if you go on this list, it probably is. Squash.
Like to dice it up, put it on a sheet pan, kind of roast it.
Yeah, I'm not sure it got any love. I don't think squash.
That's really
is on
unfortunate.
there. Yeah. It's worse than parsnip. All right, here we go. We're doing top 11 because there's something that's somewhat repetitive. Brian got avocado at number 11. Number 10 is the baby carrot. Which
it's carrot. Come on, same thing.
In fact, now that I mention it, there's two that are repetitive. So let me go back to 12. 12 is romaine lettuce. Nobody got that. 11 is avocado. Brian got that. 10 is the baby carrot. Number 9 is lettuce. Number 8 is broccoli. Number 7 is cucumber. One dude had cucumber and changed it to celery, maybe?
Zucchini.
Zucchini, yeah, zucchini didn't make it. Cucumber at 7. Bob got onion at 6. Garlic checks in at 5. Regular carrot checks in at 4. Sweet corn at 3. Brandon got corn at 2. Again, repetitive. And the number 1 tastiest vegetable, according to ranker.com, is the potato, and Dave got that.
Just for edification, avocado is a fruit.
Okay, well, I made this list. Pumpkin's on here, and I wouldn't have thought of pumpkin as a vegetable, but I guess it's technically
part of the gourd family.
Well, maybe, yeah. Avocado is on the list for whatever it's worth.
I mean, they're delicious. I like avocado a lot.
I do too. Thank you for all your calls.
What about Brussels sprouts? Is that on the list?
I don't think Brussels sprouts got any love. I did find they had
flash fried, a little bit of balsamic vinegar.
The funniest part of all this, and you guys will all appreciate this that are regular listeners to the show, there is a list of vegetables nobody wants to eat ranked.
Kang, what's your number 1?
Vegetables I don't want to eat?
It says vegetables nobody wants to eat ranked.
Bitter melon's up there for me. Too bitter for me.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't like it. Why, do you?
No, I wouldn't expect that to be a fruit. And I thought it would be a fruit, not a vegetable, but that's the first one you think of.
Yeah, I guess I always associated that with being a vegetable. Why, you got one?
Well, to me, it's mushrooms, but that's a personal taste.
Yeah,
but
I like it.
When you hear what's number 1, I think you will laugh.
Number 1 is kale.
I don't like kale either.
I hate kale.
I became a kale fan with the Chick-fil-A superfood salad. It needs bitter. A little bit. It needs a lot of love. It needs some TLC. When you get it right, it's good. Kale at 1, okra 2, celery 3, Brussels sprouts 4, eggplant 5, beets 6, cauliflower 7, cabbage 8, zucchini 9, and radishes 10.
But I don't like that list.
Okay. All right. Coming up Friday night on Netflix, Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. I'll start with this. Are you going to watch?
Yes.
Kang, are you going to watch?
Reluctantly, yeah, I'm going to watch.
Why do you not want to watch?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why I don't want to watch. I don't like supporting anything the Paul brothers do, personally. That's me. Secondly, I don't want to see a legend like this go out like this because this is not going to be good for Mike Tyson. He's 58 years old, and I just don't. This is cruel, actually, almost in a way. Like, he should not be stepping in a ring against a 27-year-old who's probably in the peak physical condition of his life. He was actually decent at boxing, by the way. I don't care how you feel about him. And you're putting in an old man who almost died while he's just sitting on an airplane like 6 months ago. That's why I don't want to watch. I'm sorry. I don't want that.
I understand that there's a real. Like the reason I wouldn't want to. Very much the same. I don't want to support what these guys do.
These like YouTubers. Or
yeah,
whatever.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of either one of them. And the other thing is, I don't want to see Tyson lose and embarrass himself. And yet, I think there's a better chance that he doesn't. So if he doesn't embarrass himself, I feel like maybe he knocks the crap out of this guy and then he's done.
Okay, can we start with this? Should it be acknowledged in any way that this whole thing could be scripted? That this is as much a wrestling match as it is a boxing event?
I don't think so. They've changed. I mean, there's rules that have changed. There were the 2-minute rounds. I don't know how many rounds are they going, King? Are they going 8 or 10? But they're 2-minute rounds. I certainly hope that that's not the case.
But you can't put it past them, right?
I don't know. Have these other bouts been scripted? Did you think they were scripted?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
I don't think this one's going to be.
Has Jake Paul, has he ever fought a fighter? Like a real professional boxer? I don't know. I'm asking.
Guys that have had professional bouts, yes. He lost to one, actually, Fury's brother. But they're not like legit contenders or anything like that.
No, he's fought MMA fighters that aren't boxers.
Old MMA
and old
fighters.
guys, guys that are well past their prime in MMA, and then they're just trying to box or whatever.
He's had a couple fights against guys that had some professional bouts.
Apparently, after this fight, he wants to. Was it Canelo Alvarez he wants to fight?
Yeah, Canelo Alvarez would knock his head off. But anyways, yeah. Now that's not even. That's more than a legit boxer. That's the boxer. So
I have Netflix, so I have access to this, and I don't know if I'm going to watch it or not. It basically, if I remember to, I might flip it on.
You know what? Part of me, now that we're talking this out, maybe I'm more inclined not to watch it and just find out what the result is. And if the result is what I want it to be, then I'll go back and watch it. Like if I know Tyson knocks him out, you're damn right I'm going to go watch it.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
But if I find out that Tyson loses,
you don't want to watch that.
I don't want to see it. So maybe I go into it without watching it tomorrow night. I don't want to see that live, but I'll watch it afterwards if I know that Tyson wins.
Do you think? I don't know even how to describe how this fight, how to measure how it will do. It's on Netflix, so how do you measure? Will they be able to know how many people?
I'm sure they'll
streamed
be able to know,
They'll be able to know how many people streamed it, but they're not. This isn't the typical way that fights are done. Like it's not a pay-per-view. It's
no, but I mean, like anyone, Netflix will let you know what their top viewed shows are. They know.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll absolutely know what this one is.
But I guess we have nothing to compare it to. Has there ever been a fight streamed on Netflix before?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But is Netflix where the Tom Brady roast was?
Yes.
And we know how well that did, correct?
Yeah, they'll have numbers on this for sure.
Yeah.
All right, 248-539-9797. Are you watching? If so, why? If not, why not? And what do you think is going to happen? Kang is dreadfully fearful that Tyson's going to get killed here. Not literally, but that it's not going to go well for Mike Tyson. And I don't know that there's anybody. I mean, there might be people because I know Tyson's a polarizing figure, but do you think there's a big Jake Paul audience out there rooting for him?
I think there is. I don't know how big it is, but there is definitely a Jake Paul audience out there. And there are plenty of people out there that don't like Mike Tyson.
Yeah, exactly. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. That's from the promo promoting the Tyson Jake Paul fight coming up tomorrow night on Netflix. A lot of feedback coming in on this. I don't want to see Mike Tyson get just crushed here. Like and Kang, you're convinced it's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't see how this ends well for Mike Tyson. It's unfortunate for if you're a Tyson fan.
Let me ask you a question. If it does end well for Mike, do you think that it's scripted?
No, Jake Paul wouldn't embarrass himself on purpose.
Okay.
You know, like he's not going to.
As a fighter.
Yeah, as a fighter. I mean, I'm not talking about the YouTube, stuff.
He embarrasses
that's
himself
different.
all the time,
yeah,
but yeah.
no, I think he's moved on to that. He actually
he's a
decent fighter. I gotta give him respect for that. And if he wants some legitimacy, work your way up, through the ranks a little bit, instead of fighting all these old timers.
Are you going to be watching the real fight on Saturday night?
Yeah, another couple old timers, but yes, I'll be watching that one as well.
I mean, not nearly as old.
No, not 58 years old.
No.
But
John Bones Jones and Stipe Miocic.
Yes, I'll watch those two. I think, Doug, it depends. If your kid wants to watch it, I think you're all in. Like you're in with spending time with your son as much as you can. And
with John Paul Jones and Stipe Miocic?
No,
Miocic.
the Tyson fight.
Oh, okay.
Like if he says, "Dad, let's watch it,"
probably. Stoney in Ortonville, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Stoney.
Hey, guys. I am for sure going to watch that fight. And the reason being is because I've been lucky enough in my lifetime to see Tiger Woods, the greatest of all-time golfers, Michael Jordan, the greatest of all-time basketball player, and then Barry Sanders, arguably the greatest running back. So to see Mike Tyson fight in my lifetime and all them greats, I am going to watch it, but I do think it's a PR thing. I think it's going to be, it's going to go the distance all the way. That way, Mike Tyson can say he's undefeated, and Jake Paul can say he went the distance with a legend.
So wait, you think Tyson's going to win on a decision?
Yes.
Interesting.
How many times has Tyson won in his career on a decision?
He can't say he's undefeated because he's not.
No, he's lost plenty, actually. Towards the end of his career, he was always losing.
Well, Tyson can say he still has it,
Well, that's true, and that would imply that the fix is in.
I think the real script would be if it goes to decision and Paul wins. And Tyson can say, dude, I lasted, the whole fight with a 27-year-old. I'm still good. And Paul says, hey, I beat a legend.
If this thing goes the distance, I tend to agree because then it sets up a rematch. Like, I don't want that.
Well, aren't these two also? Are these two friends?
Yeah.
Okay, so that brings it in under even more suspicion.
Well, I mean, you would think it's easier to fight somebody you're not friends with. You can muster up an honest hatred, I suppose.
But they're going to make money off this.
Oh yeah.
And so, why should we trust this? These are just to be clear, these aren't questions. I don't know anything about the fight game. You guys do, so I'm asking you. Why should we trust this?
Well, Gator, you know this. The fight game in general is already dirty.
Yeah,
like quote unquote legit fights, right? When judges.
Anytime you get judges involved, the possibility of it being tainted is there.
Yes.
People see things from different angles, and they're going to score it different ways, and it's always tough. That's why I hope this thing ends in a knockout. Just, obviously I want Tyson to win in a knockout because I can't stand Jake Paul, but be decisive. Let's not have a rematch. Unless we see like the most amazing fight, if we see, Hagler Hearns all over again, but it's for 8 full rounds or whatever this fight is, I don't want to see a rematch with these guys. In fact, I don't want to see Jake Paul, period.
But a rematch would mean what, Tyson's going to be 60 when they fight again? He's 58 right now.
He doesn't need to.
No.
Let's go to Jake. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
There is no way Mike Tyson's going to take a loss on his very last fight. Like King just said, he's going to be 60 for the rematch. Like, come on. This is going to be his last fight. He's going to knock him out. I think it's going to be a good fight. Jake Paul's a good fighter. You can't take that away from him. But look at Mike's legend, his history. And I don't know if you guys seen the documentary there leading up to the fight on Netflix there. But have you seen this guy's punches compared to Jake Paul? Like, they are deadly.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Jake. Are you saying there's no way he's going to lose because he's too good? Or are you saying there's no way he's going to lose because that's how they're going to script it?
I don't think this fight's going to be scripted. I think people are just talking. There's no way it's going to be scripted. I don't think Mike Tyson's that type of guy. Jake Paul is, based on his YouTube history. But it's a combination of his background, who he's fought, the legends he's fought in the past, and just the way he's training. You could just tell the guy's a beast and he's ready to go.
Can't training videos be wildly misleading?
Yes. When you're watching 15 seconds at a time over hours of a training session.
I mean, did he run to the top of those stairs in Philly and jump around? And was Rocky playing in the background? Did he
train in Siberia?
It's a TV show, man. Are we really? You're going with the TV show to determine that he's in better shape than Jake Paul?
No, you can't use that. And the point of those promotional videos and trailers is to make it seem like it's, hey, this is 50-50. Both guys are looking great. This is going to be an awesome fight, excitement. And that's the purpose of those, whether it's Hard Knocks or 24/7 or, they'll lead up to the fights, countdowns. That's what they were supposed to do.
Look, there's no way he's in better shape than Jake Paul.
No.
I mean, he's almost 30 years older, so there's no way he's in better shape. But I did catch, looking at my phone the other day, I caught a clip of an old George Foreman fight in his latter years. And Foreman's in his 40s at the time and just toying around with some heavyweight, and eventually they stopped the fight. And Foreman's barely moving around the ring, but he doesn't have to because he's got the power. Please tell me Tyson still has that. But this is Foreman when Foreman is still like 15 years younger than Mike Tyson is now.
I don't doubt Tyson's in good shape for a 58-year-old.
You're right.
That's not my question. He's fighting a 27-year-old who's in the prime of his.
Is the last thing to go for a fighter, though, is the last thing that goes your power? Can he still have blunt force trauma with these hurt bombs he's got?
Just some in those hands, right?
Yeah.
I hope he's got something, man. I hope he can connect one time. Yeah, that's all it takes, right? I hope he's got enough in there.
Just put him to sleep with one punch. Huh?
Please.
That's the hope.
Please, just end it.
Matt in Hazel Park, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Matt.
What's up? I'm a big Tyson fan. I would say the odds are about 60-40 in Jake Paul's favor, but I'm a Tyson fan, so I expect Tyson to win. And I asked Kenny, if someone offers you $20 million to fight Tyson, would you do it?
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
The question is, my only concern was, would I be alive? Are they wearing headgear in this fight?
No, they're not supposed to be.
Okay.
Look, you spend, a mill, 1.5 on, reconstruction, you still got money.
Doug, you can get those hair plugs you always wanted.
Yeah, you can spend a whole lot of time.
You don't even have to go to
Istanbul.
Turkey. You can do it here in America.
You can afford it here, yeah.
I probably would, and may I survive the fight and live to get my kids, take care of my family.
Well, allegedly, Tyson's getting $20 million to fight Jake Paul for this fight. So, I mean, they're both making a lot of money on this.
Fight.
Yes.
Put fight in quotation marks here. Is this really a fight? Is a boxing fan think this is really a fight?
No, not the purist.
Well,
not the elite boxing fan.
It's not the same thing, but I mean, but go back and watch there was a lot of people were questioning Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor. Was that really going to be a fight? That was actually an entertaining fight.
That was entertaining.
It was entertaining. At best, can this be that?
I hope so. I hope it's not, oh my gosh, there's a senior citizen in there just trying to survive rounds, We don't want to see that.
I hope this is like a scene from that movie where you see, young guy shooting his mouth off at the bar, and the old guy steps up and says, "Hey, can you keep it down over here? And what are you going to do about it, old man?" And then, old man knocks his ass out. And it's like Robert Duvall who just beat the hell out of Brock Lesnar or something, I hope it's that. I hope that's the version.
Gator, bless your heart.
I feel like we're going to know all we need to know from the stare down.
You mean when?
Today? When they're in the ring.
Oh, right before.
Right before, because Tyson's stare downs. You could see there was a switch that was flipped when he was ready to fight.
I'll say this: Mike Tyson's done this so many times, and he's such a mentally like psychopath when it comes to fighting. Like he's not scared of Jake Paul. I just don't think his skills are there anymore. I don't think his mind is going to tell his body to do things that it's not going to be able to do anymore. It can't react as fast as it used to.
But if you're Jake Paul, you still have. I mean, you've got respect for Tyson as a fighter. Mm-hmm. You know what he is.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be part of you that when you step in the ring, and if you see Tyson giving you that stare back. Oh, crap. What did I just do?
Yeah. I'm hoping Jake Paul turns into Ron Holland with the game on the line at the free throw line, okay? I'm hoping, like, his sweaty palms.
Too soon.
Wow. I'm hoping.
Palms are sweaty?
Yeah. I'm hoping he steps in there and goes, oh, my God.
Has some of Mom's spaghetti. And
could you imagine the pressure Ron Holland would have felt last night if it were a cup game?
Thank God it wasn't a cup game. He would have airballed it for sure.
Or if Mike Tyson was staring at him.
What a time to be a sports fan, and Twin Peaks is ready to up their game for your viewing experience. The weekend actually starts tonight with an awesome Thursday night game, Washington and Philly. Why Twin Peaks, you ask? For starters, if you're not going to the game, you don't want to be anywhere else. They bring you the best game day experience apart from actually being at the game. Wall-to-wall, high-def TVs, so there isn't a bad seat in the house. A scratch kitchen that boasts some of the best food in the state, like hand-cut New York strips, hand-cut and breaded to order wings and tenders, and house-smoked ribs, brisket, wings, and thighs. Pair that with a high-end bar serving up some of the most exclusive bourbons and tequilas, as well as handcrafted cocktails, and some of the coldest beer you'll ever have. Poured at 29 degrees. Haven't mentioned the best part, of course. It's all served up by the beautiful, hospitable Twin Peaks girls. Check out your favorite lodge every day this week and see for yourself. Jake Paul and Tyson Friday night, plus awesome college football action Saturday, UFC 309 Saturday with the return of John Bones Jones. Then circle back Sunday for your Detroit football team. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Swing around the NFL today at 1:30. In the meantime, we're talking about this Tyson-Jake Paul fight tomorrow night. Whatever people's level of interest is in this, we don't even know if it's a real fight. There's reason to be suspicious of this, and yet I think people are, into wanting to see Tyson beat the crap out of him. Although you guys pointed out Jake Paul does have a following, so maybe there's And there's an anti-Tyson sect out there as well. But 248-539-9797. John, you're next. Hi, John.
Yeah, how you guys doing, man? Just want to start out, man. I love the show. Love the show.
Thank you.
So this is, I think it's going to be the real deal. I mean, Tyson, he's a little bit older, but we can look back when Foreman jumped back into the fight scene at an older age, and he didn't stop, man. George was overweight and big, but he went through a lot of bouts and stuff. So,
but he was 15 years younger.
Yeah, that's true. But I think Iron Mike's ready. I mean, yeah, they may be buddies and stuff, but when they jump in that ring, it's going to be about dominance, and I don't think Mike's going to back down. Stamina, yeah, Jake Paul's got it. We know that. But, I mean, if you guys ever really followed the fight scene or been involved, the training's, the endurance it's hard. But, I mean, I think Mike's ready.
Well, that's what it might, because it's only a 2-minute round. They're 2-minute rounds. Maybe that plays in favor of Tyson because he, obviously at 58 there would be different issues with his stamina, but he's not having to go 3 full minutes. It's 2 full minutes.
That's true. That's true. I mean, 3 minutes is a lot, guys. I mean, when you you work out on the heavy bag, I mean, it's you put that little timer on and stuff, and when you get done with that, it's a good workout. But I think it's going to be a good fight. I mean, honestly, I love Mike. I've loved him from the beginning. When he lost his trainer at the beginning, that's when he kind of went downhill. But I think Jake Paul's going to outlast him. But I think it's going to be a good fight because if Mike's still got the power in that right hand, and he comes in with the hook, and then the duck, and then comes in with that right hook. I mean, he's deadly.
Why do you think he's still got the power in his right hand?
I know that you guys were talking earlier, about his training, and you might see a 15-second workout and stuff like that. But if you look at him all in all, he looks like he's been on the right nutrition. He's eating the right thing, taking the right supplements, and I mean he looks really good for 58.
Is he smoking a ton of pot too? Right.
Well, that's for recovery, perhaps.
248-539-9797. Look, I want Tyson to be all these things that caller said he's going to be.
Please.
I'm a little skeptical. Rick is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rick.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up,
Rick?
Hey, I think if this thing goes 3 rounds, I think Tyson has a good shot at it. Beyond that, I think he'll just kind of peter out. You just can't have the stamina at almost 60 that a 27-year-old does.
So you're talking about if it's got to be over quick for Tyson to win it.
For Tyson to win, I believe so. I think the first round will be nothing. A lot of feeling out of each other, and I think by the second round we'll know, number one, if it's real or not by watching them, and number two, if it is fake, I hope that somebody keeps reminding Tyson of that, because if he gets slapped a couple times, he might forget that part.
I wouldn't hate that. If suddenly, if it is fake and then suddenly a switch is flipped and he goes after Jake Paul, that would be pretty amusing.
Hey, remember, this is fake, right?
Oh, exactly.
I think you're hearing a lot of nostalgia from fans.
I think so too.
When you remember the good old days, and that's just not Mike anymore. It's actually his last professional bout he lost, and it was like 20 years ago.
Remember he wasn't there one in Detroit where he walked out?
He wasn't good at the end of his career.
The Palace? No, it was terrible. But he also wasn't. He had checked out.
Yeah, exactly. And, like I said, I think he's in good shape for a 58-year-old. But for me, a personal victory would be don't get knocked out, survive the fight. Because I don't want Jake Paul to be able to say, I knocked out Mike Tyson. Like, that is just on top of everything, right? He could actually walk around and say, I knocked out Mike Tyson. I want Tyson to just survive.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Kayla in Marysville. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Kayla?
Hi there.
Hey.
So I just want to say I'm a new listener, and I really enjoy the station. It's allowed me to participate a lot more in conversations with my dad. So
thank you.
Loving what I'm hearing.
Awesome.
I came up with Jake Paul. I'm in the same age group since Vine, and one thing that is always the takeaway is this man, it became very obvious at a young age, this man will do anything for attention. And that's why I think that this is 100% PR. I know that you had a caller earlier that said that. I think it's all about the money, all about PR. I don't want to watch it personally, but my brother's having a party. I don't think it's real, but I also do hope that that angry guy still lives in Tyson somewhere and he knocks his block off.
He's so great.
It would be fantastic.
It would. I'm hoping for it.
Yeah, it would be the best.
Well, and the other thing is, Jake Paul hasn't fought anybody that has Tyson's power. So even if Tyson lands a body blow, King, don't you think that Jake Paul's going to? Oh, wait a minute.
I'm hoping, but I think this is what I think is going to happen, Gator. I think Paul kind of runs away from him for the first few rounds, tires Tyson out, hopes Tyson comes chasing after him, and then he counters Mike. That's what I think he'll do, because you do have to respect Mike Tyson still, right? There's hey, does he still have that power? Can he still hurt me? And I think if he plays it smart, he'll just, 5th or 6th, 7th round, I think that's when he takes Tyson out.
248-539-9797. John on a cell. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, man, I'm 60 years old. I'm in pretty good shape. I play softball 3 days a week, playing tournaments or whatever. But after a certain age, I got around 40. You got to start thinking about age-appropriate sports, right? Mm-hmm. So right now, if somebody told me, hey, John, get your best softball team together, guys, you play, get in good shape, we're going to play these 25-year-olds, I'd be like, hell no. Because those balls start whizzing by your head.
Okay.
Wait a minute. You remember how old you are. And that's softball. So you talk about boxing. He's probably got a round or two to survive. I hope he doesn't get hurt. It's a 27-year-old young boy who probably can't wait to kill this guy. So I hope Mike doesn't get hurt. That's my whole thing. We're trying to combine, generations together. It doesn't work. All right? It doesn't work. I just hope he doesn't get hurt. Mike Tyson, he still got the power. Yeah, he got the power, all right. I hope he realizes his power once he takes a shot at Jake Paul and it doesn't work. Now what do you do? And like you said earlier, Jake Paul should just run around for like a round or two. Mike will get tired, and he's probably going to knock Mike out. I hope it doesn't happen, but it's going to be sad, but it's probably going to happen.
John, thank you for the phone call. You thought that call was going a different direction, didn't you?
It kind of.
When it started off, Gator started with the eye roll, but his point was it wasn't going to be I can still get it done. His point was I can't still get it done.
We can't compete against guys that are half our age.
No.
And that's a softball player.
And he is realistic.
That's softball guys.
Dude, the funny thing is it just happens and you don't even realize it's happening. And then the next thing you know, for the first time in maybe 10 years, you have to run as fast as you can. And A, you're like, oh my God, this hurts. And B, you're stunned at how slow you are.
Yes. However, with Tyson, he's been training for months and months and months, right?
Right.
And then had to take a little bit of time off when he had his episode, and then he's trained again. He knows how much he's lost. How could he possibly not know how much he's lost?
I don't know.
And if he recognizes, okay, I'm 90% as strong as I used to be with the power department.
How do I win this fight anyway? I mean, we're talking about this.
I can still do it with my power. I can't move as quickly as I used to. I can't do this as much, but I still got power, man.
This feels to me like we're talking about it like it's an actual sporting event, and I'm not sure it is. Like, I'm not sure.
You're really skeptical, and I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not
nearly
sure
as
this is just entertainment. Like Fox News was deemed entertainment. I'm not sure that this fight shouldn't be deemed entertainment. We'll swing around the NFL next. 97.1 The Ticket. Get ready to tackle NFL action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So, what's the workaround? What's the trick? The trick is go find yourself a prop bet, a player, rushing yards, like Saquon Barkley tonight, over 25 yards rushing. You won't get a big return on your $5, but you get your $150 in bonus bets and then do with those whatever you want. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Many mainstream sports shows tell you who's going to win a game. The Carson Anderson program tells you every Thursday who's going to lose the Thursday night game. Washington, 7-3 at 7-2 Philadelphia. A battle for first place. Who wants it less? Jalen Hurts has been on quite a heater. He's got a touchdown pass and a rushing touchdown in 4 straight games. He's got 100-plus rating in 4 straight games. Plus, Saquon Barkley has been a dominant running back this year. And Washington is 28th in the NFL against the run. That's the key for a Commanders loss. When the other team can run it and you can't stop the run, the formula earns you an L. Washington's got this. Washington loses tonight.
Yeah, you look at these two teams, and they're both very good football teams, exciting quarterbacks to watch. I love Jaden Daniels. Jalen Hurts is he's getting better and better, and with the addition of Barkley, it's a 1-2 combo like what the Ravens have, frankly. But you come down to the defenses. Both these defenses are good too. These are two pretty evenly matched teams. However, in the last 5 games, the Commanders have done something that the Eagles have not. They've lost twice. The Eagles haven't. You look at common opponents, and they both play the Giants recently, and the Eagles smoked the Giants 28-3, and yet the Commanders got past them 27-22. The fact that they're coming off a loss to Pittsburgh, whereas the Eagles are coming off an easy win over Dallas, tells me that the scales are tipped in favor of the Birds. With that being said, a team is going on the road in the NFC and against one of the NFC's best. It's going to be too tough sledding for them. I have the Commanders losing as well.
There you go. We agree. We both have Washington losing, unfortunately, because I want them to win and hang another L on Philly.
Well, you never know what's going to happen, Doug. That's why they play the games.
Yep. We got a tweet here from Phil in Dallas.
Phil!
Jerry's new stadium was inexplicably built east-west with huge windows on the west wall. They put curtains over them for concerts, but he refuses to do it for football games. He's super dug in on this, and the fans have been griping for years. So I don't know of a lot of east-west stadiums. Almost all of them are north-south, believe it or not. I think Minnesota is east-west.
Yeah. If it's a dome, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You're right. I guess when I read the stat, somebody said that there's one stadium in the MAC that's east-west. And I remember reading it was at the time was the only division in college football. But at the time when I read that, there might not have been any dome stadiums in college football. But almost every stadium is and Jerry World is a dome.
Right, but it's not it is a dome, but it has the windows.
Yep.
So, and Ford Field does too.
Yeah, the sun can come in at Ford Field.
Yeah.
Those corners, specifically the corner by the Elwood.
And that's east-west.
Yeah, is it east-west? Yeah, I guess almost all the outdoor stadiums are north-south. But I think Minnesota, there's one other school that I'm aware of that's east-west outdoors. And obviously it's done intentionally when there's that many. That Jerry digging in on this is kind of funny. It doesn't impact us.
Right. But you know what this is? Jerry Jones might be the king of don't tell me what to do. He might be I didn't
realize your throne was up for grabs.
I'm telling you, this guy is on a higher throne than I am. You cannot tell this guy what to do, period. In fact, if you do, he's probably going to do the opposite just out of spite. Mm-hmm. And he's got the billions of dollars backing him and says, you don't matter to me. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. Jerry, you at all concerned about the glass windows there and, the way that CeeDee Lamb couldn't see the ball there in the back of the end zone and cost the guys a touchdown? No, it's an advantage. Next question.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry's an advantage when your receiver drops a football that would have given you a touchdown that could have helped win the game. Or at least put your team up. Next question. You cannot tell him.
No.
Jerry, you sure you want to give Dak that big, giant contract? He really hasn't done anything in the postseason. I love Dak. Next question. In fact, I'm going to give him a bigger contract. I think that's what the next step is. Don't be surprised if Jerry Jones does some construction on Jerry World to put in more windows. Because you're not going to tell him what to do.
Probably not. If you haven't had a chance to see the latest thing that the Detroit Lions have tweeted out, I mean, it's not the latest. It's almost every week they have the players coming out of practice and they have to answer a question. They see a question on a table. This week they have the players shooting gummy bears at an empty bottle of Gatorade from about 5 feet away to try and get it in the small hole at the top of the Gatorade bottle. It is hysterical. We have retweeted it. Check it out for yourself. but they do some very clever things. Remember Adam Schefter earlier saying he wanted to get the Lions social media staff on his podcast? This might be my favorite thing they've ever done.
Really?
And the players shooting the gummy bears at the Terrion Arnold was one of the few that made it.
Oh, nice.
Yes. But it looks almost impossible. And as the day goes on, the collection of gummy bears around the Gatorade bottle gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Not a fan of the gummy bear.
I'm not a fan of the gummy bear either. Never have been.
You like the gummy bear?
Are you going to eat that?
Yeah, no, I love gummy bears.
Do you?
Yeah. I don't know.
How about
you guys
your
never
kids?
liked it as a kid either?
No. Like the old school Haribo or.
Oh, I love it.
Do
Love them.
not like it.
Gummy worms. Love those too.
Really?
Yeah.
The gummy stuff never did it.
I'm not even talking to you, Doug, because you're in a different. I'll talk to Gator about this.
That hurts.
But you
No,
think kale should be the number one
hold on,
vegetable?
hold
It was the
on.
worst.
It hurts, and I understand.
With Gator, I can talk like, all right, yeah, I respect you, Gator. You don't like it. That's cool. Doug, we know he doesn't like that stuff. It's like,
But
too
if
fake for you.
if I were to go to what like my go-to was as a kid, sweet tarts.
Oh, see?
Yep, just pure sugar.
Did you, Rico? Did you enjoy the gummy bear growing up?
No, I don't even think the gummy bear was around. I'm gonna date myself. We were simple, man. We just had annihilators. That was it.
That's it.
So, yeah.
Not later selling. Jolly Ranchers. You have Jolly Ranchers?
No, it was just that. No, penny candy. So yeah, we go to the store.
Tootsie Roll.
Tootsie Rolls. Yeah, if they had them, but yeah, it was mostly just the hard penny candy and now laters. That was it, really. That was the go-to candy.
Did you? I don't. Do you? Did you drink in college?
No.
You weren't much of a drinker at all.
No.
Okay, so I was gonna say you never had a.
No, he wasn't.
Never had a Shark Bowl.
I was not. Doug could attest to that.
Yeah.
Never had the Shark Bowl then.
No. I think I had the one time I got tricked into the. Was it like the grain alcohol?
Oh, tricked.
That's
well, no, because I didn't think it was alcohol in it. So I forgot what they called, but it was like, oh, you have. I was like, there's no alcohol in this.
Little Purple Passion or something like that.
Right. Next thing I was like, I stood up and was like, whoa. It was like the world shifted. What just happened here?
Yeah.
Like the old Batman things. Like, why is everything
It's a
now
canted angle.
Right.
What do
Robin.
What do you guys got planned coming
Get
up
the
next?
vomit bib.
You know what? We're going to actually talk about
bat
this
vomit bib.
Right. My bad.
Tyson Paul fight.
Yeah.
We're going to try to get David out of jury duty and
really
touch upon this, just the whole this Bryce Underwood now to $10.5 million NIL.
Don't believe.
You probably can't say anything about it. Doug,
Don't
but
believe everything you see and read.
Why would you? This is me telling Michigan, don't do this.
Well,
And it's
first
not
of
me
all,
being a hater.
don't believe everything you read.
Oh, a little inside information.
I'm just saying.
Little scoops over there.
I am
Scoops Karsh.
I am not saying anything. I'm just saying it's a wise,
Doug,
wise
breaking
rule
news.
to go by. But
yeah, it's just.
But he could he end up in Michigan? I suppose he could. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Sam Laporta was once again missing from Lions practice today, but the good news is he was the only one. Taylor Decker returned, going through some individual drills. Decker said yesterday he plans on playing this week versus Jacksonville. Billy Husso heading back to the Griffins, which means that Alex Lyon is officially good to play again. The Red Wings continue the road trip tomorrow versus the Ducks. Per last night's Diamond Sports court filing, the Tigers will in fact air on the newly rebranded FanDuel Sports Network next season. Today, Diamond Sports also officially out of bankruptcy. The Pistons released their new City Edition jerseys for the season. The jersey color is bone white, which plays on the Bad Boys logo. The team plans to wear the uniforms 13 times this year, with the first coming up on Monday. Bad Boys-inspired court will also be used at LCA when the team wears the City Editions. Hurricane roof damage made Tropicana Field unplayable for the upcoming season, and the Rays have picked a new home for 2025. They've settled on Steinbrenner Field in Tampa. The spring training home of the Yankees, the Rays call it the best prepared facility in the Tampa region to host their games. Former Raiders head coach John Gruden is joining Barstool Sports in an unspecified role. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, David, I think we just discovered in real time how to remove you from jury duty. Dude, just press play right in front of the judge.
I don't know if that's going to do it.
Well, don't worry. I've got 5 other ways you can get out of that. So we're going to do that at 4. Hi, Rico.
What's going on, Mike?
I just want to say thank you to you.
Why
I do.
Are you thanking me?
Because you wield such immense power up at Michigan State. They brought the Gruff Sparty helmets back for Saturday. Thank you. Honestly, if we're going to lose and look like idiots, let's look good doing it. We're going to start with something that is way outside of, the margins of how we operate, because I can't figure out what I'm missing here. And I don't know if I should term it a sporting event. I don't know if it's like wrestling. I don't know if it's real. But can we just spend a moment on this Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight? Because I feel like I'm an alien, is that I don't want to watch a 60-year-old guy get punched in the face. That doesn't interest me. It just doesn't. I also have major doubts that this is even real. Jake Paul is a billion-dollar industry. The minute he loses to 60-year-old Mike Tyson, no one makes no more money no more. Reportedly, he's going to make between 40 and 50 million for this fight, which just makes me want to throw myself off Niagara Falls. And Mike Tyson will make 20 million, which, yet again, me in a bourbon barrel over Niagara Falls. I just, help me understand, am I the only person not excited for this? Because Doug and Scott filled the phone lines. All the talk, Kenny, drunk at his dive bar last night, people talking about the Paul Tyson fight. Where are you at with this? And am I just an alien that I don't want to watch this?
No, you're not. Here's the problem. I don't think it's real. So therefore, it's WWE. It's already scripted. You know who's going to win, because when you look at this on paper, if Mike Tyson goes back and trains the way that he says he's training, he's still built in a lab. And 60-year-old Mike Tyson will still knock your head off.
Just like old Floyd Mayweather should have beat Logan Paul if he was remotely allowed to.
Right.
To me, it's a setup.
Yes.
You show up, I show up, we all make money, and at a certain point, hey, old man, take a dive.
Right. Either that or we're going to call it a draw. You didn't lose, but I didn't lose either. And if we want to, we can revisit this down the line. Because in essence, it should be a 1, maybe 2-round fight. And that's about it.
Because, look, here's the other problem. And I'm not trying to, clutch pearls. I don't want to see a 60-year-old dude get punched in the face. That doesn't interest me. What's next? We're going to televise bum fights? It just doesn't make sense. But I want to hear from the people. Look, the fight's tomorrow, and if you have Netflix, you can watch the fight. I will not be watching the fight. I just would like to hear from you guys because apparently I'm the only person not excited about it.
If I thought it was a legit fight, then yeah, I'd be locked in and be like, yeah, I want to see this. But after what happened with Mayweather, it was like, that was so fake. At one point, it looked like he literally held him up and said, no, we have to make this go the distance. So I could just knock you out right now, but we're not going to do that because I don't get paid. So we have to go however many rounds. This fight should never go the distance. And you're right. In essence, either you come out there and you make Mike Tyson look 60, or we find out Mike still has it. You poked the bear, you effed around and you found out. So,
does anyone believe this fight is real? And moreover, if you're excited for it, can you just explain to me why? And I'm not judging you. I don't care enough to judge you. I'm asking. Things like this are one of these pieces of society I just can't figure out. I don't know how we got here. I don't know how we ended up with some YouTuber, and I can't name anything this guy's ever done in his life, fighting a 60-year-old former boxer, and that's generating payouts of almost $70 million to two fighters. How did we get here? And what? Like, Doug and Scott got the most traction of anything they did on that topic. So I'm like, look, I'll do 2 segments on it. That's all you're getting out of me. But I want to know. I mean, like Kenny, is this something you're going to get all – well, Kenny doesn't need a reason to get drunk. My point is, if Kenny gets around friends, like, are you watching this thing tomorrow?
I'll flip it on out of curiosity just to see if it is real or fake. It's more of trying to watch the car accident instead of actually being in it.
But are you like Rico and I? You don't believe Tyson will be allowed to win?
I think this is WWE light. I think it's WWE adjacent. I don't think it's real. And I think what Rico says is a lot closer to what's actually going to happen. Is it's going to be closer to a tie almost, and they're going to revisit it down the road and be like, this sets up for a rematch in which they'll both make absurd amounts of money again.
Amazing. 248-539-9797. David, you are in your fashion glasses. Explain. Now, does your oldest, like, is he a Jake Paul guy? Like, what does this guy do?
No, they don't care about any of these Paul individuals. They care about real sports and real athletes. Here's what I'll say. I have some things to do after tomorrow's show with some people from the church, and a few of them texted me, well, how long are we going to be? Because I got to watch this fight. I'm like, why do you care about this fight? I'm not scheduling anything around this thing, so I don't care about it. I don't know. I mean, sure, I guess you can care about it if you want to. It just doesn't make sense because from my understanding, there's a clause in it where he can't knock Paul out. So if there's a clause in the contract, if that's true, then why am I watching?
Where's that been reported?
It's been reported everywhere. A lot of people are texting about it. I've seen it in multiple stories.
So there's a clause in the contract. He can't. So it proves what Rico and I are saying. Yeah. Then how are they making $70 million off of a fight that's not a fight? Think about it. It's like, well, some people pull this off in this business. It's like doing a radio show, but there's a clause you can't give an opinion.
And Paul has been denying that there's no clause at all.
What's he going to do? Go, you guys are right.
But see, I think we're looking at it from the wrong perspective. We're looking at it from the Tyson perspective. From the Paul perspective, the people are going to buy this because he's got this large following, because people want to watch him. And they've heard for years, who is this Mike Tyson guy? People always, my father and grandfather talk about. So from his side and from his fans, that's probably why they want to watch this. So you can go back and knock out some old legend that people have always talked about and says the greatest thing ever. It's like if you can play a one-on-one game between somebody, and bring Michael Jordan back. It's like, yeah, that's not the same Michael Jordan from back in the day, but sure, you're going to play one-on-one with him.
We'll get to the people. I don't mind doing it for a couple segments. We got other stuff to get to, including I don't even know what to make of it. Out of the world of college football. It's one of those things where I'm not mad at anyone involved. I just think it's kind of a sad look. I don't think it'll work. But we're going to talk about this Bryce Underwood Michigan thing, where I'm fine that Michigan wants to throw a bunch of money because they're desperate and sad. They are. And I'm fine if Bryce decided to take it because, young man, if someone's offering you $10.5 million, well, God bless. But even if it works, I don't think it works, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. And I do think Michigan looks like the 70-year-old chasing the young snapper at the club. It's like, young man, you're 70, you don't belong here. And that silk shirt doesn't fit.
Yeah. I'm hip. I'm with it.
So
I'm hip. I'm cool.
I have been informed that the clause is not real.
Which is
Evan
why.
Jenkins just told me the clause is not real. People have been
Which
reporting
one?
that, but
Santa?
it's false. The clause of no knockout.
I'm here for you.
But David, the fact that rumor is out there now, the doubt is there. I mean, seriously, I saw a little bit of the Tyson training, and I'm thinking to myself, there's no way in the world, even at 58, would I step into the ring. He looks just as fast. He looks just as powerful. He lands one blow, this thing should be over. Like he looked as if he was Tyson from back when fights only lasted 38 seconds.
248-539-9797. We'll get your calls. We'll get your texts. We'll get some college football at 3. We got to get David out of jury duty at 4. We've also got the Lions bandwagon and why I think everyone is welcome, because I think if you gatekeep fandom, you're a complete loser, and you should be fired out of a space cannon. We're going to do a lot today, but we're going to start with this.
And we even got a little something for you, Mike.
I don't want it.
Yeah, well, you're going to take
okay. Oh, okay. Thanks.
You're going to eat the pizza.
Wow. I'm now Alabama's opponents under Saban. Awesome. Reed.
Are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. Their best deals of the year are here. Learn how to get your choice of 5G phones on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get a fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a low price. And it's a great price, people. So don't wait. Just bring your new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal, or should I say a gig deal. Now through
he made it funny.
Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of a 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get a 300 megabit Xfinity internet and unlimited mobile line together with just $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included in your data option. Actual speeds vary, and data thresholds may vary.
We've talked about David Femininio for some time. Just listen to the results that David and his team have gotten for injured clients. $3.5 million, $5 million, up to $11.5 million. And when you are injured, you need an attorney that'll fight relentlessly, but also one that is communicative. Get with David. You call, he answers. 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website. GetDavid. GetPaid.com. Oh, what was that, Rico? Right. There's big deals and gig deals. Good for you.
Hey, now.
What a script. Can't wait for the wicked one later. Phantasm-a-rastastic time. All right, David, let's.
I got you and the family free tickets.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
I'll pass. David, ticket text. Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. Are we the only people not interested?
Tyson is a draw, always has been, always will be. People want to watch. I want to watch. Tyson is way more entertaining and boring is Mayweather.
Right, but he's 60.
Right.
Is anyone, why are we leaving that part out?
See, what makes Tyson entertaining is when he knocks people out. That's what I want to see, and I don't know if I'm going to see that.
David hasn't knocked anybody out in 30 years.
Well, too bad he's doing
I was about to say, the last knockout was in the Hangover movie.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yes. Jake Paul hasn't fought a real boxer yet. This is all PR. Just ways to make money. Mike, Rico, I'm praying to David's God that Tyson knocks out this little kid. Well, he said something else, but I'll leave it a little kid. I could not care less about this fight. The Paul brothers nauseate me.
I don't even know what they're famous for. And that's not a boomer opinion. I know they're YouTube stars. I don't know what they've done on YouTube to... How?
They are famous for being famous. They're in that category of why is this person so famous? It's like, why is the Kardashians so famous? They're just famous
that's obvious.
They're just famous for being famous. So. Okay. Okey-doke. Carry on.
Giga deals.
Giggity goo.
Just go to...
I'm trying to read something I can't.
It's pointless. Just go to John. He'll bat lead off. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, I grew up watching Tyson and, remember when he was on top of the hill, and I have zero interest in this fight. I feel like it's one of those things that's like these old artists that go on tour, it's like their 401k tour, like I'll do it for the money. I burned some up over the past 30 years. I don't think that the hype is real. I think it's, fabricated by WWE and the social media with people jumping on because it's popular, it's famous, but I don't think it's like organic interest. I mean, I don't even want to tune into Netflix to just peek behind the curtain and see what's going on. I'm going to avoid it because I have like zero interest. I'm with you, Mike, on it. I don't get it. Can't get my head around why people do, but
it's just puzzling too, and maybe I'm just getting old, but like I'm not interested in seeing Grandpa get punched in the jaw. That doesn't do anything for me. Guy's 60. Hey, John, Jesus. Yep. Appreciate it, Johnny. Let's go over to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, bud?
Yeah, I'm registering my vote against it. I am a kind of a boxing fan for good pro boxing, but this isn't that, and so I'm not going to spend the time. I must have something else better to do, like put the laces in my tennis shoes or something.
But Mike, here's the thing that kills me. They're going to produce, at least for each fighter, between 40 and 50 million for Jake Paul and 20 million for Tyson. So someone has to be interested in it. Who is it?
Oh, I can't tell you. It ain't me.
I think it's the Paul fans. I don't think this is the Tyson fans.
Hold on. If you're a Jake Paul fan, can someone call up and explain? Help me understand. I want to learn about you. Because I'm with caller Mike and Rico. I feel like I'm lost in the woods here. Mm-hmm. The idea that this is generating those types of payouts. I feel like I'm completely lost.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like some YouTuber, I said, challenging Michael Jordan right now in a game of one-on-one.
But I wouldn't want to watch that.
Why would I want to? Right, exactly. Like, why would I want to watch this thing?
But Jordan would like tip over.
But yeah, I guess if this thing is real, it shouldn't last but 2 rounds. Either Tyson is too old or you have no business being in the ring with Mike Tyson. If it goes to the third round, it tells me
it's fake.
Yeah.
I think that's my biggest problem. How can you have a real fight between someone? How old is Jake Paul?
I think he's like 28.
28, I believe.
28 versus 60-year-old. How can
Yeah.
you have a real fight? You may as well do a pay-per-view. Let's punch David's grandfather in the face.
So, yeah, literally Mike Tyson could be fighting his son.
Yeah, because you're right, because even if he trains well enough, you would think a 28-year-old, he would be just fine against Tyson,
Right, dude,
even though he's a professional.
That's the thing. A 58, 60-year-old man, your body betrays you. So if Jake Paul's only function in life is to train to be a boxer, he doesn't even have to be a good one. He's still 28 years old, and physically and conditioning-wise, like I struggle with the idea of wanting to watch a 60-year-old man get knocked out, much less if it's fake and you're watching nothing. But yet, he's going to get 40, 50 mil, and Tyson's going to get 20, and I just revert back to we are a failed society. That's insane to me. Am I wrong?
No, it's exactly it. It's in the end, you're going to realize I wasted a Friday evening for what? Because you know there's going to be a build-up. If the fight starts at 8, those two won't actually hit the ring till about almost 10 o'clock because they'll have all types of stuff going on.
There are 7 contests.
Okay, so we're talking about the 11 o'clock
Yeah.
before
Who's on
they finally
that
fight.
card? I have no idea, but 3 of them are championship belts that are on the line.
For boxing?
I have
Bro,
no
boxing has
idea.
fallen so far off the cliff. You literally can give away tickets if people can name any champion.
7 fights on this card.
Yes.
What time does it start?
It starts at 8 o'clock.
It won't be out till 1 in the morning. Am I wrong?
I would say so, yeah.
Oh, to hell with that. No shot. I'd rather watch North Texas and UTSA over 72.5.
I was about to say
points and it's football.
This fight or Maction?
Maction.
Okay.
For me, because at least it's a legitimate contest. I understand it's the smarmy thing to say. I don't believe it's legitimate. I just don't believe Jake Paul can lose this fight because his industry, ends.
Yeah.
He goes to 0. Yeah. You lose to a 60-year-old man, you've discredited this whole idea of I'm a boxer. He can't lose. They won't allow him to lose. And if you're Tyson, we're handing you $20 million. Play act.
Yes.
Don't bite his ear and just play act.
Especially, if Paul is the one putting up the money, giving you the platform, okay, Tyson, here's the script. Read it. Get your people to go over it. No surprises in the ring, buddy.
Sounds a lot like Bally. Hey, let's go to Juan. 90. Here is your script. Pitching chaos is good.
Joel Klatt, read this about 12 o'clock games.
Fox Big Noon kickoff is good. it did. Klatt's statement yesterday felt like
It did.
gun. Joel, is there a gun to your head? Blink twice.
No, it's really a good thing. Can I get my dog back, please?
Give me back my son. Let's go to Juan. 97.1. Juan, what's going on?
Hey, what up, Mike? Y'all all right?
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Oh, man, I'm calling because I'm interested in it, man.
Okay.
You know, and I get it. You know, it's probably all kikis and whatever, but to me, it's just the fact of just seeing Tyson fight again, you know, after the whole Holyfield thing and how he left boxing. It's just really just to see him hit somebody in the mouth, for real. That's what it's all about to me. You know what I'm saying?
Do you believe what you're going to watch tomorrow night? Do you believe Mike Tyson will be allowed to win that fight?
I don't know. I hope so, man, because you can't just say, I'm going to be a boxer, give me all these celebrity boxers to go against and make me a boxer. Eventually you got to get punched in the mouth. You got to sit down eventually, right, in the ring. You know, you got to lose one. You just can't run through the whole.
But think about this, Juan. Jake Paul's career has been built on a false premise that he's a boxer. They have set up orchestrated fights against people who can't box, don't box, won't box, and now, well, I'll fight a real boxer, and he's 60. If he loses, he has no future in that realm. It's like a circus.
Yeah, but if you just setting up all my fights as a hey, we're gonna pay you this. I mean, it's a circus anyway, right? His whole career be a circus. If you just paying people to fight me, I'm paying everybody to fight me. I'm the clown.
Yeah.
Where I'm gonna go? You ain't got no future.
Go ahead, Rico.
No. I just it's staged. It's why I stopped watching wrestling, because after a while you grow up and you realize, oh, whoever comes into the ring second is the winner. Huh. All right. I've cracked the code. I no longer have to watch.
248-539-9797. The difference for Kenny is it is a known thing that there is a script to wrestling. There are storylines. It is more of
soap opera.
Yeah, it's a soap opera for
male
people
soap
like
opera.
Kenny. The point is,
Male soap opera, Katie.
Whoever comes out second doesn't always win.
Oh, it changed that now?
It's been that way for like 30 years, Rico. When was the last time you watched wrestling?
It's been a while.
Okay, I can tell.
Yeah, see, we're adults, so that's just not something we do. Okay. Good to see you. I did enjoy Mr. McMahon on Netflix. Was very interesting.
That doc is wild. And there's still going to be stuff that comes out about it, too.
Oh, it's terrifying.
It's absolutely terrifying. As you said pre-show, this is the world we live in now.
Yeah, I mean, we're just a failed society. I was in shock at some of the stuff on that. I don't want to ruin it for people. 248-539-9797. We've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. It's simple. And everything's in stock in their warehouse. That's how they do it. That's how they move product. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. So all you need to do is call Northville Lumber today. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, rapping a little bit about Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, and what are we missing? Because I can't believe the coverage it's getting, and yet none of us in this room believe it's a real fight. That, like, in essence, Tyson won't be allowed to win. 3 o'clock, we're going to get into some college football. We got to talk about the Michigan Bryce Underwood thing. And the headline is, I'm not mad at anyone involved. I can still say, hey, you're doing what you need to do, and it's still sad. It's like the 75-year-old who dyes his hair jet black and thinks he's scooping 25-year-olds up at the bar. It's not happening. It's just sad. You're saggy balls. You can't be here. You got to go. Michigan looks like saggy balls. It's ridiculous. It's like Uncut Gems when they get Diamond District Wayne and he puts the bet in for Sandler's girlfriend and he wants her in the suite. It's like, bro, you're 80 with a permatan, and I think that's a wig. You look sad here.
Gonna need that for tomorrow's picks.
Baby, come up to the suite. It's like, okay.
Gonna need that Michigan drop. Just for infinity.
Whatever you want. I don't care.
No, I love it.
Go to Aaron, 97.1. Hello, Aaron.
Hey, how you doing, Mike? You guys are doing a great show. Appreciate you every day, man.
Oh, thanks, brother.
All
What's
right.
on your mind?
I'm gonna okay. No, don't thank me yet because I'm gonna talk you into watching this fight. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
And here's the reason why. Okay. I'm just a little older than you. Rico is way older than both of us. Sorry, Rico. No offense.
That's okay.
But Mike Tyson, you almost got there, Mike. He bit a man's ear off, okay? Mm-hmm. So you said that he's not going to be, quote-unquote, allowed to knock out Jake Paul. This is a man who masticated a body part of another human being in a ring during a real fight 20 years ago.
Hey, Aaron, just to show you how old I am, I was watching that fight live. Go ahead.
Nope, I was too, Rico. I swear I was. And so the idea that if for any reason Jake Paul messes up, I want to see Mike Tyson launch him into the sun. Just to go off script and to who's going to you going to step in between him if Mike Tyson decides that, like, oops, this whole play acting thing is over and now I'm going to go full Mortal Kombat, finish him, you know. That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I dream of, and you guys should be watching just in case it happens.
Okay, so you're watching on the odd chance that this is legitimate, and I can't argue it, but you understand why I'm saying it can't be real. If Tyson did what you're talking about, it would end the entire sphere around Jake Paul and their ability to make money, because you don't come back from you lost to a 60-year-old.
Yeah, you know what? But then it'd be better for boxing because people like Canelo Alvarez and Joseph and the other guys might get back on the map a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
We can stop doing this thing with boxing where it's just WWE, and we can go back to the real boxing because the two names I just mentioned, I mean, like, let's be real. Those are real boxers, man. Like
100%. No, 100%. And that's, I think, Aaron, that's the problem I have in all of this is if any real boxer got in the ring with Jake Paul would die. And these are inauthentic exhibitions. Now, if you're into it, you want to watch it, maybe you're praying to God that Tyson bites his ear off, you do whatever you like. But it still boils down to it's a 60-year-old man. I don't want to see Grandpa get hit in the face. That doesn't excite me.
Yeah, it doesn't. But I still, look, man, yes, I watched some of the Tyson training. He doesn't look like 60-year-old man.
Well, HGH will do that.
I don't care. He just looks like, okay, this shouldn't be a fair fight. Tyson still looks like he has it.
So if he's allowed to beat him.
He's saying, Tyson came out and said, my children may not like me at the end of this fight because they're Jake Paul fans. And what I plan on doing to this man, they may not like me anymore.
Well, that's pre-fight. Now, everyone.
Right.
The pre-fight talk is a thing.
No. It wasn't like out of anger. He was talking like, yeah, actually, I don't plan on losing this fight. If it was legitimate, if I actually thought, okay, this is going to be a real fight, I would watch it. I wouldn't watch the 17 previous fights.
You would have to polygraph both fighter and ask them the direct question and like pass a lie detector test that this is legitimate for me to want to watch it.
And if any shenanigans happens, you know what? Neither one of you gets paid.
Go ahead,
Money
Kenny.
goes to charity.
And Tyson saying that, my kids might not like me after this. That's all a wrestling promo. That's all that is. It's the pre-match wrestling promo. It speaks to it being fake more than it being real.
Every pre-match talk is all the same, except for the one time Conor McGregor had a boner. That was awkward for everyone involved. What an awkward pre-fight deal that was.
I know what you're talking about.
He was all up there bricked up. I mean, what are we doing here? But outside of that momentous occasion, all the pre-fight stuff is the same. What, Rico?
No, I don't recall.
He was having a giga-time.
Okay.
You don't remember?
Nope.
Somebody just checks it in. Says, oh my God, Mike, saggy balls, now bricked up. Thank you so much for this.
I'm telling you, listen, I'm not mad at what Michigan's doing, but they look like Wayne Diamond. They do. Look up Wayne Diamond if you don't know who I'm talking about. He was a famous wedding dressmaker in the Hamptons, but he's this larger-than-life character. He played Michigan football in Uncut Gems, and he's pursuing Sandler's girl. And it's like, bro, you're 80. Your tan is so fake. You look like a cigar store Indian. And you got a perm. This is sad, bro. Like, come on. Look up Wayne Diamond. You ought to put that guy in a Michigan hat. That's what they look like with Bryce Underwood. But we'll get to it because, Wayne Diamond was trying to get laid. I can't be mad at that. It's not a good look, but I can't be mad at it.
It doesn't look real.
That's Wayne Diamond.
Okay, fair. Mike wins.
If you put a little Block M Ward Manual hat on Wayne Diamond, that's Michigan football in their pursuit of Bryce Hunter.
Hey, Bryce, Bubby, let me talk to you.
Wait, you can't throw a flag because I'm not impugning Michigan's character for doing what they're doing.
We'll get to it.
I'm just saying, it's sad. Bubby, baby, come up to the suite. I mean, come on, that's Michigan right now. It's ridiculous.
Go over there, get you something to eat. Come on.
I'm hip. Tuck.
Let's go to Noah, 97.1. Noah, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I mean, this fight is real. I think it's a little bit annoying that people are saying this fight's fake.
Okay, just I didn't mean to offend you. I have major doubts. So tell me where I'm going wrong here.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, Jake Paul at the end of the day is a real boxer. I don't know if you've watched any of his fights. Sounds like you guys haven't. I mean, he's a fighter. The dude was a loser at first. I mean, you watched a couple of his fights. It wasn't cool, but his last couple have been pretty sweet. It's pretty cool to see someone devote that much time into boxing when boxing at the time was really a dead sport. He's kind of brought it back.
So Noah, and because I don't follow him, why not just fight a real boxer? Why are you fighting Mike Tyson?
Mike Tyson is a real boxer. Mike Tyson's the greatest boxer to ever box.
But he's 60.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, but no, it's the example of Michael Jordan. I mean, MJ is 60 now. He's not MJ. He's not a real NBA player anymore.
Just like Rico was saying earlier, you watch his videos, you watch his stuff. He is a real boxer. I mean, it's Mike frickin' Tyson.
So, all right, do you agree with me? If Tyson is what you say he is, and you think, all right,
Okay.
Jake Paul's legitimate, then Jake Paul will walk out of this thing butchered, right?
He should.
Okay.
But he's also a badass himself. I mean, he's been training nonstop. His training from when he first started boxing to where he is now is incredible.
Right, but no, that's like, okay, if I had you quit your job tomorrow and you could dedicate your life to training to become a boxer, I hired a chef for you, and I got you all the best gear, and I ain't talking about a cup and boxing gloves. I'm talking about, hey, we're gonna put Noah on some HGH and some Tren, and we're gonna get this dude jacked. Like, Noah, you do the same thing. I don't think it's authentic. I mean, yeah, you're right. Okay, he's worked himself into a facsimile of a fighter, but the reality is every piece of Jake Paul's adult life is curated. It's packaged. It is not real.
And Tyson hasn't fought a significant real fight in 30 years, 25 years. Like, seriously. He's like, oh, it's Mike Tyson. Yeah, he was a great fighter. He was one of the best fighters 25 years ago, 30 years ago. It's not the same.
Dave, a couple of ticket texts. We'll touch table with football. We got to get to the Michigan thing at 3. It's a fascinating discussion, and we'll continue to take these calls. A lot of people are interested in this Jake Paul Tyson thing. I didn't mean to offend Noah if he's still listening. I got a hard time accepting the legitimacy of any of this stuff, and it's hard for me to say, oh yeah, I'm not going to watch this. What are you kidding me?
Not a Paul fan, but I think people my age want to watch him get smacked by Tyson. We hate watch him. That is Charlie, who is 23.
So, okay, all I know is he's famous for being a YouTuber, and I've seen some of his interviews or clips. He seems annoying. Now, what is his function? Is he a troll? Is that his thing? Like, what is the genesis of the Paul brothers? Why am I supposed to know they're famous? Is it for teenagers?
I would think so.
Christ, I sound old.
Maybe
Gee whiz.
Maybe we need to get Evan in here. Maybe he could help us with this.
Evan's a fan of this guy?
I don't know, but Evan knows all of this type of stuff. I don't follow. I just know they're famous for being famous.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people. We'll get some football in the mix as well. All right, it is football season. Elevate that tailgating at Moran Buick GMC, where you can lease the 24 Sierra 1500 Elevation Edition. $259 a month, 24 months, and you are out the door ready to roll. They also have GM pricing on all 25 Buick Encore GX Sports. 0 down, 0 first payment, 0 security deposit. MoranExpress.com for any and all certified service. You get that free loaner anytime you schedule. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. All right, let's get to football today. A little music and then back to business. What do you got, David?
I want to go through some best bets that I have for this weekend, some college, and then I have a couple pros that I want to talk about towards the end of this.
All right, there better be one of these on your college list. We got one we did on Cash the Ticket that both Cookies and I agree on, but he was too chicken bleep to actually play it.
Okay, well, we'll see if it is on my list. Let's start here. Clemson, 10-point favorite going to Pittsburgh. I love plus 10 here for Pitt. Here's why.
Oh, no.
Sure, the Panthers' ACC hopes are done, but I still expect him to be inspired to recover this week. And who has Clemson really beaten?
All right, here's your
This
problem.
is the best team they're facing.
Your problem is this. They already bounced back off the loss to Louisville. They were dominant against VTech. The only way VTech scored was a blocked field goal. Second of all, Pitt the last 2 weeks, the game they played at SMU was 50-24. It wasn't that close. And then you come home and lose to the nerds from Virginia. Pitt has been a fraud all year. They're a fraud now. No way. It's Clemson or Piss. You're insane. I'll bet you want to bet lunch?
Sure, I do. I think Pitt's going to have this one.
You look good, baby. All right, I'm in. I'm in.
Am I crazy, Rico? You think I'm crazy?
Yeah, I think Pitt's kind of broken. Pitt is they're fraudulent. I thought maybe, but Clemson's not that great. Don't get me wrong. Because when your best win is still a loss, it means you don't have a great team, you don't have a great schedule, you haven't played a great season. But yes, their best game that they've won was actually losing to Georgia at the beginning of the year.
All right, let's go to another one here. Let's go to the Big Ten. You're probably going to say I'm crazy here.
They beat NC State, and as we know, NC State was going to go far.
I don't want to talk about NC State, okay? I don't want to talk about them. They're dead to me.
So's their quarterback.
Correct.
Grayson McCall had to retire.
He's
The hit was so bad. It was terrible.
That's bad. Oregon, 14.5-point favorite at Wisconsin. I am going plus 14.5 here, Wisconsin.
Would never touch this in real life, but if you force me, I'll always take the team that didn't have to travel, that sits at home. You give me 2 touchdowns.
Exactly.
And Oregon doesn't like to rub it in unless it's against Michigan, which was just a very weird moment.
Exactly.
Rico?
Yeah, they're 14.
You're a big Phil Longo guy. Come on.
David, 12.5, I would say, go ahead and take Oregon. But Oregon gets around 14-point lead, and they're going to make you sweat for the rest of the game, or whether they will kick a field goal or not. I'm like Mike, I would pass, but I would probably just take Wisconsin. The jump around, night game, Wisconsin.
Come on, get to the game I want.
Did I hit it yet, Mike? No, I didn't hit it yet? Okay.
No.
All right, here. You're going to say I'm crazy again. Because I'm – shut up, Rico.
What happened?
Nope.
I don't know. What happened?
Nope. Ohio State is a 31-point favorite at Northwestern. Man, I know everyone on here is going to say I'm crazy, but I'm going plus 31 with Northwestern.
He's not wrong.
I know how bad Northwestern is.
Look ahead,
but the
Spot.
Buckeyes don't. Thank you. That's what it is. Their offense has already struggled, and they're looking ahead to Indiana.
They will do nothing. They will just go out. They'll win 28-0, and you're golden.
No, they're going to want to pad the stats.
Do you want lunch?
Yes.
We got to bet with David. We got to bet with you. Now I got to loop Kenny into something. I'm going to be
wanna
like
go
a
out there.
catering service next week.
They got at least 5 positional players who they all want to get touchdowns. Right there, there's 35 points. How many points do you think Northwestern is going to score?
7.
Let me help you. Nothing. So
come on.
therefore, they will cover this thing. It doesn't matter. They're going to power it down.
You want to give me Northwestern team total over 6.5?
No. We already got the 32.5.
Oh, you just said they're going to get shut out. We can get 6.5 here.
We'll talk. So which bet do you want?
I want them both.
Oh, no.
Multiple lunches.
Multiple
I'll take the 31, sure. It's just a pure look-ahead spot. They'll be bored.
All right, let's see if this is the one. Probably not the one, but I need Kenny's help with this one because it's about his Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia Bulldogs at home, 8.5. I'm seeing 10 some other places. It's moved.
We taped the pod this morning. It was 10.5.
Yeah, so it's moved all over the place. So you might want to decide what you want to do quickly out there, people. But Georgia, favorite here, Tennessee. I'm leaning that this is my lock here of Georgia. But how confident, Kenny, are you? I don't care if Nico plays or not. I'm locking in Georgia.
Oh, Kenny's scared of his own shadow.
Well, Mike, if I can do the emotional hedge, that means if Georgia wins, I get Georgia wins, obviously, if they win big. But if they don't, and they don't cover the 10,
you get the lunch.
I get the lunch. So if you want to loop me in on that one, count me in.
No, because I want Georgia.
Catering service. Now, I'm saying you can have Georgia. I'll take the points, and if I'm wrong, I get lunch.
All right. Reality, what I said to people on the podcast is this. This is what I would consider a live betting game. If you miss the best numbers of 8.5 and 7.5, watch it live. Maybe you could snipe a better number. I wouldn't take the 10.5 in real life. But to buy one of my buddies lunch, I'm fine with it. It's not like we're keeping a record. So I got lunch with you. I got lunch with you. I got lunch with you. Now I got to bet the cleaning lady. What does she want to play? Let's go.
So,
yeah. Wait for her to come in here and just hit me with a garbage can while I'm doing a live read. Go ahead.
I have a couple. I have a couple NFL, but I did not.
Wait,
clearly didn't hit your college. What's your
Hold
college?
on, I need everyone's opinion on this game.
I was going to say you didn't do LSU Florida?
Did not.
Florida.
That's a good one.
Hold on. Even better. 9-0. 31-year-olds with 3 kids and a mortgage.
Oh, BYU, yeah.
BYU only a 2.5-point favorite to 3-6 Kansas
at home.
Now, what kind of magic underpants spread is that?
I don't know, man.
Kansas, we got to do it. You got to do it.
Do you?
Lunch?
They got kids, man.
Lunch?
They got kids. They got to go out there and win. No, I don't care enough about BYU.
They're going to soak it up, man.
Oh, boy.
No, they haven't. They have kids.
So let me move over.
They took the mission trip.
Let me move over to the two games I have in the NFL. I'm going with both dogs in these games. First, let's start with tonight's game. I am going plus 3.5 Commanders at the Eagles. Here's why. The Eagles are 5-4 against the spread this year. Washington 7-2-1. They've just dominated here. So I'm going Washington Commanders at plus 3.5. And then on Sunday, I know this is tough. This is probably too close to my heart. But plus 3, Pittsburgh Steelers.
Love.
Because the Ravens are 1-3 against the spread in the division so far this year. And they've played the Browns and the Bengals, the 2 worst teams in the division. And the Steelers are 3-0 against the spread as underdogs this year.
Listen, when you're talking about the Steelers this week, it's a lot like when Rico went on tour with his cousin Benito with MC Hammer. Triple D's everywhere. Desperate divisional dogs. It's just and it's Tomlin at home as a dog against a Ravens team with the single worst pass defense in the league. You're getting 3.5 division rivals. You got to take the Steelers.
And I didn't want to say this, but I'll go ahead and say this. Lamar Jackson has not beaten the Steelers since his rookie season.
Until Sunday.
Sure. Okay.
But is it by more than 3.5?
Yes.
There it is.
Yes, it will.
It won't be.
Let me introduce you to King Henry.
How was touring with Hammer?
It's fascinating. And the Eagles, yeah. I think this is going to be the game where they're going to knock the Commanders down a peg, and they're going to separate in that division and show this is our division to win. We're in competition with the Detroit Lions trying to get that number 1 seed.
Hate rivalry games on a short turn. Not right. Division rival games on a short turnaround. That NFL's got to do a better job.
That's your fault, Rico. TV deal.
No, I'm not blaming him. He only takes blame for college.
NFL's been doing this for the longest.
Amazon gives nothing, and they finally get one, and they say, no, you're not taking it.
Hey, yes or no on FanDuel, minus 110 both ways. Is Al Michaels awake for this game? Or is this yeah, he defines it. Or is this NFL Network tonight?
This is Amazon, yes.
Oh, so it's back to the Prime.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. This is the Saggy Ball special to him.
Oh, he'll be over. I mean, because it'll be a good game, so I'm assuming he'll be into this game.
He hates it. Al Michaels hates everything. He hates things more than I do. Al Michaels is like, why, Al, why are you here? You already have everybody else's money. Like, dude, Al's got no excuse.
Al didn't want to be left out. That's all it is. Football's still going on. I got to be announcing it somewhere. We'll put you on Amazon. Sure, fine, whatever.
Then bury him with his microphone so he can do it there too.
Yeah, just do the Bob Costas and say no more play-by-play. I'm done.
Oh,
that is your best bets.
NBA's back. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. You can catch all the action. FanDuel giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass, and all you got to do to catch every tip-off is bet $5 on an NBA game. FanDuel.com/ticket. Got the NBA Cup right now. God, the Pistons blew that game last night. But they're better. They're better. They're competitive. Go to FanDuel. Maybe the book hasn't caught up to your stones yet. 21 and up, President Michigan. 3-month free trial, full price of League Pass, automatically charged monthly. You can cancel anytime. Terms, conditions, embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Good news from the Lions practice as Taylor Decker returned to do some individual drills. Sam Laporta was the only active player not there. Defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn gave us a sneak peek on how they might use new trade addition Zadarius Smith this week. Thursday Night Football kicks off tonight as the Eagles host the Commanders at 8:15. Philly favored by 4. They will not have to face new Washington addition Marshawn Lattimore as he's still on the mend with his hamstring injury. Both the Red Wings and Pistons are off today. The Wings have the Ducks tomorrow, while the Pistons play the Raptors. A spring right knee replacement is not stopping 40-year-old skier Lindsey Vonn from returning. She's joining the U.S. team and didn't rule out an appearance in the 2026 Olympic Games. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
3 o'clock, good to have you with us. We've got people that want to rap about Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. We can do that, but we want to mix something in. And I hate that in 2024 we have to do these like PSAs because people are so sensitive. But here we are. I am not mad at either side. I'm not mad at Michigan football. I'm not mad at Bryce Underwood. I can say something makes sense, but still say it's a sad look. So today, reports come out. Now, I am very careful with the NIL stuff because, frankly, nobody can ever give you actual numbers on what actual people are actually getting. So when you see a report that Michigan has now upped the offer to the Belleville superstar quarterback to a $10.5 million NIL offer, show me the Carfax. Well, it's over 4 years. Is it? Are the payments equal? Are there out clauses? Does the kid get to renegotiate? Guys, I have no idea. We're just going to settle on $10.5 million to a guy who hasn't gone to prom yet. Mm-hmm. And all I have said is this. I actually respect what Michigan's trying because they are largely effed. I mean, they don't have their quarterback decommitted. They don't have one on the roster. Here's the best one in America, allegedly. And he's, 25 minutes from campus? Does that sound about right? Okay. But on the other side, I look at this and I go, all right, A, they look like Wayne Diamond. They do. Baby, booby. I mean, they just look like the old creep at the bar trying to pick up a 25-year-old. It's pathetic. Like, guys, you won 3 Big Ten titles and a natty, and you couldn't get this kid to go to your school. So now you're just like, well, what if I let your friend go on my boat? Well, what if we get on my private jet? Oh, what if we go for a helicopter ride? You're like raising this ante to a point where, and Rico will have way more of this because Rico did some beautiful research. Guys, I'll just say on surface, I don't care if it was Michigan, Michigan State, whatever. Paying $10.5 million to a high school football player is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard of. I mean, I get what you're trying to do. It's on the off chance that he actually is him. But what Rico's going to show you is the reality of like, hi, I'm Jackson Arnold. Like it's a disaster most times.
Yeah, it ends up. Well, here's the thing, Mike. If you bring him in, let's just say he goes to Michigan, you pay him the money, everybody's happy. He's your starter day one. You're married to him, for better or for worse. I don't care how many picks he throws. You have to keep starting him, and you have to keep playing him. Why? You got to get your money's worth. There's no turning around now. Where are you going to – because nobody's going to follow him up because he's getting all the money.
Gets hurt. Backup is electric. Season turns around. Doesn't matter. It's Bryce's job. Yeah. Has a terrible injury. Might not be all the way back. Expects his job back. Like what Rico's shooting you straight here. Look, same thing. It's why MSU can't bench Aiden Childs. Yeah. Paying him too much. Now, again, it's a pittance compared to $10.5 million. Let's be clear. But I want to know where you're at as a college football fan, more specifically as a Michigan fan, even more specifically as an effing adult. That I can say Michigan's doing what they think they need to do, and I'm not mad at it at all. I don't think it's a good idea. I do think you look like Wayne Diamond wearing a fashion scarf. I think it's sad, but I want all opinions to be welcome on it because look, you can try, but like you have the research on this.
Yeah.
Do you want to? Can we do that?
Yeah, we can do that.
Present this to the people.
So here's the thing. Your quarterback class, let's just go back just as recently as last year, Mike. Last year's quarterback class, the 2023 quarterback class, of the top 7 quarterbacks that came out of that class, you know how many are still with their original teams from 2023? Top 7 QBs coming out. Arch Manning, he's still at Texas.
Okay.
Your boy Nico.
He's at Tennessee.
He's at Tennessee. Dante Moore.
Gone. He went to Oregon. He left UCLA.
Jackson Arnold.
He just blows. Nobody wants him. That's why he's still with Oklahoma.
Malachi Nelson.
second team, transferred from USC because he couldn't win the job, went to Boise, couldn't beat out the little guy they got, Madsen Maddox.
Yeah. Rashada.
He might be in space. He's played for like 7 schools.
Yeah, he's been in 5 different schools, it seems like, before he took a first down. And Aiden Childs.
No, he left Oregon State for MSU.
So you're going to pay this man this money. Chances are he's only going to be there for 1 year. Or you get the other where you pay for this quarterback and he just never really becomes anything. 2022, your best quarterback that year was Drew Aller. Imagine paying $10 million for a quarterback that is Drew Aller. Cabe Klubnik.
He was he was terrible his first year plus at Clemson. He was.
Yes. Or Ty Simpson.
Who?
From Alabama.
Like I said, who?
Right.
Who the hell's Ty Simpson? He'll be Bart Simpson. I don't know who that is.
He plays at Tulane now.
No, he doesn't. Mensa's their starting quarterback.
Exactly.
No,
he's
played
there.
Oh.
Yeah.
He was the number 4 QB coming out, highly recruited guy. Ty Simpson went to Alabama.
He's at Tulane.
Yeah.
He got beat out by a freshman. That Mensa kid they start is a freshman. Yes. Oh, dear.
It's a crapshoot. And what I'm saying, I'm not a Michigan fan. You know that. I'm saying, guys, this is a bad mistake. If you not only do you look desperate, but you're banking on a kid, and most first-year quarterbacks, because you're going to start him. There's no such thing as a red shirt. You will not get the Arch Manning treatment because I think Arch is in a totally different category because he comes from money. He comes from a quarterback family, and they sat him down and said, Arch, you're not ready. If you go and you start this guy his very first year, there is a 99% chance it will be a failure. It will be lots of pick sixes. It will be lots of interceptions. It will be lots of losing games. It is not what you signed up for.
If I am a Michigan fan, here's what I would prefer. Let's just say he's getting 2.5 per year at Michigan. That makes up the 10.5. I'd rather take $2.5 million and go get this year's Cam Ward.
Yep.
Get a kid that's done it at the college level.
Yes.
That I can still, there's a lot of risk to it, but that's where and if I were a donor, that's where I would want to direct my money is I have tape that says this young man can play.
You, my friend, are smart because if you're listening to what I'm saying, a lot of the top quarterbacks are transferring out. Don't buy the original package. Wait, let it mature somewhere else, and then go and get it if it's good. 2021 class, your top 4 quarterbacks. Only one stuck with his team. That was Drake May. The top quarterback was Quinn Ewers. Started off at Ohio State, ended up at Texas. Caleb Williams started off at Oklahoma, ended up at USC. Sam Eward started off at Washington. He's now at Utah. That was from your 2021 class.
Oh, wow. I forgot about him.
Yeah.
So here's what I want to do. And I know I'll end up disappointed, guys, but I want everyone to feel welcome to talk about this, whether it's just as an adult and at what level does this become offensive to you. But it's more than that. Like, if you're a Michigan fan, is this what you want? Or would you prefer that, no, just go to the portal. Get a guy that's going to come in here at age 20 or 21, not 17, and spend the money that way. Or do you actually think it's a good idea? I mean, look, I don't begrudge any program for trying because that's more than what mine's doing. But I wouldn't want this for MSU. I wouldn't. I don't think it's a good idea because here's the problem. You can say the money doesn't matter, but it does because it's not the schools spending it. The minute the schools begin funding NIL, I will totally agree with the callers, Rico, and go, it's not my money, I don't care. Spend. The donors, but it's the message in the locker room. And this is the issue I take. How does it play? If you're going to do the NIL, it's got to be private. Like, I would hate the idea of showing up at campus, 10.5 mil. What's the vibe in the room? And then the minute you don't look anything other than outer worldly, I'm sorry. The human condition is resentment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is the best way. I think if you're Michigan and you want to bounce back from this season, take $2 million and go get insert name here.
Go get the best quarterback in the MAC. Go get the first team QB.
Well, Indiana, they went out and got Curtis Rourke, who was a 2-time MAC Offensive Player of the Year, an adult, legal drinking age. He descended into the system. He knows the playbook in and out. Right. Now you go win. Like, I'd much rather do that.
Because here's the thing. If you go that route, you go get that quarterback, chances are that quarterback may bring his favorite receiver or two with him to that new school. Hey, can you cut my buddy a check for $100,000? He'll join me. He knows the system. He knows how I like to play. He knows where I throw the ball.
Now, here's the thing, and I've read way too many articles about this today than I care to admit. But apparently this news broke this morning, and then Underwood took to social media and put out a picture of him in an LSU jersey.
Yes.
So, look, I have no idea what will happen. It doesn't mean a hill of beans to me. It's an interesting story. It does involve a local school, and I do think as a fan, whether you're for or against it, you have an opinion about it. I think as an adult, a fan of any school, I mean, are we crossing into some really weird waters here? $10.5 million for a high school player? And Rico gave you the Carfax about the failure rate of the Bryce Underwoods of years prior? I don't know, man. It does strike me as a bit odd to pay a high school athlete more than a guy drafted in the second round of the NFL draft.
Yeah.
That's very strange to me.
I mean, 2019 I think is maybe the best example of this was Spencer Rattler, who came in setting all types of records. He was the guy.
On the reality show, #1 QB, Oklahoma, latest in a long line of great OU Sooner ass.
Yeah. You know what? You're going to play. They put him in there. As soon as he got there, it was a disaster. The game was way too fast for him.
I want to hear from Michigan fans. I'm fine if you're not a Michigan fan. And I'm not judging either side. If Bryce Underwood said, look, it's too much money to say no to, I'll come here and throw 18 passes a week. God bless. $10.5 million, life-changing money.
Right.
For Michigan, you got donors that are dumb enough to do it. God bless. I don't care. But that allows us to talk about it in real time and go, is that even a good idea? 248-539-9797. Or all you Michigan fans in a hole? Figure it out. We'll get to David, hear what he has to say about it as well. What? Oh, they're just awfully quiet. I don't understand it. To me, this is a very interesting topic, and it has nothing to do with rivalry. It has everything to do with,
right.
Do you want this?
And that's really what it boils down to. Do you think this is a good idea for your school to do this? 248-539-9797. Plain and simple.
Be curious.
We actually will, Mike.
All
Way to
right.
go. Oh, wait, where's the bell?
It doesn't matter. Don't worry.
All right. As you heard Mike say, that was a little bit of a tease for the commercial. And that commercial is Specs at LTU. You want that career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you get your dreams started. You're sitting there at work and you're saying, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. I want to go into one of those industries. Specs at LTU was made for you. You just got to be curious and go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech, taught by people like myself who actually work in the business. It means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Biggest games, best viewing experience. 6 pools, 3 levels, and built for you, the fan. Right in the heart of Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, we're going to get to the people in 1 second. I want to check in on the ticket text. David has said it has been explosive. We're just asking the question. I have no idea whether the kid will go to U of M or not. And again, the NIL stuff is so murky. But the reports are what you go off of. U of M's offering a high school kid $10.5 million. Is he a number 1 player in America? Yes. Is he a quarterback? Yes. Is he 25 minutes from campus? Yes. I don't begrudge them trying to do it. I just don't think it's a good idea. I would much rather go buy Cam Ward. Finished product. Adult. Ready to come in next year and throw 300 passes.
Somebody who's been acclimated to the speed of the game, because it's a different game from high school to college, from college to the pros. We've seen that before.
Enrico gave you data. You missed it. You can go Odyssey.com rewind. It's just, look, this is the arduous road of 5-star quarterbacks. It is a lot of miss and very few hit, but it's not my money. I'm not going to stress about it. But I will tell you, if I were a fan or I were a donor, I'd say, no, here's $2.5 million. Go get me the most established starter who's awesome now. I want that guy. Because the reality is, as talented as Underwood may be, needs a year. It's just one of those. Nico needed a year. Right. Arch is getting 2. These young guys, just take a year, get your body right, learn the scheme, learn the offense. I don't even think it's a great idea for Bryce to go to LSU and start day 1 in the SEC.
Right, because think about this. Or if not, it means that, let's just say he does go to Michigan and he sits a year, you're already $2.5 million in the hole, hoping that he's now going to be a great return on investment.
248-539-9797. David, what do the people have to say?
Jay from Pontiac says Michigan should take that money and get what they need from the portal. They have too many needs to spend that much on one player. Bryce has won at every level. I've seen him go to Ohio, Florida, and beat everybody. He will win at least 2 natties wherever he goes. Fact is, he is worth every dime. I've seen him up close. He is him.
All right, hold on. I just want to be clear. I'm understanding what I'm hearing. You're equating high school showcases, and you've gone full Beano Cook. You'll have to look that up, Kenny. And you're claiming he'll win 2 national titles no matter where he goes. I can't help you.
Yeah, I think he just said that Bryce will be Jimmy Clausen.
Guys.
Because that's what Beano Cook said, that Jimmy Clausen was going to win not 1 but 2 high schools.
Ron Paulus.
Oh, it was Ron. Oh, I thought it was Jimmy Clausen.
You'll have to look up Beano Cook. Had a Hall of Fame turkey gobbler. He was one of those dudes. He put his dress shirt on, but his neck was down at his nipples. He had a gobbler.
He did.
Pants straight. He would just yell it. He was on ESPN back in the day. Yeah. And when he would really get going, the gobbler would wiggle around. It was something else.
Yeah.
You got to pull up Beano Cook if you're young. You got to just.
Or not, just take our word for it. It's very disturbing.
Ron Paul. He talked that way too. David?
This is a nightmare we're living in college football. You know what, Mike Rico? I'm not for it, but when in Rome, do as the Romans do.
That I totally understand. You can say you're not for it. You're not going to yell about your school doing it. It's really about, do you think it works?
And when in Rome is going out and getting that portal QB, going and get somebody who you've seen it work. And don't get so hung up on, we're going to go take the quarterback from, this big time school. No. Go and get the guy who lit it up, maybe a level lesser than Big Ten, but he knows the game, he's good, and that skill will translate to the field. The learning curve is not as steep because if you bring in a true freshman, better than likely chance he will fail. This is not 7-on-7. Those defensive linemen, They want to take your head off, son. They're not just going to come run up to you and tap you on the back and say, I got you, tag,
Yeah,
you're
and,
it.
And I want to make sure, and I will say this one more time for the people in the back. I don't think it's a good idea for anyone, much like him, to start at LSU as a freshman. Go look at that schedule. Life's going to come at you real quick. He needs – just take a year. Like if Michigan's plan is to spend $2 million in the portal for an established QB and let Bryce wait a year, brilliance. Worth every bit of $10 million to have him in the incubator, and then you unleash him after a year in the system and a year with training table. Then I'd fully support it. But let's hear from the people. See what they got.
No, but at that point, do not break glass. I don't care how bad the quarterback is this year. He doesn't play. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's go to Jacob in Plymouth, 97.1. Jake, what's going on, buddy?
Gobble, gobble, yeah, guys. I was going to say, first off, I'm with you guys about going and getting an established quarterback, and I love the idea of spending all the money to get an established quarterback and have him sit for a year. But I don't get what the point is if the billionaires have that much money. I mean, money is nothing to them. If he sits for a year, what would be the big deal besides maybe the players around him?
Yeah, no, if he sat, that's fine. Look, we're talking about, okay, we want to pay $10 million, and essentially you want Bryce Underwood to lead you to a national title and become the number one pick in the draft. So the pathway to doing that is we've got to treat him right and get him ready for success. I can't tell you a true freshman that's walked in and been very good. It's just
no, it doesn't happen. But I got one more thought.
Yeah.
Wait till a coach or a billionaire wants a player because he's a number one recruit, and a coach wants a number 3 guy because he thinks that he's better and can mold them better.
Yeah.
And you have billionaires recruiting for you over you.
Jacob, all I can tell you is this: you're hitting on the things that are making it hard for me to love that sport. It's like we're living in a simulation. The adults have ceded all control and all common sense. And you're right.
The rivalries are almost dead. I mean, the rivalries. The best thing about college football was the hatred between Michigan State and Michigan, Ohio State, and that one game a year, and the NFL had 2. Now it's, you're playing USC and Oregon and all these other teams.
Yeah, Big Ten football, Friday night at 11 o'clock, UCLA and Washington. What?
You may not see the players on the field may not feel that way, but I think so long as fans are around and alive, they will still hate their rival schools. One true freshman came in and did well.
No, we got time. Don't worry about it, David.
And ironically enough, he's not playing this Sunday.
Not playing Sunday.
No, he's not playing this Sunday in Detroit. But as a true freshman, he played well.
Trevor Lawrence?
Yes.
Okay, but now, to be fair, and now I don't know this comp, Trevor Lawrence was viewed as a generational prospect. Is
Correct.
Bryce Underwood viewed that way? And I'm not slandering the kid, but I'm not going to treat him like Andrew Luck. I just haven't read that about him. Doesn't mean it hasn't been written. I just haven't read it.
He's been viewed as the top quarterback, not generational, no. But I'm saying.
And again, Clemson at that point was a machine.
Yes.
That's a little different than what we're. So, I'm glad you found the example.
So before people would work for Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, calm down. If you're offended by how this topic is being discussed, you're looking to be offended. I can't help you. So what, David? You're putting your face in your hands.
Oh, because you just said it. I'm just people, man.
What's wrong?
No, what you said. If people are looking to be offended, then I can't help you.
Right. I've already told you I don't have a problem with it. I just don't think it's a good idea. Oh, you're smarty. Okay, so if I were a Wolverine and said it, you know what we should do? we're going to get Doug Karsh a skin suit. He's going to come in here dressed as me, and he'll say it. And then maybe you'll listen to the voice of Michigan football. Would that be okay? Here, I have an idea. Somebody dig up Schembechler's bones, duct tape them together, and sit him in this seat. You got to get beyond where I went to school. I'm an adult. I can think freely. No, I don't like you, but it doesn't mean I'm blinded to where I can't say, I get it. It's a good idea theoretically. But I would rather $2 million, established guy that's already won a conference, won a playoff game. Get me that guy, and let's go win next year. But whatever.
Give me DeQuan Finn.
The Finn. All he does is win.
That's actually not true. 248-539-9797. Winter is going to be here momentarily. So is the college football playoff. Old Nation has a beer ready for both. It is Solace, their winter fireside companion. It appears dark and heavy, but it is easy to drink. Great for football and, of course, cold weather pairing. So get it wherever great beer is sold. Support local, support independent, support Old Nation. 21 and up. And as always, Old Nation reminds you to please drink responsibly.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors Services of Southeast Michigan. We heard some positive things about the potential availability of Lions offensive lineman Taylor Decker yesterday. Things trended a bit better today as well as he returned to practice. The only player to miss was Sam Laporta. Lions special teams coordinator Dave Phipp still says there's room to grow for Jake Bates. Bates was named Special Teams Player of the Week after his game-winning performance last week. Disney announced today that ESPN Plus will be available on the Disney Plus app beginning December 4th for consumers that have the Disney, Hulu, and ESPN bundle. The network also says they'll launch their full direct-to-consumer standalone in early fall of next year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 971theticket.com.
David, a few ticket texts, get to the callers. We got a football today coming up, and then we got to help David out of a real-life situation. I've got 5 easy steps to make that happen. David.
It's not like a infomercial. I got 5 easy steps.
Yeah, I do. I'm going to solve your problem real quick.
Okay, no, go for me. Get me a junior from a successful MAC or Mountain West or some kind of school or lower power instead of unproven high school QB. Michigan was so busy wondering if they could do it that they never stopped and asked if they should do it. From past experience, this never works out well, usually leads to chaos.
Wait, David, so you mean you don't gather up the party bus and go to all the Bellevue games? A gigantic Michigan mural party bus.
No.
At the game, followed by people donned in maize and blue, chanting his name. These things are happening.
No.
Yes.
Wish I could tell you he was lying.
There's a Michigan party bus.
What? Okay. Can I say something to you briefly with the microphones off and we'll resume this show?
Okay.
Oh, very interesting. I don't know what's going on over there. They're saying something to each other.
I'm good. I'll just say, I'll give you the clean version. I really hope that thing broke down in the middle of nowhere and cell service wasn't available. What a collection of losers. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, man. They're going to they'll be there this week. I forgot where Belleville will be, but they'll be out again.
They're taking over the stands,
Yeah,
but they pull up in this bus.
Hey, David, what are the odds any of them could find U of M's campus with 2 hands and a flashlight?
Look, they're fans. Let them do what they want to do. They want to go out and try to.
That is creepy behavior.
They think they're influencing the situation, which is a joke.
Yeah, why don't you influence your own family? Go home and be a better dad. Sweet Jesus, you're going to a high schooler's games who's committed to another school on a party bus? What do you have, pom-poms? Did you paint your belly? What the heck? You know what? We are a failed society. That's today's headline. I quit. And David and Rico and Kenny, you guys have worked me forever. If State fans did it, I'd say the same damn thing except worse. If it were State fans, please. Oh, my God, I hate people. All right, next.
Terrible idea to try and buy Underwood, in my opinion. Buy a new coach and an AD instead. That is Matt in St. Clair Shores. Mike and Rico, we need a couple years of recruiting.
No, that is not real.
I was just going to keep reading.
Oh, my God, I hate. You know what? I don't belong in this society. There has to be somewhere else.
The jump man.
Oh, my sweet baby Jesus. It is real. You know what? They're a different species. No, you can stop. Okay. Rico, I am going to throw your phone across the room.
Our bus has wings.
So here's where they'll be this week. Belleville plays Detroit Catholic Central in Novi. Look
at the people.
So that's where the bus will be this week in Novi.
I mean, okay, that's the beginning. Okay. All right, can I?
Yeah,
you know what?
We're done.
I don't want to talk to you.
Okay.
I'm just going to go to the callers. I'm going to go to Dan.
I'm sorry, David. What were you saying?
I'm saying the bus will be in Novi because Belleville plays Detroit Catholic Central this week. Tomorrow, actually. Okay. Tomorrow, I'm sorry.
Does anyone agree with me, or am I just One of the Golden Girls, where I just think that's embarrassing behavior for
Oh,
adults.
yes, it's embarrassing. I saw it last week and I laughed.
Hey, Dad, how come you're not coming to my game tonight? Oh, I've got to go lust after a 17-year-old high school quarterback. Don't tell your mother. I got a word for those people. I just can't say it on the air.
I didn't think it was real either when I first saw it. I was like, wait, that is really happening.
Let me go to Taylor, 97.1. What's up, Taylor?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. What's up, Taylor?
Oh, first time, long time.
Welcome.
Calling about Jake Paul.
Mhm.
So a lot of people only want to watch it just to see him get knocked out. And me included, because I don't think he's a real boxer. Like, a guy was spouting off like he was a boxer earlier, but if you look at his record, he only fought Nate Robinson, who's like 5'9", 180, and a couple washed-up MMA fighters. And Jake Paul's 6'1", like 200 pounds. So he really didn't fight anybody. And I don't know if you remember in 2020, Mike Tyson fought Roy Jones. Did you guys watch that fight? Because it was horrible. It was depressing.
I don't want to see old people fight each other. That's not fun to me.
I watched it, and, yeah, wanted to cry, I guess, watching two grandpas fight. It was horrible. So I don't think this one's going to be any more competitive. I will say, though, that the women actually fighting on the card are legit boxers, so that should be like a decent fight. The other guys fighting under them, too, are real boxers. So those should be good fights. I don't know about any of the other earlier cards. But I will say Jake Paul does prop up real boxers. Like, I think some of them are signed to his, like, company he owns. So he does care about certain real boxers, but not about his own record because he only wants to fight.
Yeah, and Taylor, once again, we talked about it in the first hour for people just joining. It was just the idea of I don't think Mike Tyson would be allowed to win this fight based on it would destroy Jake Paul's entire value, and he is a $1 billion industry. You lost to a 60-year-old. They'll put it on your gravestone. It can't happen. Paul's making 40 to 50 million on this fight. Tyson's making 20. Yeah. You lose to a 60-year-old, there's no road back. It invalidates the entire con you've been executing.
Can you even bet on this fight?
I would never. Are you out of your mind?
I'd bet a draw is what I would bet.
Oh.
There will be no winner because Tyson's not going out there to be embarrassed.
Sounds a lot like MSU, Illinois. Can that end in a draw?
No.
Well, let me give you this text. I know the group that goes and sees Belleville play. They are branding themselves Hellgate, and they are all delusional Michigan fans.
Yeah, it's I'm a different species. I'm convinced. Maybe I'm what was inside Sigourney Weaver's belly, an alien, because I am not these people. I that is so creepy. It is so deranged, and you have nothing in your life if you're on that bus to thinking your support of a kid who's committed to LSU. I can't even square the circle.
What is it called again? Hellgate?
Hellgate.
Hellscape.
Oh, by the way, plus 1,000 for the fight to end in a draw.
Go ahead, I dare you. What is
That's the only thing that I would bet.
What's Paul to win?
Paul on points, plus 270. Paul to KO or TKO, plus 150. Oh, yeah, this is fixed. Tyson on points or decision, plus 1,300.
Knockout.
Plus 230.
Okay. I hope you bet. I hope you win. Just don't ask me
You got
to
better
watch.
odds for a draw than Tyson winning on a decision.
I got minus 180 for Bielema wearing a duvet cover. I hate Bielema. Oh, I can't stand him. Well, it'll be in an Illini Q-zip or Rico's bedspread. All right. Get ready to tackle the NFL with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. SGP for tonight's matchup, Eagles and Commanders. Honestly, the way Saquon's rolling, probably go somewhere there. Jaden Daniels bounce back. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more.
Push, man.
Yeah, sure. Anytime touchdown for Hurts, why not? FanDuel.com. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions to apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get some music. Let's touch the table. I believe NFL style this time. It is football today.
It is Thursday, which means we review the best quarterbacks. As a matter of fact, the top 10 quarterbacks of the past week.
And this is individual performances on a week-by-week basis. This is not Rico saying this is where they rank in the National Football League all time or for the season. So please, don't go crazy on tickets.
No, please don't. And after 5 interceptions, Jared Goff will not be in the top 10. Sorry.
I think we all are accepting of that.
But here's the sad reality. He was close to making it. But at number 10, Patrick Mahomes, 28 of 42, 266 yards, 1 touchdown. He rushed for 19 yards.
They scored 14 points. 13 points. I don't like this selection, David, but I have a hard time fighting it because I know what he's going to do. But he won on a blocked field goal.
See, here's what it is. I'm willing and I want to do that. But when you said that Goff almost made it, that means it wasn't a good list this week. So I'm okay with Patrick Mahomes at 10.
Yeah. At number 9, Will Levis. 18 of 23.
I gotta go.
175 yards, 2 touchdowns. He also rushed for 41 yards and lost.
I mean, they scored touchdowns. I guess that's the barometer for this. So it beats what Mahomes gave you. They weren't terrible. It's just Chargers are a pretty well-balanced team, well-coached team under Harbaugh. I'll live with it. But, man, if Levis is 9, Mahomes 10, what did we have to work with this week?
A lot of picks were thrown this past week. So losses, you play well and you lose, that's okay. You just go out there and just give the ball away. I can't reward that. Justin Herbert at number 8, 14 of 28 for 164 yards, 1 touchdown. He rushed for 32 yards and also scored another touchdown in a win over Tennessee.
In another universe, again, if it wasn't such a long shot, but Herbert could start to be discussed as an MVP candidate, couldn't he? If he leads the Chargers to 11 or 12 wins, the Chargers win a playoff game. And when he's being asked to throw the ball, he's doing really look, I'm just saying, he's blossoming under Harbaugh's tutelage. It's happening quickly, and they've helped him. We're going to run the ball. We're going to play some defense.
He's blossoming, Mike, but he needs that, he threw for 4 or 5 touchdowns in a game. Like, he's consistent. He's just going out there getting the job done, but it's not special. Speaking of not special, Russell Wilson. Coming in at number 7.
David's going to slap you.
14 of 28, 195 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception in a win over Washington.
David?
I am so interested to see who you have above him. 3 touchdowns and you have him at number 7.
Through a pick.
The game-winning touchdown come on. He's better than 7.
195 yards.
But he played what he needed to do.
Derek,
he managed that game.
Derek Carr, number 6, 16 of 25, 269 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a win over Atlanta.
No.
No?
Russell Wilson should be above him.
Oh.
Game-winning touchdown.
How have you gone from a guy who hated Russell Wilson to a shill? Do you want to help me with that?
Because we're 7-2. I have to go with the train at this point. I don't like Russell Wilson, but we're 7-2 leading the division. Yes, I'm all in.
Okay. Well, you're going to hate me. For number 5. 25 of 36, 353 yards, 2 touchdowns, rush for 17 yards. Is that good enough or no?
Sure.
Brock Purdy.
Oh, come on.
In a win over Tampa.
No, it's not okay.
Oh,
Brock Purdy.
David, he's not wrong. Come on.
He's not.
And his throw to Kittle was outstanding.
Yeah, he had a really good game. For
a week, we can stop the slander and be somewhat sincere. Purdy was incredible because Baker wasn't letting that team loose.
No.
And he battled back, and he battled back, and he battled back, and his idiot kicker missed 3 kicks. And then his long snapper got choked out by Debo. There was a lot going on in that game.
If there was a such thing as an MVP loser, it would be Baker Mayfield. Like Baker, he's never going to win the MVP. He doesn't quit. even though the team is bad, he's like, guys, we still have a chance in this thing, and they do until they lose.
If the MVP was actually given for value, right? Baker should be in the discussion. He is on a team that has lost every meaningful weapon. Their offensive line has been a train wreck all year. And Baker, every week, either wins or has his team in a spot to win, and that's back-to-back weeks. They play Kansas City. They go to overtime. He never gets to touch the ball in overtime. The next week, they go to San Francisco, and what happens here? It is a back-and-forth deal. He stiff-armed Nick Bosa, for Christ's sakes. Yeah. You should win the MVP on that alone. I mean, to keep a 270-pound guy from murdering you and delivering a clutch throw.
On fourth down. So, yeah. At number 4, we go out to the desert. Kyler Murray, 22 of 24. Very Jared Goff-like.
Yes, but guess what? He's turning into a real quarterback.
No, he is, Mike. 266 yards, threw for a touchdown, rushed for 21 yards, and scored 2 touchdowns on the ground, David. No picks. That's why he's ahead of your guy.
He's playing great this year. And the fact that I see tape of him going through progressions, not just trying to run the ball, but going through his progressions and making the right throw, the right decision, yeah, he deserves it.
You know what it is? I think that the Cardinals are kind of getting the Lions treatment from a few years ago. It's the Lions, so you really don't take them seriously until you are either losing or in a close game. You're like, man, I really wish we would have studied a lot more this week because I don't know what they're about to run. At number 3, Jalen Hurts, 14 of 20, 202 yards, 2 touchdowns. He also rushed for 56 yards and scored 2 touchdowns in a win over Dallas.
Painful for me.
Dallas.
Yeah, it's kind of part of it. Look, I'll leave my hatred of the Eagles out of it. My problem would be he played a dead team. But we got limited to go on here. Quarterback play in the NFL right now is a big-time struggle. So I'm not going to put up a fight.
At number 2, we're going to go Lamar Jackson. 25 of 33, 290 yards, 4 touchdowns. He rushed for 33 yards in a win over Cincinnati. He's getting it done. He's getting it done with his arm.
He's your MVP. He'll win it a third time. I'll get upset about it. He'll tank a playoff game.
You know what it is?
I'll laugh.
I think this past week, it went from being a discussion of him and Goff. Goff threw 5 picks and just kind of walked out and said, we're good.
2 of the last 3 weeks, Goff gave you a 62-yard passing game. Not his fault, but reality. And then a 5-interception game. You're done. It's over. And that's okay. He can still be my quarterback. I still love him. Yeah. I still think you're going to win a Super Bowl with him.
Still finding ways to win.
But yeah, you can leave out all the MVP stuff.
As he says, we're just built different. And at number 1, even though they lost the game, David, does this go to your standards?
Daniel Jones.
34 of 56, 428 yards, 4 touchdown passes. Joe Burrow.
Yeah, he balled out. He has no defense. They have no defense in Cincinnati, but he balled out. He did his part.
That stat line should win you pretty much every game in the NFL.
I mean, see, that's the guy to me. That's another. He's the AFC equivalent of Baker. He's playing so well, and this team just will not help him. They will not. I mean, that defense is awful. And Burrow is just every game. And it just – I know he won't win it, but I'll tell you, must be nice to be Lamar with all that talent around him. Jesus.
That's your QB Week 10 rankings, 97-1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Lions offensive lineman Taylor Decker said yesterday he was personally responsible for the Lions' offensive struggles in the first half against Houston. Decker missed with a shoulder injury that he sustained in practice. He was back at it today, though, and doing individual drills. Sam Laporta missed his second straight day. Carlton Davis was a new addition to the injury report that just came out as well. He was limited with a hand injury. The Pistons play Toronto tomorrow. The Raptors have been injury-riddled so far this season. Will continue to be without Scotty Barnes. Barnes recovering from an orbital bone fracture and was seen at practice today with a mask. The Wings also had the night off after their OT win last night over the Penguins. Alex Lyon will be available tomorrow for the first time in a few games. The team also choosing not to carry 3 netminders as Husso was sent down to Grand Rapids. MLB star Juan Soto expected to get a lot of money this offseason. It may be in New York just for a different team. Former big leaguer Carlos Beltran, who works in the Mets front office, says the team is prepared to go after him, quote, full blast, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Once again, an homage to Donald Sterling. I hate that got turned into a song, but okay.
I still can't believe that was real life.
That was real life. That he did an interview on national TV. Big magic. So one note before we help David with something. And I'm not going to yell, I promise. But you heard what he said about Juan Soto?
Mm-hmm.
And how you heard reports last week that Steve Cohen, in his little Mets hat, like Steve Cohen's wearing a suit and then he puts a little Mets hat on, was going to fly to California to see Juan Soto, and that, you know, the Mets they're going all in to try to get him.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever sit back and, like, for me, it's different. Like, I'm a Yankee fan, but I work here, right? This is my home, and the Tigers are a part of my business, and I want my audience to get a World Series because this is ridiculous. But do you ever sit back and go, God, what would that be like? To just have an owner who wanted it, who bled to win. Now, the difference is Steve Cohen, also rich, is a fan. He bought the team he was a fan of for years. I mean, look, George Steinbrenner, there was a lot of good and a lot of bad, but he was a fan. He wanted to win, period. I am yearning so bad to get any level of belief that this Tigers organization has any of that in their bones. Not even a Juan Soto thing. That would be irresponsible here. I'm saying every story we've done following the GM meetings. Wasn't a competitive offer to Scooble. Well, on a whiteboard, Javi's going to platoon it short. They won't buy Javi out. They're only interested in arms 1 year. They don't want to give term to free agents. Like, there's nothing, and this is not tiny violin, Rico. I'm shooting you straight.
Mm-hmm.
But you know how depressing it is? It's 4 o'clock, November 14th. We know tomorrow's going to be a Lions Day and all that. I don't have a single thing I can sell our listeners about their baseball team that truly was the darlings of September and a moment in time in October. And we have to sit here and act like we are the Tampa Bay Rays whose roof got blown off, or the Oakland A's who will be playing at Kenny Cott's cousin's backyard. Like, I can't escape that. And I don't know why I still let it bother me, but it does.
It bothers you, and it bothers a lot of Tiger fans, Mike, because you actually had the owner. You had the owner that was willing to go out and pay and spend and try to win a title and get as many pieces as he could. You did. Mr. Ilitch, Mike Ilitch, that was his thing. He spent money, didn't care. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to try to put the best team out there. Got him to the World Series twice, didn't win it, but you can never say it wasn't for lack of trying.
Right. And guys, I don't, look, we're all in a good mood today despite the terrible weather. I'm not trying to do an angry topic. This isn't even a topic. I guess it's just, do you get triggered? I know it's a popular word. When you hear reports like that and you go, damn, why not us? I mean, literally, I'm over here maybe getting excited if I ever hear the Tigers associated with Christian Walker. Are you kidding me? You know what I mean? A 33, 34-year-old, good first baseman. I like Christian Walker. I want him here. But I lowered my own standards because I know where we live and who owns the team and how it works. And I'm like, I can't even believe it. How you could own this team, make the playoffs, and I don't even care if you've got to overrule your president of baseball ops. Mm-hmm. I want 3 million people through my turnstiles next year. Capiche? I got the new 1901 society. I gotta sell that puppy out. We don't have that. And it's just, can I get one report the Tigers are in on one interesting player? Versus, and again, you guys are like, well, Valenti and Rico are negative. No, we're not. We took the news that emanated from the GM meetings. That's all we have. I can't sell you something that's a lie. I can't sell you a report that you've reached out to Corbin Burns. I can't. Maybe Corbin Burnson, not Corbin Burns. So I'm sorry. And by the way, F the Mets. They are a real problem for me. But if Steve Cohen gets involved, I am willing to let Juan Soto walk and just go F it. I'm not doing this.
It's going to be overpriced.
Dude, I'm not giving him 15 years. I'm not doing this. Again, he's not Ohtani. I love Juan Soto. He's a ton of fun to watch. Fans love him. He provides an energy. He'll give you a 400 OBP. But Rico, he's not some elite fielder. He doesn't run. He's great at bats. On the average, he'll probably give you about 30 homers. Wonderful player, but Ohtani's different. Ohtani is Babe Ruth. It's different. Yeah. So if Cohen wants to get involved to make the Yankees look bad, F it. But look, it's the principle of hearing Jeremy Otto on our station, on Tigers flagship, and never once in his updates, and it's not Jeremy's fault, it's never anything that I can use regarding your baseball team, ever. And it bothers me. They made the playoffs. They've got some young pieces here that, okay, it's starting to make sense. And you don't even get a report. I can't even give people a list or some bobblehead Jeff Passan, whose head might be bigger than mine. I can't even, Jeff Passan projects you're signing, my dead grandmother. I can't even do that. Does that resonate with you? Or should I just give up? Is that what I need to do?
It's going to frustrate you. You may need to power it down a little bit because you want this. You're going to get this.
Rico's holding one hand way higher than the other. This is an audio medium. Just trying to help.
Sorry. I was talking. You know what, Mike? Every now and then I forget. I just think that I'm talking to you on the phone.
I know what you're saying.
You want a lot, Mike. They're not offering as much as you want. You want it on 10. They're saying maybe 2. And it may not be a compromise. So either you lower the standards or you just get angry.
To their credit, they hired a guy that was more than willing to enjoy the company motto. Scott Harris is happy to build a cheap ball club. Call it what it is. It isn't like San Francisco had the number 1 payroll in the league, and he was there for 1 year.
And I think it's also going to be a feather in his cap, like them winning this year. See, look what I did.
Oh, for God's sake.
Look what we got. Feather in my cap. Great. We didn't spend a ton of money. We're not the Mets.
Put the feather in your cap. I'll put the World Series in my trophy case. I don't care about the feathers or your stupid hat.
But weren't we told we would add when the core is here?
Mm-hmm.
The core is here. And he said that we would spend when the core is here.
You're also told what they would spend once the Mickey contract fell off.
That's true.
And again, Kenny, maybe they will. All I'm saying is the more it goes on, and it's like, man, why can't our owner be on a plane? Like, can you imagine ever reading a report that Chris Ilitch boarded Pizza One and flew to see Juan Soto? Like, could you ever imagine a point in our lives Chris Ilitch is flying to personally meet with name player? I mean, I would stand and applaud. It'd be like Citizen Kane. I'd be like, oh my God.
He's boarding Pepperoni 1 just to go to talk to Juan Soto.
Crazy Puff 1. And he's going to talk to Juan Soto. I mean, I would stand and applaud. And it just seems so, like, it seems impossible. And yet what I have to sell our listeners is, Scott Harris is saying a platoon of Javi Baez and Trey Sweeney is on the table.
Looks good on the whiteboard.
That's all.
What you're saying feels like a dream, but what I'm living in feels like a nightmare. It's just nothing.
Yeah, it was told to me a long time ago, man. When you start thinking of how the team thinks and stop thinking like how you think, you understand it more, and it does. It lowers your expectations. Like, you're not going to get this. David, you can't walk up to your youngest child and say, you know what, go get a job. You may want him to go get a job, but he's not ready for that.
At 4 years old, that's not happening. Yes.
But in your mind, you're like, you know what, I'm tired of feeding you. Go get a job.
David, any ticket text on this, and then I'll move on, I promise. And I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to sound like a whiny bitch. It just bugs me. I want nothing more than to do engaging radio with you guys and get something, that this team is serious about something. And I feel terrible every day. Any news we get from the Tigers, it's Kenny's bidet.
Where's the drive in these Detroit organizations? The Wings and Tigers had such a great history of getting big names. What has happened? I don't get triggered because I don't care about our teams anymore because they don't. So I'll buy back, and when they show me they care to win. Never give up, Mike. Been a Tiger fan for longer than I can say, and I will never give up. I'll be frustrated, but I'll never give up. Unfortunately, Mike, Rico, I believe Scott Harris came here thinking he can run the Cleveland-Milwaukee model. It ain't happening, guys.
Yeah, because I'd ask you, where are their World Series? You don't win it cheap. History tells you that. So, look, we can move on. I won't belabor it. It's just, I don't know. And it also angered me, Jeremy, so gleefully reading it. I wanted to punch him. Steve Cohen's going to see Soto. Better have him clean his next update up. I am not here for that. It's like he was taunting us. Where's Otto?
I think you should put it yourself.
Where is Otto from? Is he an incel from some other town? Where's this guy from?
He's from here.
Nah. Get me I want to know the origin story of Jeremy Otto. Sitting over here taunting me about Juan Soto. You're taunting if you're from Detroit, shame on you. Read something. I'm upset now. And I'm in a good mood. I'm going to help David with something next. We gotta fix David's life situation. Right. Can't fix his life, but I can fix his situation.
The holiday season is
Enjoy that accident, kid.
There's no accident, kid. What are you talking about? You're all playing.
Congrats, accident.
There's one more?
No, there's not one more. No.
It's twins.
Oh, boy.
That is a fear of mine. No more. We're done.
Oh.
You drive a minivan.
Oh, no.
That's exactly how I would sound.
There's David hearing the news. His wife is late.
And not to pick him up. The holiday season is upon us. And we need internet that allows us to stream all the football action while I'm on the go. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. So enjoy all your favorite apps, all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the football action, Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, you want to call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or simply just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
All right, companies out there advertising BOGO on AC and furnaces, please. Nonsense. You want a fair deal, you go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Got you covered 24/7, locally owned over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. You bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you save $2,000. Great same-day installation as well. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, real quick before we get back to business. First of all, Odyssey.com, rewind, you missed anything. We have a situation, and David has a situation, but because it affects me, I'm making it my situation. So I need your help, people. Jury duty is something that just happens. And I have to get David out of jury duty. Now, I've offered a solution that no one has argued is ineffective, but yet no one is comfortable with it. And that is, to me, when you are interviewed for jury duty, you just say some of the most egregious things on the planet in order to be inadmissible as a juror. Like, it wouldn't matter. Like, if David rolls in, even though he doesn't feel this way, and he just goes, I hate all white people, you're not a juror. You're out. They're going to go, this guy's a loose cannon. If David rolls in and goes, I want you to know something up front, really happy to be here, but I'm a crackhead, and I'm going to have to do crack while on your jury, they're going to just be like, nope. Wait, isn't that how you get out of this?
Yeah, is it okay to smoke rocks on your break?
Right, like David rolls up and says, David says, I hate minorities. Like, what? How would they allow him there? So hold on, I'm asking people, how do you end up becoming a juror when isn't that the way out? You just say, I'm a terrible person. I need out. Rico, have you done this?
I've never had to. I always get dismissed. Like call in and I don't hear my name called. So
have you gone with the egregious life viewpoints so that you know your name won't get called?
Oh, I haven't had to.
Or am
yet.
I missing something? Can you get in trouble for doing that?
No, because here's the thing, they know now what's going to happen is you got to have a backup. So you can't just say, I hate everybody, because the judge has already heard this before.
Okay.
So then they may say, well, when did you start hating everybody? And if you stutter, get over there. You're on the jury. So judges have become keen to the fact of people come up with weird things to say.
I'd like to know if you've gotten out of jury duty, how have you done it? Because we cannot have David on a jury missing weeks of a show for somebody's traffic ticket. Not having it. Plus, David does not have the moral compass to be on a jury. See, this man is a fraud. He's a con. He is not a religious leader in this town.
See, David, wow.
I'm trying to build a case,
David,
where if the judge is hearing it, they don't want David.
David, if you're going to say you hate something, you got to be specific about it.
What should David say he hates?
Like, you hate... you know what? I hate minorities. I hate women. I hate myself. I don't like anything. You know what,
David
Your
just
Honor?
says, I hate America.
Right. You know what? After the last, I hate everything after America. I don't like it. I'm angry. Your Honor, I don't like you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, though. I want to do jury duty. I've always wanted to do jury duty. I want to sit there with my little pad, my glasses on, and I want to determine if someone's guilty or not guilty. I've watched all the, court TV stuff.
Oh.
Love it. Want to do it.
Maybe that's the way to get out, David. You say, you know what?
Oh, if I say I want to do it?
I've watched every Dateline episode. I promise you, the defense lawyer is going to say, don't want him.
You might be right about that.
I've watched every Dateline, every 2020, every cold case. Oh, yeah. And literally, David, nerd up your look, find the nerdiest glasses, put a pocket protector in, have like 5 pens and pencils in your pocket, and just say, with the double bow tie, I'm ready. Let's go.
But you're missing the point.
Yeah.
He wants to screw us over.
No.
We have to put a stop to this.
No.
I'm trying to work on
that. All right. Why are you whispering? He's sitting right there.
He can't hear us.
And David, stop acting like you want to help anybody.
He's too busy.
You don't like anyone.
Oh, no. I don't want to help anyone. I want to help myself.
What if you?
Oh, you want that $10 check a day?
No, I don't care about that.
David, I
want to be a pretend lawyer for a day.
Dismissal. Just please. We're heading down a home stretch of a football season. I don't need you missing. First of all,
that's how I get out. I say I hate the Lions. That may get me out. I don't really hate the Lions, people. I don't, but that may get me out.
You hate Jared Goff.
Oh,
do you know what case you're up for?
No idea. I don't know anything yet till I walk in.
I don't think it's going to be like an OJ type case. He may be gone for a couple of days. Yeah, I see. He's trying to get out of this. He wants to get out of
jury duty?
No, what are you talking about?
He wants to get out of working with us.
No, I am doing a civic duty.
No, you're not.
I'm being asked to do my civic duty.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Bigger civic duty, jury duty, or working this show? This show provides people with endless free entertainment.
Very true.
So what? It's one court case. They'll find another version of you.
These are also the people that listen that think I'm not a real Michigan fan. They can't stand my opinion on the Detroit Lions. So who am I really helping here?
Us.
Should I help the person that's on trial or should I help the people here?
But your prejudices know no bounds. You're going to throw them in jail regardless.
David.
You're a terrible person. I hope the court's hearing this. You're terrible.
And David just may show up to the court painting his face in maize and blue.
Wait a minute. Time out.
Maize and blue paint.
Hold
one half
on.
maize, one half blue.
Let's take a page out of Kenny's book. You show up hammered. If David showed up blotto on church wine, you can get out.
Yeah, yes, and straight to jail.
Why?
Very much so.
How did you get here, son? I drove.
No. I'll drive him. David, just blotto.
Right.
On church wine, I drive him there.
He's going to sit there until he dries out. Once they realize, are you drunk?
Yes.
Bailiff, please take this man and put him in jail.
I might
Why?
be there
David
for a
could
while.
just say he drinks every day.
Then they're really going to keep me in jail.
Yes, they can. He didn't drive here.
Yes, they can, because they now know you're drunk. So we don't know what you're going to do once you leave here. We don't want to get sued. You're going to stay here until you're sober.
Bad plan. We'll reorganize.
No. We're talking this through.
I just know we can't lose him for 2 weeks.
It's going to be 2 weeks.
It's
Might be
a trial,
day.
David.
This isn't Law and Order where the trials last for weeks.
Well, it ain't going to last one show.
I think it might, actually.
Great. I'll see you in February. Between the holiday time off and now this curated caper you got here with jury duty, you got to get out of this. And I need the people to help. How do we get this man out of jury duty? Can't he say he's a public figure? Can't he say he's a biased human being? He hates everybody?
Right. You can say you're biased. You can't hate everybody. Because then they're like, you're perfect because you'll be unbiased.
People feel free.
Wow.
What?
You didn't have your headset on for that one.
Hold on. At least let me partake in the slander. Go ahead, David. Wow. Now, if he rolled in and said that, does that get him out of jury? What if he said that?
Oh, that probably would work.
What if he rolls in? This guy's a wild card. He's unstable.
He may be there till Thanksgiving.
Well, that would... Okay, this was a bad idea.
No, you know what? I like it. David, yes. Show up there in just like the old 1970s basketball shorts. I promise you.
I can find some.
Nobody's going to put you on
the
that
Larry
jury.
David
Yeah,
strategy.
I can find
the
some,
gym
yeah.
shorts, and you put your legs up on the thing, but you got the gym shorts on, but no underpants, and you're like, what's the problem?
Right.
That's how he didn't get in trouble at the golf club. You got to be a Curb Your Enthusiasm fan to understand the reference. It is brilliance.
So there you go.
Okay, then. Next time you're outside, go look at your roof. Good luck doing that. You're not 70 feet tall. Bottom line, Victor's Roofing, they'll take care of it for you. They will do a complete roof inspection for free, 21 point, and they'll find even the smallest problem and give you a solution. And the best part, the work they do, perfect installations are guaranteed. A 50-year leak-free guarantee is attached to that. Victor's takes care of it all. So get that free 21-point roof inspection today. Call 734-773-1100 or visit victors.com. It's Victor's Home Solutions.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Carlton Davis was a new addition to the Lions injury report today with a hand injury. He was limited in practice along with Ife Malafanu. Malafanu was on the IR, but the team opened up his practice window last week. The injury that landed him on the IR was an ankle, but today he also had a finger injury listed. Hurricane roof damage made Tropicana Field unplayable for the upcoming season, and the Rays have picked a new home for 2025. They settled on Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, the spring training home of the Yankees. That was nice of you, Mike. The Rays call it the best prepared facility in the Tampa region to host their games. Yeah. According to CBS Sports, the College Football 25 video game is the best-selling video game of the year, which means that EA Sports has already began development on a game for 26. Former Raiders head coach John Gruden is joining Barstool Sports on a 3-year deal. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Straight to the people. We have to get David out of jury duty. We are in a football book. We do not have time to lose David for weeks on end for a meaningless trial. Plus, he has no scruples, no moral compass. You don't want him on your jury. Oh. How do you get him out of your jury? People, I need to hear it.
David. The person on trial better not be a Spartan.
Or tell him you're a fire and brimstone pastor.
Yeah, they don't want that.
Hey, I've got a former judge on the line, and we're going to the source, an expert, and certainly someone who will know. We go to Greg in Plymouth. Hi, Greg.
Hi, Mike. Enjoy the show.
Thank you.
Mike, let me say this. First of all, a person can always seek an adjournment from the jury commission.
Okay. How does that work?
You just called the notice on the little card that you get the notification. You might be in the Coleman A. Young, which is typically the civil trials, auto accidents, wrongful death, cases like that, breach of contract cases. Now you can also go to the criminal division, okay? Mm-hmm. And you just simply call the jury commission. They will generally be very reasonable and just grant you an adjournment. Now, as to excuses to get out,
yes.
Judges have heard basically every excuse in the world, and what some of my colleagues would do is, and I had a couple, they had every time you had a question, they raised their hand why they shouldn't be a juror. And when they were deliberately trying to avoid their civic duty, what judges will sometimes do is say, fine, you're excused, but you're going to remain throughout the trial and take notes.
Oh, dear. Oh, Greg, I'm so happy you called. Okay, David, we're not going to go with the original strategy. Greg has just saved you and us a lot of pain.
Talking to judges, they're like, yeah, we just start asking questions and the person can't follow up with the right answers.
Mike, also, just so you know, probably 90% or more of the cases are now resolved. If it's a civil case, they have mediation, facilitation, arbitration, alternative dispute resolution mechanisms in place.
Right, because court's expensive, and you want to get it settled and move it on, correct?
Yes. So typically, the civil cases, if you are picked, they generally don't run that long. Now, I was an aviation lawyer, and sometimes the wrongful death cases would go a week or two. Now, I've done criminal cases that have gone 6, 7, 8 weeks.
See, that's what we can't have. Now, David, do you know what you're in here?
I don't remember. I have to go back home and look at it.
Wow, great juror.
It's downtown somewhere.
Wonderful.
And Mike, I served twice.
Oh my God, Greg!
Just because the people that you run into, that's the most common request from the citizenry is, how can I get out of jury duty? And I served, and I was able to tell them I served.
Boy, Greg, yeah, man, I like you because, you have all the answers and you're not even mean about it. But, Greg, you understand we can't lose this guy for weeks. We're in the middle of a Super Bowl drive. What are we doing here?
Mike, I'm about to go to a doctor's appointment, but if you want to call me back, I'll leave you my cell number. You might be interested in what I'm going to tell you.
Whoa, hold on. That's cryptic. Now, what is it in reference to?
Jury duty.
Okay, good deal. All right. Well, hold on. I'll put you on hold. We'll get it from Kenny. We'll make it happen. David. So if you go to the interview, we're not going to run with the first story. That's not going to happen. Can you imagine if they made David sit there, take notes? Oh, God.
Yeah, you really be mad because
He'd be gone for weeks.
You're not a part of the jury.
Correct.
You don't show up, you're going to get fined.
Yep.
But you're not going to be making any money either.
David, I do think it would be wise to take Greg up on his offer. I think you should call him and understand the full scope of jury duty. I think that would be good for you.
I'm telling you, just walk in there and just embellish I am a fire and brimstone pastor. I don't believe in forgiveness.
What's he going to do? Say he believes in Hammurabi's code?
Old Testament law, eye for an eye. You stole, it's going to steal from you.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Some of the things people are calling up with, I can't even say on the air. I mean, I couldn't say. I couldn't.
Which one?
I'm not. You're going to ask me to say it.
Coco?
Yes.
Uh-oh, let me see this.
I can't say that.
You're going to be Kenny Cott. It's basically.
Remember when Kenny missed a few days of work?
Remember when Kenny had to miss a couple days of work?
Let's go to Bryce, 97.1. Bryce, how you doing?
Doing well, guys. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it. So I have actually been chosen for jury duty and jury selection, and I got out of it, without being a total degen. So I'll tell you what I did. I essentially, I went up there, and when you kind of feel out what the case is for, so like what the judge was saying, whether it's DUI or whatever, then when you get called up there, you tell them that you've had a family member that's been prosecuted and convicted under this same crime before, and that really you have a bad taste in your mouth about all this, and in good conscience, you can't be unbiased in making a determination about it. That way you're not a degen, and you still have a legitimate excuse to get out of it from the judge. And the judge asked me, she goes, "Can you be unbiased in this case?" And I just straight up said, "No, I cannot." So if they ask you, just say that.
Now, what? But can't they go back and demand the name of the person so they can vet your claim?
So I chose to not say it because I kind of thought that all of that was on the public record. So I told them that I had a family member who had a DUI and I didn't want to give them their name and that there were some extenuating circumstances with it. It went through the court system, and I really have an unbiased view on when it comes to DUI cases and how they bring them forward. And so she's like, "Can you put that bias aside for this case?" And I said, "No, ma'am, I cannot."
Man, you are sharp. Look at Bryce. Wow. Okay. And Bryce is right. Like, that's not being a total degen. Like, we had David going in with a plan of being Donald Sterling. Like, that's not good at all. And thank God we talked to Greg in Plymouth, and he's like, "Listen, they could make him sit there and take notes like it's detention."
Mm-hmm. That doesn't sound fun at all.
No.
I'm not on a jury. I'm just sitting there. No.
But you're doing your civic duty.
That's not my civic duty. I want to be on the jury. That's my civic duty.
If it's a real civic duty, you'll do it for free.
I don't care about the money. I just want to be an actual fake lawyer.
Being a juror is free, isn't it?
No.
What do they do?
They don't give you that much.
They pay you like for your lunch.
Well, what the hell does that matter if you're unemployed? Can you be let go because you got selected for jury duty?
They could. What you could do, your excuse would be that I'm providing for my family and I cannot take off. I need to work.
Once you tell them you got 11 kids, there's no way they could keep you on that jury.
Just 4.
I don't have 4. I do not have 4.
I thought
I have 3.
They haven't done the announcement. It's going to be a Christmas
Stop
thing.
it.
It's going to be special for the kids underneath the tree.
The words expressed by Mike and Rico do
Wait.
not.
Is it finally going to be a girl? Oh.
Doesn't matter. We're not trying again. We're done.
It's not what I've heard.
You know what? And I think we'll call her Miracle.
Wow. Wow. 248-539-9797. By the way, Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. We've covered the Bryce Underwood thing with U of M. We talked a little bit of Tigers. We talked about the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight. We just took a quick TO here because David has to do this jury duty interview. And I'm not trying to lose our executive producer in a Super Bowl drive. I'm terrified. I'm like, oh, no, we can't have this. Then that means at the most important time of the year, we got to let Kenny drive the boat? Oh, dear God. That's how the Titanic happened, Kenny. Captain was drunk. The iceberg was right there. This is a good time, Dad.
You know what? We're just going to go ahead and put a chalk outline of where Kenny was sitting. He just took a whole bunch of strays.
It's Otto's fault. After that Juan Soto update, I am on tilt.
Oh, boy.
I blame Jeremy Otto. Now, Hungry Howie's, here you go. Go out and get some pizza, eat your feelings. Classic pepperoni, you can't beat it. The Italian classics, of course. But now listen, if you're new age, and I don't know, you're high as a kite, maybe you want the chicken and waffles pizza. I don't even know how you put that together. I'd love to know whose idea that was at Hungry Howie's. Mozzarella, crispy chicken tender bites, waffle bits, all drizzled maple syrup. Hey, if that's your bag, God bless. You can keep it away from me. I'll stick to the classics. So treat yourself. Grab a large chicken and waffle pizza tonight. $15.99 at Hungry Howie's. Limited time only.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. The Pistons released their new City Edition jerseys for the season. The jersey color is bone white, which plays on the Bad Boys logo. Team plans to wear the uniforms 13 times this season, while the first coming up on Monday. A Bad Boys-inspired court will also be used at LCA when the team wears the City Editions. Defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn gives us a sneak peek on how they will use new trade additions at Darius Smith this week. Carlton Davis was limited in practice today with a hand injury. Sam Laporta missed for the second straight day. Taylor Decker also returned. Per last night's Diamond Sports court filing, the Tigers will in fact air on the newly rebranded FanDuel Sports Network next season. Today, Diamond Sports also officially out of bankruptcy. Former Tiger pitcher Justin Wilson just signed a deal with the Red Sox after not throwing an MLB pitch in 22. He really struggled in 24 with a 5.59 ERA. Jake Paul is the favorite over 58-year-old Mike Tyson. Despite that, 90% of the bettors are placing their money on Tyson. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything on this dreary Thursday? We've got a multitude of things. Odyssey.com Rewind if you want the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson stuff. Just the idea of how on earth does Jake Paul and Mike Tyson net payouts of $40 and $20 million, and do you believe it's a real fight? We then discussed, and what we're going to bring up right now, which is this Michigan Bryce Underwood thing is interesting. And I'm always careful with the NIL stuff because it's kind of a giant con. Like, you never get to see the payrolls. You never get to understand the contracts because they're not contracts. I don't know what kind of contract you have, but I don't have one where I can renegotiate every 60 days. Hey, I did a good show today.
60 days, try 6 hours.
Right. So,
had a great game? Hey, we need to talk.
The story came out this morning that Michigan is upping the ante to $10.5 million for Bryce Underwood. Now, if you believe it, great. If you don't believe it, that's fine. I'm not mad at anybody in this. And look, Rico and I have settled on, I don't hate the hustle. I understand what Michigan's trying to do. I would do it different. And if Bryce Underwood took the money, I wouldn't be mad in the least. Young man, $10.5 million, changed family's life. So we had a discussion, and it's what I want to talk to you guys about. On surface, you're handing $10.5 million. I don't even know how you'd sign a 4-year contract based on there is no contract. There's no union. It's not collectively bargained. I don't even know what would be binding about said contract. So let's say you did it. And Bryce Underwood, for those who don't know, number 1 quarterback in America, Belleville product. He didn't like Michigan enough when they were winning the Big Ten and winning the Natty to go there. He's going to LSU. But Michigan is now Wayne Diamond from Uncut Gems. You can Google it if you don't know the reference. Basically, the over-tanned, creepy, possibly wearing a perm old man trying to get in bed with a 25-year-old. It's just sad. You're old balls. That's the problem. So the $10.5 million to a 17-year-old, never has played college football quarterback, I ain't mad for you trying. Just like you can't be mad at the old Silver Fox for trying to get, a fresh play pal. But it's pathetic. And I also think it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea based on if you have $10.5 million to spend, and let's say $2.5 million in year one. I'm spending the $2.5 million on Cam Ward. I'm spending the $2.5 million on Nico Iamaleava. I'm spending whoever I can go and poach. I'm going and poaching. I am going to get a finished product. And that's not a slight against Bryce Underwood. He might be phenomenal. But Rico did the Beard Institute, which just finished right behind Tufts University. The Beard Institute did some research on 5-star quarterbacks and how this usually works. So I want to know from you guys, 3 different levels to this. As a Michigan fan, Yay or nay on this idea? As a college football fan, yay or nay on this idea? But also as an adult, when you hear that a high schooler might be getting $10.5 million, haven't we arrived at a place like, wait a second. Now, if Caleb Williams got $10.5 million after establishing, I can't even use my words, establishing himself as an All-American and a future number 1 draft pick, I might be able to work my way around that. But to give it to a young man who hasn't taken a snap and might end up like people on Rico's list?
Spencer Rattler. There's one for you.
Here, let me help you.
We all remember Malachi Nelson.
Couldn't win the job at USC and then went to Boise State and couldn't win that job as Maddox Madsen is the quarterback.
Yeah. So Ty Simpson went to Bama. He's at Tulsa, I believe.
You said Tulane.
Tulane, yes.
One problem. He didn't win that job. A guy named Michael Mensa did. Yeah. And I've watched Tulane, and I didn't know Ty Simpson was there.
So, yeah, this is one where the quarterbacks, I would not do it. There's only one position that I would even remotely think about paying that amount of money to, and that's a defensive end. That's it. Even an offensive tackle. I don't care how great they look. It's going to take some time for them to learn the college game. David and I, and Mike, you were in there. We talked about it earlier in the show break. It's kind of like the rookie contract for NBA players or quarterbacks back in the day before the salary cap kicked in, where Big Dog Robinson got $100 million.
Right.
Thing is, he had never played in the NBA game. I remember Stafford got paid before he ever threw a pass for the Lions. Why? Well, he was that incoming QB that you just had to take that chance on. Could have stunk. I mean, imagine if they had that now. You know how much money Bryce Young would have?
So can I ask the other question here? And I don't claim to know, but how much of it is real? Like, how much of this is copium for a school and a fan base who's having an atrocious year following the Natty, and at least you can say, hey, I tried? Versus this is real and they're going to get this kid, and then it's okay, well, what are we putting around him? See, this is the problem, is I can't offer a big opinion without knowing the totality of it. Like, for instance, if Michigan has $20 million to spend on next year's team and you want to give $2.5 million to Bryce Underwood, I can make sense of what's going on here. But I don't know that to be I don't know.
Yeah.
What I don't like is the idea of 10.5 over 4, and it's like, well, wait a second. There's no control mechanisms there.
Well, there's no control mechanisms, but just rest assured. Let's just take it evenly. Let's just say he gets $2.5 million a year. $2.5 million means he starts. There is no grooming period. There is no, we're going to slowly matriculate him into the starting lineup. $2.5 million means that when you go on the road to Oklahoma in week 2, he's your starting quarterback. When you play all of those tough games early in the season, he's your starting quarterback. You're married to him for better or for worse. And most quarterbacks as true freshmen do not pan out. Could he be the Trevor Lawrence? He could. But guys, it's rare. You're in the 1 percentile range. Look at Dante Moore, another quarterback, 5-star kid, came out of Detroit, goes to UCLA, throws more pick six than touchdowns. And now he's transferred. He's backing up Dylan Gabriel at Oregon. If you pay him, you got to play him. And that's what happened with Dante Moore. UCLA had to put him in the game. Chip Kelly didn't want to put him in the game. But it was like, yeah, we're paying this kid. You got to play him. He goes in there. He wasn't ready. And I think it stunted his growth, because I do think that sitting some time would help, but you can't do that. $2.5 million? There's no such thing as we're going to just pay you to sit on the bench and you better be ready that next year. That's a bad investment.
Here's the deal. I don't hate the hustle. It might be a bad idea, but I don't hate Michigan for trying it. I dig it. I mean, it beats the alternative. My school's getting out recruited by South Florida.
Renting a party bus?
That's just losing.
Maybe we should do that.
Maybe not. But no, look, this is college football now. I don't think anything is a good idea. I mean, hell, I just watched Boston College's quarterback walk out on them middle of the season. Oh, well, he got benched. Oh, I'm sorry. Is life not going to deal you inconveniences? Nick Castellanos, walked away. He walked away from his teammates, from a team that's going to a bowl. I'm in the portal. I don't think anything with college football is a good idea, but I'm not going to say Michigan's wrong. I just don't know that they're right. And I would much rather take $2.5 million and go buy an established quarterback. To me, if I'm a U of M fan or donor, I'm going, who's Cam Ward 2025? I'll give $2.5 million to that guy because that guy might go to New York for the Heisman, and that guy might be able to, as Cam Ward has, put a team on his back. You're not getting that out of a freshman. But I don't now, the best idea would be you pay Bryce the money and sit him, and you still go out and spend another $2.5 and go get the starter. That way Bryce gets a year to learn the system, get his body right, get his mind right, and then next year as a redshirt freshman, you could burn it all down. But that's not the world we live in. I mean, I don't think it's a good idea for Bryce Underwood to start at LSU day one.
Right. And even as a redshirt freshman, nothing's guaranteed.
No, I'm just saying the best
but
shot at
it's
success.
better than day one, leave prom, and 3 months later, you're starting quarterback. That's a bad idea.
So what do you make of it? You guys tell me. It's your team. I'm not down on Michigan for trying or getting creative. But hell, man, look at what Summer Rico's brought up, man. It is a hard thing to evaluate high school quarterbacks. Only thing that might be more difficult is offensive tackles. Seriously.
Yeah.
David, what do you make of it? It's your school.
I would say no on this because I want to go out and get established or more established guys that I have actually seen play and I can, kind of build and say I can make something of him. I don't know how good Bryce Underwood is. And when I say that, no, people, I'm not saying he's going to be bad. Yes, I've seen him play. He's a really good high school quarterback. But the transition from high school to college is a different thing. And sometimes you just don't turn out. Sometimes you turn out to be Tate Martell. Sometimes you turn out to be Shane Morris. So, not everyone turns into Trevor Lawrence or Justin Fields. Not everyone does that in that transition. And even Justin Fields took time to become Justin Fields. Yeah, well, so I would not pay this money for Bryce Underwood. No way.
Don't forget JT Daniels.
Well, he's been he was at like 12 schools. Look, he might be the real deal. I don't know. I also, maybe I've got an out-of-touch boomer perspective. I think when you start getting to numbers like this is more than your teammate driving a nice car. This is more than your teammate eating at better restaurants than you. This is more than, hey, your teammate helped out mom and dad. This is teammate bought 5-bed, 5-bath in South Beach for mom and dad. This is just, it's so different. I start to wonder about dynamics. And I would defer to coaches if we have any high school coaches or college coaches. How do you manage it? I don't know. I don't know how coaches are doing it now.
That's the biggest thing, Mike. All they had to do was come up with guidelines at the beginning of this, and we wouldn't be in this situation. But as I told you, I think the NCAA
horse left the barn a long time ago.
Fail. They knew it was going to turn into this. You were going to beg them to help you out, except for TV kicked in and said, "We'll foot the bill. Don't worry about it."
Do the thing. We'll get to the calls next. 97.1.
Hey, listen up, folks. Are you ready to add a beautiful deck to your home, or you're just sick of power washing and staining and sealing your current deck year after year? Do what I did recently. Hire Koi Construction to design and build one for you. Couldn't be happier with my new deck. Even on cold nights like this, you light up the fireplace and you go out on your deck. Koi Construction is a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. It's a family-owned and operated deck building company that enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition in Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. Their focus is on quality and craftsmanship has made them one of the very best in the industry. And get this, they love to work year-round. So if you want your deck built this winter so you're ready to go in the spring when the Tigers get to go into playing baseball, no problem. Unlike most deck building companies, Koi routinely builds decks throughout the cold winter months, but there are limited slots available, so call them today to secure your spot on their schedule. Whether you're looking to create an inviting space or a cozy retreat, Koi Construction's experienced team will bring your vision to life. So call them today, get your project started. You won't regret it.
All right, holiday season, things get incredibly busy, which means prioritizing rest when you can. It's important. Serta, save up to $600 on an all-new Serta Perfect Sleeper X or Serta Eye Comfort. Serta mattresses made right here in Michigan for the past 111 years. Black Friday sale all month long. Go to Serta.com and find a retailer near you.
What was that? Don't need a new one. I'll just leave it at that. And I'm already happy.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Okay, we're idiots, I know. All right, straight to the people. Let's go to Mario, who is in Belleville, 97.1. Mario, what's going on, buddy?
How are we doing, guys?
Good. Where do you stand on the Underwood, Michigan stuff?
Okay, so I got a couple things. One, not a fan of the NIL. I think that it creates a disparity between athletes. Like, we have all these student athletes that all need the support. So there should have came up with a deal where it's like helps everyone equally. You know what I mean? I get it that some kids, are more gifted and you have football that makes way more money, but still at the end of the day, like, you're trying to get your degree, make it to the next level, you still need. So that's my first point.
Yeah.
And then my second point is paying Bryce. Like, I've seen him play. Dude can spin it for real. He's a great player. But like everyone has said previously, he's untested. Justify paying him that much money. I really, really like the quarterback that was at UNLV. I thought that kid, he came from Holy Cross, I believe. I don't remember his name.
Sluka couldn't complete a pass to neighborhood kids. He left the school with a 44% completion rate.
Well, I thought the first two games he was spinning it pretty well, and they were winning by a huge margin.
Let me put it to you this way. Mario, you're the University of Michigan, and if you've got $10.5 million over 4 years to spend on a 17-year-old kid, you got $2.5 to spend on Cam Ward 2.0. I'm with you in your idea. Go get a proven kid and go win. This would be, I wouldn't even know how to process it.
I hear you. But Cam Ward has great arm talent, but like he has some, like, his size. We're talking about playing in the Big Ten. We're not talking about playing.
Right. I was using it as an example of whoever the most established, high-end, guy who wants a one-year NFL tryout. That's the guy you go get. I don't think you put this. Now, again, and I don't know what Michigan has. No one knows what any school has. Except MSU. We pay people in cheese puffs. The point is, if you have the level of money where you could do it, great. But what I wouldn't do is this. Here comes the old school mentality. I don't want to guarantee kids playtime. I don't. I just don't want to do that where it's like, look, I understand LSU's probably guaranteed the kid the starting role day one. I don't think it's a good idea. I'd like to congratulate LSU on their 8-4 season next year, 7-5. A true freshman in the SEC. Look, maybe Bryce Underwood is generational.
I don't know what LSU's paying him, so I don't know if they feel like the need, but LSU has enough money that they could afford to pay him and sit him and also get another quarterback. Paying somebody that amount of money, you can't sit
My
him.
only issue is this. Now, if we're going to talk actual football, I don't know Bryce Underwood from a hole in the wall, but you cannot compare development and offensive schematics between LSU and Michigan from a quarterback standpoint. You can't. They're putting Heisman Trophy winners out there, number 1 overall NFL draft picks out there. Hell, they're going to put Nussmeier in the NFL. That's insane. That level of it, no. I would never end up at U of M, but it's 20 minutes from his home, and if $10.5 million's real, and look, I don't begrudge him, and I don't begrudge the University of Michigan for trying. But would I do it? No. It just doesn't add up to me. Versus option B, which is pick junior who wants 1 year to go to the NFL, who's already won a ton of games and done a bunch of stuff. I'll pay that guy. Right. 100%.
And like I said, I've seen Bryce Underwood play. He's a good quarterback, but he's a good high school quarterback. I'm not going to sit here and like, oh, he's going to be a failure. It's just the process is a lot different. You're going up against different defenses, more complex defenses. Everybody on the other side of the ball, they can run 4.4, 4.5 40s.
Well, and they're also older than you.
Yeah.
They're more physically mature. It's different. It's difficult. Go to Mac, 97.1. What's up, Mac?
Hey, Mike. Hey, well, this is the first time I've ever called your show. I've been listening for a little over a year. I'm a truck driver, and I can finally pick your show up on the radio.
Fantastic.
So, anyways,
well, welcome.
Props to you. I'm a lifelong Michigan fan, and you're my favorite on the ticket. And I just think that you do a great job. I think you're always telling me the truth, which I appreciate.
It's the truth as I see it. It's not always the truth. There's a separator.
Exactly.
So what do you?
You're exactly right.
What do you make of your
Mike,
school
anyway,
lobbing $10 million at a high school
honestly,
quarterback?
Mike, I think it's a little. They seem desperate, and to me it comes across a little pathetic. The guy didn't want to play here. Okay, fine, move on. But to keep upping the ante, I don't know if they're trying to get LSU, force them to pay him more. I don't know. But I don't know Bryce Young. I don't know him. I haven't even never seen him play. I hear great things about his skill set. But, hey, we do have a 4-star young quarterback on that roster that we did not get to see this year.
Jaden Davis.
And I think they had some – exactly. You know, how does that make him feel?
I'll tell you this.
He's on board. I like him.
Mac, you're bringing up something very interesting. And, Rico, I want your take on this. You know, Mac brings it up. Now, if you pay Underwood that money – don't you automatically lose Davis?
You do.
So now all your eggs are in this basket.
Yeah, because you already lost the quarterback that you had a 4-star quarterback in your class already from Florida who said, yeah, you guys don't really want me. You're trying to go get him. I'm not coming there to sit on the bench. So he decommitted. So, yeah, at that point, then, yeah, Jaden Davis would then say, okay, am I going to get a fair shot here? Because I'm not going to be making as much as this kid. I've been waiting a year. I've been doing everything I was supposed to do. I'm thinking that he would probably be one of those, yeah, I'm leaving after spring practice because I already see how this is going.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, Mac, I think the other thing, too, is if you got this level of money, I'd hit the portal. I'd hit the portal and go buy up the best and brightest. You don't need to recruit kids. Go get grown-ass men that have been through the wars at least 1 year, but probably
brother.
2. All right, Mac, be safe. Good to talk to you. Appreciate you finally joining us after a year. But seriously, if they have $10 million, wouldn't you just go to the portal?
Mm-hmm.
Think about what getting 10 $1 million players does for your team.
You're back.
You're all the way back. Michigan would
You know what you are? I hate to say it, but you'd probably do what Indiana did and just jumpstart that team.
File that under sentences I never thought I'd hear in this lifetime or the next.
Yeah.
But he's right. Except you wouldn't be shopping at James Madison Boutique. You'd be raiding Oklahoma. You'd be raiding Auburn. You'd be raiding the big dogs. That's the move I'd make if I'm Michigan, if they're willing to spend this type of money. But who knows? It's a weasel. It's a wazzle.
Yeah.
It's all in the it's fugazi. It's all in the air. Who knows anything? NIL is the most mysterious thing maybe in all of sports right now. You can't get an actual answer on almost anything.
No, but if they look to the pros and look what the NBA, look what NBA and look what the NFL did, and we got to stop doing this to save our league, the NCAA is going to have to do the same thing. We're going to have to set a ceiling.
You know what's going to happen? Big Ten and the SEC will leave the NCAA. It will be a super league.
See, I wonder, do they need somebody to step in and kind of help them from themselves? Like, we're not the bad guys here. It's the NCAA that says we can't pay you. We'd love to pay you. But because of what these bad people hate you, but still come here anyway.
When the IRS collection or audit happens, you need a law firm that specializes in all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. They're a real tax organization, real lawyers, real experience. Jerry used to work for the IRS. They will advocate for you, they'll fight for you, and they will get the job done. They will save your time and money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Lions placed Carlton Davis on the injury report today with a hand. He did practice, but he was limited. Tight end Sam Laporta missed his second straight day with his shoulder injury. A day after Taylor Decker said that he expects to return to game action this week. He was back in the practice field in Allen Park. Speaking of injuries, the Pistons were missing 3 pieces last night. They play the Raptors tomorrow. Tim Hardaway Jr. is doubtful with his head laceration, while Jaden Ivey is questionable with a toe sprain. Thursday Night Football pits the 7-3 Commanders against the 7-2 Eagles. Washington head coach Dan Quinn speaks about what they're preparing for on the defensive side. Kickoff at 8:15 at the Corwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 97.1theticket.com.
Thanks, Rico. Well, let me tell you about National Benefit Plan, shall we, Mike Papura? Health insurance, you've got a chance for 25 here to make some changes, but only up till December 15th. Call Mike Papura now. He'll shop on and off the marketplace. He'll get you the lowest price guaranteed. He'll be your advocate, and he will take the shopping process to over 70 different carriers. He'll put together a corporate-style health insurance plan for you or your business. He is the answer to what ails you here in the insurance game. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. So we talked a lot of stuff. We talked the Paul Tyson fight at the beginning of the show. You missed that. Odyssey Rewind. I don't think it's a real fight. It's an event. It's a show. But, yeah, when I look at the Vegas lines, actually, I never needed a new one.
All right. I mean, listen, we're just having some fun.
And I'm just setting the record straight.
If anyone takes that drop seriously, I mean, really, where would you even get a new one of those? It's not even plausible. I don't even think that technology exists.
I mean, if people believed all the drops, I mean, colored is fine. If I would have been in trouble a long time ago.
I don't need a new one, but
we are keenly aware. We have heard. The reviews are in. You've got a 5-star on Yelp. I hope you feel great. All right.
Well, we did talk about 5 stars today with Bryce Underwood, so one 5-star to another 5-star.
To myself, yes. We talked about Bryce Underwood. You can use the Odyssey Rewind, and we also tried to get David out of jury duty, and we actually had an ex-judge call up the show.
Yeah, we can't have David act like Donald Sterling to get on jury duty. That's a bad idea. Ticket text. Go ahead, brother.
10.5 million. This is why college football is no longer of interest to me. Most important thing for me is that it looks like Michigan is finally stepping up to the NIL table.
Correct.
And not relying on their brand. Carlos from AP.
I agree with Carlos completely. If I were a fan, I would at least feel good we're in this conversation. But what I would want is Underwood. What I would need, the portal. And I would need to see Michigan getting, 5, 6, 7 impact transfers. That's what has to happen. If I'm a Michigan fan.
Nothing says total desperation like $10 million to an 18-year-old who has never played a single game in college. How pathetic can Michigan get?
Well, I mean, again, okay, if you don't like what they're attempting, well, then what do you want them to do? Do what Michigan State's doing? Let's go live to the MSU recruiting desk. Look, at least Michigan's trying.
I think he's there, he's in your backyard, and it's like, wait, we got the number 1 quarterback 20 miles away from us. Let's see if he wants to go.
Is Belleville 20 miles from Ann Arbor?
Yeah, it's not that far.
20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes. Yeah.
I'm like, 20 miles? I'm like, oh, my goodness. Okay.
Someone says the lawyers
It may be. Because it's not like right off the freeway. You got to turn. Yeah.
Okay, I believe you.
The lawyers pick the jury. Depends on the case. They may want a crackhead. So be careful. Mike and Davis.
I had made the example for David that if all else fails, just say you have to do an enormous amount of crack to get through your day and that you really shouldn't be on this panel.
But if that lawyer wants the crackhead, I promise you the other one's like, no, I don't need the crackhead. No, you can go home.
I'm not a crackhead, so I'm good.
No, I think we all know. Once again, it's no different than Rico's new drop. Everybody just calm down. They can't be taken seriously. Here, example of why they can't be serious. Do you think this is serious? He was promoting a blackjack tournament. Well, we turned it into that.
Oh.
Wait, really?
Yeah, we just combined them saying promo code into something else. Just like with this, Rico's talking about a new backyard outdoor living space, but we turn it into...
Oh, Rico, congratulations.
He didn't get a new...
That technology doesn't even exist.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
All right. Now, wait, did you get Hatchet out of the jury duty?
Not yet.
Yeah,
I don't think Hatchet wants to get out of jury duty.
No, he's into it. By the way,
well, if he wants a job here, he can't be gone for 6 weeks on a Rico case.
No. You are not allowed to get rid of Hatchet because he's on jury duty. He wants to double dip.
Yeah, you can't.
It won't be 6 weeks.
In that Wayne County pay and the Odyssey pay.
The judge said all he's got to do is call the number and go, look, I got 17 kids at home and I work for a bleep hole. I can't do this jury thing. And the judge is like, cool, to let him out of it.
I don't know, man. I went to jury duty like last year. There's a lot of people that have that goal to get the hell out of jury duty. And the judge was like, no. You're going to be in the... Yeah.
No.
I mean, the only way you get out if you say you're a racist to one of the lawyers. And then they excuse you.
We said that. David said he was going to roll in and say he hates all white people. So
Oh,
that was
but
like
then
his
the judge-
play.
Yeah, the judge was like, yeah, I'll just make you sit there and take notes. the
And
whole
that's
time.
why
Oh, he could be an alternate.
But
though.
that's why we reverted from the Donald Sterling plan
Oh,
and
that
said,
won't
David,
work.
you got to have something else.
The problem is one of the lawyers actually might want a racist on the jury, though. So they'd be like, perfect.
So
We'll
you can't
take him.
just say cracker a couple of times?
We have that as a
I'll
drop.
try it.
Yeah.
Don't we have that as a drop? Didn't Doug use that language?
Oh, yeah, crackers. Yeah. I actually was on a jury. It's kind of semi-cool.
Doug, for a guy that wants to respect everybody,
Yeah.
he's got a lot of interesting drops.
You believe that? He also had the nerve to say this.
Who does that?
He was
Unbelievable.
making an assumption. I think crackers is his favorite meal.
That's it. I'm like, wait, I thought it was another one. It was that one.
What cookie not
What
cracker?
day is that?
No, I
need to
haven't
be
heard
here
the
for
cookie
that.
day in a long time.
Oh, yeah, National Cookie Day. So we're going to do some things on the little Wojo and Rieger show. And,
what are you doing?
Uh-oh, what's he looking for?
Just keep talking.
Okay.
All right,
He's making me nervous. He's making me nervous.
Just keep talking.
No, we are going to hit upon, I know you guys were talking about the Bryce Underwood thing, future Heisman Trophy winner at Michigan, from what I understand. And I don't know, I think I'm with Mike on this, which makes me nervous. I don't get, people really are into this Jake Paul, Mike Tyson
Oh, can't
thing.
wait. 11:30, 12 o'clock tomorrow.
We are a failed society.
We are.
Oh, I can't wait to watch it.
You have empty lives.
Oh, it's the perfect matchup of Tyson for guys like me and Jake Paul
Why
for
do you
the
care
youth of
who even
America.
wins? Are people going to bet on it?
You
Is
throw
that
in
why?
a little nostalgia. Why not? It's a spectacle.